Tonight, you are not simply falling asleep, you are stepping into a sacred chamber where your mind will be shaped, your beliefs will be rewritten, and your future will begin its silent construction. What you allow into your mind before slumber determines what awakens in your life. This speech is not casual noise. It is a builder of destinies. Do not take this moment lightly. As you close your eyes, I will speak directly to the hidden architect within you, your subconscious mind. And what I speak, if you permit it, will take root. As you sleep, this speech will go to work. It will plant wealth. It will plant belief. It will plant definiteness of purpose and the bold courage to act. What do you desire? A house free from debt, a fortune that multiplies in silence, the freedom to awaken when you choose, not when an alarm demands? Do you dream of owning your own enterprise, commanding your own time, and being the source of security for those you love? Then listen, not as one who wishes, but as one who decides. This very night your mind shall be fed riches. You may not see it yet, but if you persist in hearing this message, if you give yourself wholly to its repetition, your beliefs will shift. And when your beliefs shift, so does your identity. And when your identity changes, the world bows to you as a master, not a beggar. The law is simple. What you think of most with faith becomes your reality. What you hear most with emotion becomes your nature. Tonight I offer you not mere advice, but a system of reconditioning. Repetition is the tool. Faith is the fire. And the subconscious mind is the field where your fortune is sown. This is not entertainment. This is education for your deeper self. The words I speak tonight are seeds. They may feel invisible, but let a week pass, a month pass, and you will awaken to a new thought, a new strength, a new opportunity. You will not know where it came from, but I will tell you, it was planted tonight. You must listen regularly. This message is to be repeated night after night until you no longer recognize the old version of yourself. Do not question the soil. Do not pluck the seed to see if it grows. Let it work. Trust the law. Speak the affirmations with feeling. And above all, believe that you are worthy of the wealth you seek. This is your sacred hour. Speak nothing negative before you sleep. Hear nothing vague. Do not entertain fear, criticism, or complaint. Only truth shall enter your mind now. Only purpose, only power, only wealth. You are not falling asleep. You are installing a new self, and that self shall rise wealthy. What the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve, and what it repeats, it installs. This is not poetry, it is law. The same way a farmer repeats the tilling of soil before the crop appears, you must till the fields of your mind with repetition, with belief, and with purpose, especially as you sleep. The subconscious mind never closes its doors. While your eyes shut and your body rests, your deeper self remains alert, obedient, absorbing. It is listening to the last thoughts you feed it. It is shaping them, multiplying them, giving them direction, and it does not discriminate. It will act on whatever is planted, truth or lie, riches or ruin. So I warn you, as your guide, if you retire each night in worry, fear, confusion, or complaint, you are feeding poison into the workshop of your destiny. You are commanding the very force that builds your future to construct failure. And it will obey, without judgment, without question. It will serve the master you choose to be. But if instead you begin tonight to fall asleep with courage in your chest, faith in your belly, and purpose in your voice, you will command the subconscious to build in your favor. For it is not fate that determines your wealth. It is your repeated thought, charged with belief, handed to your deeper mind with feeling. This is the sacred science of auto-suggestion. You suggest what to think. You suggest what to feel. And the subconscious receives it, works upon it, acts upon it, and delivers it back to you as circumstance, condition, and opportunity. It will carry out whatever order you feed it, especially that which is fed repeatedly and with emotion. There is no magic here, only natural law. The same law that builds muscle through repeated motion, builds fortune through repeated thought. That which is impressed upon the mind with belief and persistence becomes fact. Just as surely as the sun rises in the east, your repeated thought becomes your outer reality. Therefore, I tell you, listen to this nightly. Not as a man seeking inspiration, but as one training an army. Your inner army of belief, vision, and courage. Every word you hear is a brick in the foundation of your fortune. Every phrase is a nail driving a new command into the subconscious engine of your life. You are not wasting time by hearing this again and again. You are building the scaffolding of your future. You are laying mental highways upon which wealth will travel to reach you. As surely as a bridge must be constructed before a carriage crosses it, your mind must be structured before riches can arrive. This process is not passive. Though you are resting, your inner self must be alert. Surrender to these words, not in laziness, but in cooperation. Just as a skilled builder follows the blueprint with precision, your mind must follow the voice of definiteness, prosperity, and faith as it is spoken to you now. Thomas Edison did not stumble upon genius by accident. He prepared his mind each evening with the problems he sought to solve. He expected answers, and those answers arrived, not in waking hours, but in dreams, in flashes, in moments of calm when the subconscious was working undisturbed. He did not doubt, he expected. So tonight, do as Edison did. Hand your problem, your desire, your question to your deeper self. Then fall asleep with belief. Let your subconscious work as you rest. Expect ideas. Expect guidance. Expect strength to follow through. Expect favor from infinite intelligence itself. You are training the worker beneath your conscious mind. He is tireless. He is faithful, but he is without judgment. Feed him poison, and he will construct misery. Feed him purpose, and he will construct wealth. You are the architect. You are the instructor, and you are responsible. Hear these words again. Let them seep into your soul. I am the master of my destiny. My thoughts shape my future. I command wealth to come to me through faith, through decision, and through persistent repetition. Say it aloud. Whisper it if you must. Let it echo in the chamber of your mind. This is not one night's work. It is not a magic lamp. It is the daily command of a commander who refuses to drift. You must persist. You must condition the mind daily. And you must believe that what you impress tonight will express tomorrow or the next day or the day after that. Fall asleep now, not as a victim of chance, but as the builder of your fortune. Do not carry complaint to bed. Do not rehearse failure. Do not recount the opinions of doubters. Instead, place your faith on the pillow beside you, wrap yourself in definiteness, and surrender your will to right thought. You have already planted a seed, and with this message you water it. With faith you warm it. With repetition you grow it. And soon, if you do not break the cycle, you will reap a harvest greater than your old self dared to imagine. That is not a promise. That is law. Now, as you drift, do not drift as a coward. Drift as a commander. Drift as one who is deciding what your life shall be. Drift with the firm knowledge that as you sleep, something greater than you is working on your behalf, guided by your faith, your repetition, and your decision to never return to the old way again. There is no mystery here. Repetition is the great law of mental fertility. What you repeat, you believe. What you believe, you become. And what you become is what the world reflects back to you. The man who repeats fear becomes afraid. The man who repeats courage becomes unstoppable. And the man who repeats wealth becomes rich. This is not theory. It is observable. It is practical. It is the silent sculptor behind every fortune and every failure. A man does not rise by one thought, one decision, or one prayer. He rises by the daily conditioning of his mind in the direction of power. The mind, like a muscle, must be trained through repetition. The universe is governed by law, not luck, and one of those laws is called cosmic habit force. It is invisible, but it is binding. It works on all men equally. It makes permanent that which is repeated. It installs into your mental machinery the ideas you dwell upon most, whether good or evil, faith or fear, riches or lack. You cannot escape this law. You can only obey it or violate it. When you obey it consciously, it serves you. When you ignore it, it serves your fears. It gives permanency to your dominant thought. Therefore, if your dominant thought is doubt, it will fix it in your mind until you see doubt in every opportunity. If your dominant thought is faith, it will fix it in your spirit until you meet life with calm power. If your dominant thought is wealth, then wealth shall take root in your identity and begin to pull its physical equivalent into your world. What you rehearse, you repeat. What you repeat, you install. What you install, you become. You must understand this. Your outer world is the matured harvest of your inner thought garden. Every condition in your present life was once a seed of belief, planted by thought, watered by repetition, and hardened by emotion. Most men do not plant deliberately. They allow weeds to grow. And then they ask, "Why am I poor?" They forget the answer lies in the thoughts they repeated for years. Money is hard. I'm not lucky. People like me don't get rich. These are not harmless phrases. These are the repeated commands that their subconscious received and obeyed. And no amount of wishing will undo what habit has installed. No wealth may come permanently except that which is first built through a pattern of inner belief and repeated command. You must build the inner castle before the world allows you to possess the outer one. This is why I command you to listen nightly. You are reconstructing the architecture of your identity. You are laying bricks made of thought. Do not be like most men who install fear, install indecision, install vague desires, and then ask why poverty haunts them. They do not realize they are the ones who authorized its construction. They allowed failure to take root through repetition. They became what they rehearsed. But you tonight will build differently. You will install faith. You will install wealth. You will install courage. And you will do so silently, powerfully, through repeated hearing. Your mind shall be your temple, and no false god of doubt shall enter. Your thoughts will serve you, or you will replace them. Consider Andrew Carnegie, the great steel magnate. He did not think as other men thought. He trained his mind daily to dwell on fortune, on service, on industry, and on the power of men united by purpose. His belief became stronger than all opposition. His habits of thought were not accidental. They were designed. He would not tolerate any idea that contradicted his vision. He expelled negative conversation. He refused weak associations. He did not accept lack as a final verdict. He believed wealth was a duty, a calling to serve, to lead, to build. And that belief, repeated daily, became his identity. His identity attracted the fortune. You must now do the same. Every night as you listen, you must feel these truths sink deeper into your inner self. You must fall asleep with the quiet certainty that your thoughts are constructing a mansion of power. You may not see the walls rise yet, but they are being laid, stone by stone, by the mason of repetition. And I give you the tools to build. Say them internally, whisper them, shout them within. But do not let these words pass by without being claimed. I am the master of my thoughts. I create wealth through belief and action. Infinite intelligence guides my steps and supplies my needs. I am building a wealthy identity every day, every night, without fail. Repeat them. Feel them. Let them echo in your sleep. Let them be louder than your doubts. Let them overwhelm every weak belief you once carried. For it is only by repetition that the old man is buried and the new man rises. There is no replacement for discipline, no substitute for persistent planting. You must water the mind with these words until they become natural, until you no longer reach for them. They come to you. Until you no longer try to believe them, you are them. Fall asleep with discipline and awaken to miracles. The man who governs his nighttime thought becomes the ruler of his waking world. You are not passive. You are planting. You are feeding your field with wealth-conscious seed. You are tilling the soil of your destiny with your own hands. Now rest, not as a beggar, but as a builder. A drifting mind is a doomed mind. A man without a purpose is a ship without a rudder, tossed about by wind, ruled by current, prey to every storm. But the man who knows what he wants and claims it boldly, he is magnetic. His thoughts are concentrated, his steps are directed, his presence is commanding, and success moves toward him without hesitation. Definiteness of purpose is not a luxury. It is the very foundation of all achievement. The mind craves direction. Without it, it wanders into fear, confusion, indecision, and waste. But once you give the mind a single, dominant, clearly envisioned aim, it begins to awaken powers that slept for years. It begins to burn away the fog of drifting. Drifting is the devil's playground. Definite thought is God's workshop. When your mind has no chief aim, it becomes the target of fear, of criticism, of suggestion by the mediocre. But the definite man becomes immune to suggestion. He thinks, he acts, he commands, he decides, he expects, he achieves, and the world follows him. Now I ask you, what do you want? Say it, write it, declare it. Let no vague wish remain in your mind. Is it freedom from employment? Is it the creation of a business? Is it the ownership of land, of property, of riches to be passed down for generations? Is it the power to bless your family, to give, to create, to build? Then name it, claim it, state it aloud, feel it, demand it, repeat it until it is fixed in your identity. The man who is definite may be resisted temporarily, but he is never defeated. Life bends to the man who bends his mind toward a single desire, held with faith and reinforced by persistent thought. You must now install that image. And not as a vague hope, but as a living command. Every night, as you drift to sleep, you must see your aim, picture it, hear the sounds it brings, smell the scent of success, touch the walls of your vision, taste the reward in advance. This is not delusion. It is construction. Do as my friend Barnes once did. He wished not merely to work for Thomas Edison, he wished to become his partner. He did not ask for a job, he demanded an opportunity. He carried that image in his mind so strongly, so repeatedly, that it became more real than the poverty in his pocket. And eventually, Edison saw it too. Barnes had nothing but desire and definiteness. That was enough. He did not drift. He did not listen to doubt. He declared what he would be, and he backed it with faith, persistence, and the repeated image of success. What he believed, he achieved. Because he would not accept any alternative, he was deaf to all suggestion but his own. So now I give you a nightly ritual. Take your definite chief aim and write it with your own hand. Do not print it, write it. This binds the thought with motion and emotion. Then speak it aloud. Speak it slowly. Speak it with faith. And as you fall asleep, let the sound of it echo in your inner chamber. Hear it whispered within. I am moving daily toward my definite purpose with unshakable faith. The means will appear because I have committed to the end. Say it until it feels natural. Say it until your subconscious accepts it as a command from headquarters. Say it until doubt dies and belief becomes your new atmosphere. You must understand, every repetition carves a groove in your inner mind. Every spoken affirmation is a chisel, and with each night, you shape a deeper channel for wealth to flow. If you skip one night, return the next. If you feel nothing at first, continue. The seed is invisible at first, but the harvest will come. And this is no game. This is not motivational whim. This is mental craftsmanship. This is the science of personal power. The subconscious mind will obey the loudest voice. If the loudest voice is television, gossip, or fear, it will obey that. If the loudest voice is your chief aim, backed by repetition and faith, it will obey that. Make sure that voice is definiteness, not doubt. Wealth does not belong to the most gifted. It belongs to the most definite. Fortune does not follow talent. It follows clarity. And clarity comes from discipline, from faith, from daily inner work. And that work begins now, tonight, as you plant the image, speak the affirmation, and fall asleep in command. Do not permit even one thought of vagueness to remain. Know what you want. Know why you want it. Know how you will feel when it is yours. And feed that picture into your subconscious every night until your very cells begin to expect it, until the world itself begins to move toward you like metal toward a magnet. You are not merely hoping anymore. You are ordering. You are commanding. You are instructing the invisible powers that shape your future. You are declaring, this is who I am. This is what I do. This is what I shall receive. Not from arrogance, but from faith in the law that governs all growth. Now take one breath. See your goal. Hear your voice. Feel your command. And let that image drift into sleep with you. Let it settle into the depths of your mind. Let it be carried down into your subconscious, where all real power begins. Tonight, you do not drift aimlessly. You drift with direction. You drift with authority. You drift with the mind of a commander, and what you repeat tonight, with definiteness and belief, will become the foundation of your fortune. The subconscious mind is the faithful servant of your dominant thought. It does not reason. It does not challenge. It does not debate. It obeys, and it obeys completely. It is the invisible hand that shapes your future, taking instruction from whatever you allow to dominate your inner conversation. And this includes what you think, say, feel, and repeat, especially as you sleep. The subconscious mind is your link to infinite intelligence. It is the gateway through which hunches arrive, through which solutions form, through which wealth flows when commanded rightly. You do not control infinite intelligence, but you do influence it. And the tool of that influence is your subconscious mind, trained by belief, repetition, and emotion. If you do not instruct your subconscious, others will. They will do so through newspapers, through gossip, through complaint, through fear, through television, through conversation filled with doubt. The world is loud with suggestion, and most of it is poison. The man who does not guard his mind is a man whose future is written by strangers. The subconscious mind will not remain idle. It is always at work. It is always building. And it will feed on whatever you plant or what others throw in. It is a builder without conscience. It builds both palaces and prisons depending on the blueprint. And the blueprint is the repeated thought backed by belief. The nighttime hour is golden. It is the hour of greatest influence. It is the hour when conscious resistance fades and the subconscious opens its doors. It is the hour when what is heard sinks deeper, settles further, and begins to root itself into your very identity. This is why you must be intentional with every word you hear before sleep. Repetition with feeling is the tool. Faith is the fuel, decision is the fire, and emotion is the glue. These are the ingredients of change. These are the materials with which you construct a new inner man. And from that inner man, a new outer world shall follow. You must become deliberate in your inner conditioning. This is the sacred art of autosuggestion, the daily feeding of the subconscious with hand-picked thoughts, repeated with intensity and accepted with feeling. You may call it programming. You may call it impressing. The name is not the power. The power is in the repetition backed by belief. Henry Ford is proof of this law in motion. He was not considered intelligent by the world. He was mocked by the educated. His ideas were ridiculed, yet he moved forward. Why? Because his belief was more definite than their doubt. He repeated his inner picture of what must be until no argument could take it from him. Engineers told him it could not be done. He said it would be done, and they did it. Not because they believed, but because he did. His subconscious mind had already accepted the image. The outer world was forced to comply. Such is the power of repeated belief made definite through persistence. Now I give you your own commands. Say them with your mind. Repeat them silently. Let them enter your inner workshop. Let them settle beneath your thoughts. Whisper them if you wish, but do not let them pass without feeling. I plant the seed of wealth every night. It is growing, even while I sleep. Nothing enters my mind unless I permit it. I choose faith. I choose wealth. My subconscious obeys me because I train it daily with belief and repetition. You must not waver. You must not skip nights. This is not entertainment. This is identity construction. And identity is not built by inspiration. It is built by instruction, repeated instruction, faithful repetition, and the refusal to allow negative suggestion to enter your sacred chamber of mind. The subconscious will carry out whatever you accept. If you feed it images of poverty, it will create conditions of poverty. If you feed it beliefs of power, it will create expressions of power. If you speak wealth, it will begin to summon the means, but only if the command is repeated with faith. No man becomes rich by accident. He becomes rich by subconscious direction. The conscious mind decides what to feed. The subconscious mind decides how to grow it. But both must cooperate. Both must work in harmony. The farmer cannot control the growth, but he can control the seed, the water, the rhythm of planting. So plant wisely, speak wisely, listen nightly, and never again permit complaint or fear to be your lullaby. Let faith be your nighttime companion. Let definiteness be your closing thought. Let repetition do its silent work as you rest with the awareness that something far greater is now working beneath your surface. Tonight, let this truth rest deep within you. The man who commands his subconscious commands his world. And the man who repeats the right idea with faith becomes the master of his conditions. Sleep not in confusion, but in clarity. Sleep not in fear, but in power. Sleep not in doubt, but in direction. You are not weak. You are not a victim. You are not at the mercy of outer events. You are powerful beyond measure because you are capable of choosing what to believe and repeating it until your very cells respond to the new law. And you begin tonight, not by effort, but by surrender to right repetition. Drift now into sleep, not as a man who waits, but as a man who commands. And may your subconscious carry out your orders with full obedience, building your new life as you rest. Wealth cannot grow where fear is planted. Riches do not abide in a heart ruled by dread. The mind that harbors fear is like a field overrun by weeds, choking out the harvest before it rises. The subconscious will not question your fears. It will accept them as orders, and it will build your world according to the blueprint you hand it. Be it faith or fright, tonight we begin the removal. For too long, fear has slept beside you. It has whispered in your ear as you drifted. It has told you lies in the voice of reason. It has called itself protection, safety, caution. But it is the enemy, and it must be expelled. There is no compromise. Wealth and fear cannot share the same bed. There are 6 ghosts, 6 invisible forces that haunt the minds of men and turn dreams to dust. They are the fear of poverty, criticism, ill health, loss of love, old age, and death. These 6 form a prison without bars, because the bars exist within the mind, and each night you entertain them, you renew their power. But I tell you now, you have the authority to cast them out. The man who governs his thoughts may evict any ghost, and he begins by naming it, confronting it, and replacing it. He refuses to allow fear to disguise itself as logic. He sees it plainly, and once he sees it, he defeats it by decision. Fear cannot dwell in a mind that is full of definiteness, faith, and right action. These 3 are your weapons. They are spiritual in nature, but they are practical in power. They drive out confusion. They uproot fear at the root, and they leave in its place a firmness of purpose that no ghost dares challenge. Fear is the devil's whisper. Faith is the voice of infinite intelligence. When you hear fear telling you to hesitate, to wait, to doubt, it is the enemy speaking. And it must be silenced, not with passivity, but with command. You speak over it, you do not negotiate with it, you do not pet it, you do not discuss it, you drive it out. Now say this within: I release the fear of poverty. I was born rich in thought. I do not fear criticism. I walk my own path with calm conviction. My health, youth, and power are under divine control. I trust the law. I trust the timing. I trust my voice. Say these not once, but repeatedly. Let them strike like hammers into the walls of your mind until no old idea can stand, for it is not enough to remove fear. You must replace it. Nature does not allow a vacuum. The moment fear is gone, you must fill the space with vision, with desire, with purpose, with truth. Abraham Lincoln was not fearless by nature. He faced depression. He faced criticism. He faced immense pressure, but he pressed forward, not because he felt powerful, but because his purpose outweighed his emotion. His mind was trained, his inner voice was clear, and when others retreated, he advanced. He knew what he stood for, and so must you. Wealth is not for the faint of heart. It belongs to those who master themselves, and to master yourself, you must command the deeper self that listens to thought during sleep. You must speak faith louder than fear. You must let your subconscious hear no ghost but purpose. You are not too late, you are not too far gone. Fear may have ruled your nights until now, but it ends tonight. You are now a man of conscious repetition, of deliberate command, of definite belief, and the subconscious has no choice but to obey the new master, the one who speaks faith without apology. You may not feel brave yet, but say it anyway. Say it nightly. Say it until the fear has no place left to hide. Let these words become your armor. Let them enter your dreams. Let them replace the old worries. Let them build a new rhythm within, a rhythm of power. I have nothing to fear. I move with decision. I live with purpose. I have power over thought, and thought is the builder of all riches. My mind is fertile with belief. I sow only the seeds of wealth. You are not made to tremble. You are made to stand. You are not designed to wish. You are designed to command. The forces of fear are old tenants in the mind. But the moment you become definite, they begin to flee. They cannot hold ground against a man who repeats truth with unwavering belief. Do not let this be another night of old rehearsals. Do not repeat regret. Do not replay failure. Do not retell the lies fear once told you. Replace them. Bury them beneath faith. Starve them of attention. You are not required to feel ready. You are only required to speak truth until it becomes your second nature. Faith is not soft. Faith is iron. It is forged in repetition. It is hardened by resistance. And you, my friend, are forging it nightly. Each sentence you hear, each thought you allow, is another strike of the hammer. Soon the new you will rise, and the old fears will no longer recognize the man you have become. Tonight, the ghosts of fear are cast out. They have no bed here, they have no voice, they have no power. You will no longer drift with them. You will command without them. And you will sleep as one whose mind belongs to wealth, not worry. Rest now, not in weakness, but in strength. Let this message continue its silent work beneath your surface, and when you rise, do so as one whose fears are buried beneath the footsteps of belief. You do not attract what you want, you attract what you are. This is a law as certain as gravity, as inescapable as breath. A man may long for riches, but if his identity is built upon scarcity, fear, hesitation, and doubt, then no fortune shall remain with him. Riches flee from a man whose self-image is poor. The most powerful transformation is not from poverty to wealth, it is from weakness to identity. When you adopt the identity of a wealthy man, one who thinks clearly, acts decisively, and believes deeply, you begin to pull your fortune into alignment. You begin to carry the posture of power before power arrives. You must become the type of man who commands riches before they come. This is the mystery the world overlooks. They wait for results to believe. But the great men believe before they see. They speak before they hold. They act before they receive. This is not deception. This is the law of identity. Think now, how does the wealthy man speak? How does he carry himself? How does he respond to difficulty, to delay, to decision? Does he beg? Does he panic? Does he explain himself? Number, he thinks clearly. He moves with purpose. He speaks few words, but every word is heavy with belief. He does not chase, he attracts. I tell you now, you must see yourself as him. You must hear yourself speak as he would. You must breathe, walk, and think in the rhythm of certainty. This is not pretend. This is instruction. The subconscious cannot tell the difference between imagination and reality. What it sees repeatedly, it begins to accept. What it accepts, it produces. You may feel poor tonight, but if you repeat the identity of wealth long enough, your mind will begin to shift. Your body will begin to follow. Your circumstances will be compelled to change. The law of harmony demands it. For a man out of alignment with his thoughts cannot remain as he is. Begin now. Visualize yourself already successful. See the home, the office, the books, the clothing, the ledger, the letters, the accounts, the peace. Do not rush the image. Let it become familiar. See yourself walking in clarity. See yourself commanding respect. Let this image replace the old one, piece by piece, word by word, repetition by repetition. Use the mirror each morning to speak identity aloud. Look yourself in the eye and say, I am the man who thinks clearly, acts decisively, and creates wealth. I am calm under pressure, focused on purpose, immune to opinion. I expect riches because I am the type of man who creates them. Then, as night returns, use the inner mirror. Let the image of your future self rise before you. Let him speak. Let him instruct. Let him remind you who you are becoming. Hear him whisper, we do not doubt. We do not delay. We do not apologize. We build. We expect. We rise. You are not what you once were. You are not bound to your past. Identity is not cement, it is clay. And every word you speak tonight reshapes it. Every repetition in the dark builds the man who will walk in the light. You must not merely hear these truths, you must become them. Charles M. Schwab did not possess great fortune because of luck or schooling. He possessed a magnetic identity. He believed in himself with such warmth and clarity that others believed in him instinctively. His manner, his tone, his poise, all stemmed from the deep inner command, I belong in wealth. I am at home among greatness. He thought as the rich man would think. He walked as the rich man would walk. And riches followed, not because he demanded them, but because he matched them. You must now do the same. Think as he would think. Walk as he would walk. Speak only as one who owns his destiny. This identity will feel unfamiliar at first. That is natural. But with repetition, it becomes yours. The costume becomes character. The practice becomes instinct. The echo becomes your voice. And when it does, the world responds differently to you. Not because the world has changed, but because you have. Say these words silently now. Let them enter you. I no longer rehearse weakness. I install wealth. I walk in harmony with success. I live in alignment with riches. My identity is forged in repetition, backed by belief, rooted in decision. You are building an inner magnet. You are tuning your thoughts to wealth. You are shaping the man who must exist for your fortune to arrive. And you are doing it quietly, faithfully, as you drift to sleep. Tonight, you do not lie down as the man the world sees. You lie down as the man who will one day be revealed. You lie down in disguise, but not for long. Your identity is shifting. Your old self is dissolving. Your new self is rising, word by word, night by night, with every repetition. As you sleep, let your future self take your place. Let him breathe through you. Let him speak within you. Let him instruct your mind. And when you rise, rise as one who no longer begs for success, but commands it, because you have become the man who receives it by law. There is a power that multiplies strength when two or more minds meet in perfect understanding. I name this power the mastermind. It is not a theory. It is a spiritual and mental law, as exact as any found in chemistry or mathematics. When you align your mind in harmony with another of purpose, a third, greater mind is formed. This is not metaphor, it is literal. When two minds connect with faith, loyalty, and shared aim, they generate a force neither could summon alone. This invisible force has built empires, moved industries, and forged leaders. It exists above emotion, beyond logic, and it begins the moment you decide to align with greatness. You are never alone in your journey, but you must choose your mental companions carefully. The subconscious is influenced not only by your own repetition, but by the thoughts of those closest to you. The wrong association poisons the inner soil. The right association multiplies the harvest tenfold. I say to you, even while you sleep, your inner circle is forming. Your subconscious continues to draw influence from what you admire, from what you rehearse, from the voices you allow into your temple of thought. Let those voices be mighty. Let them be wise. Let them lift you, not lower you. This is why I taught the practice of invisible counselors. Before sleep, I called upon the minds of great men, Lincoln, Edison, Carnegie, Napoleon, and others. I imagined their faces. I summoned their voices. I asked them questions, and my subconscious responded with ideas I had never before possessed. You may call this imagination. You may call it alignment with infinite intelligence. I call it instruction, and it works. Begin tonight by summoning your own counsel. Call upon Edison for invention. Call upon Lincoln for character. Call upon Carnegie for clarity. Call upon your future self for instruction. Let them speak within you. Let them surround your subconscious mind. Let their words replace the doubters. Let their guidance become your nightly nourishment. They are not gone. Their minds are alive in principle. Their philosophies endure. And what they knew, you may now receive if you will listen. But you must also guard the law of harmony. Riches flee from minds in chaos, contradiction, complaint, or confusion. A man who thinks one thing, says another, and does a third, is at war with himself. His subconscious is disoriented. His magnet is broken, and wealth cannot find such a man. To attract riches, you must be unified. Your thoughts, your words, your actions, all must align in faith and purpose. Your subconscious must not hear one voice during the day and another by night. It must be fed one message, one command, one belief, repeated with calm and courageous resolve. Let your affirmations reflect this harmony. I think in harmony with wealth, greatness, and power. I attract minds that multiply my strength. I am surrounded by influence that builds, never breaks. You are constructing an environment within you that matches the environment you seek to build outside you. Just as a house must be framed with support beams, your fortune must be framed with the support of right minds, right thoughts, right influences. Even in sleep, your mind is building its alliances. Consider John D. Rockefeller. He did not amass power through noise or raw force. He created wealth through organized association. He selected wise men. He operated with clarity. He moved with certainty. And he obeyed the law of harmony. He trusted delegation. He guarded his emotional state. He never tolerated internal chaos. He knew that riches do not reward the clever alone. They reward the calm, the stable, the principled. His outer fortune reflected an inner order, and that order came not from chance, but from self-command and careful alliance. You must now imitate the principle, not the man. As you drift tonight, remember that the voices you allow into your subconscious are forming your future counsel. If you hear the voice of complaint, you have invited ruin. If you hear the voice of belief, of purpose, of greatness, you have joined the circle of success. Speak again your command, I am in mental harmony with my highest aim. My subconscious is allied with builders, not destroyers. I am protected by the law of mental union and spiritual agreement. Feel the presence of strength around you, not in body but in thought. You are not alone. You are a mind among minds. You are a soul among principles. You are a man who attracts power because you obey power. Let the force of harmony guard your heart and fortify your inner world as you sleep. Let your inner circle speak now, not the one of flesh, but of spirit. Let them whisper your next steps. Let them hand you courage. Let them call out your higher self. And when you awaken, may you rise with answers that the night delivered. For a wealthy man does not build riches alone. He builds alliances in thought, in purpose, and in faith. There is a power which no man can touch with his hands, yet every man may access with his thoughts. It is invisible to the eye, yet visible in every tree, every invention, every rising fortune. I call it infinite intelligence. It is the source of every great idea, every breakthrough, every quiet miracle that leads a man from struggle to prosperity. But know this truth. Infinite intelligence does not respond to need, it responds to faith. It is not moved by begging. It does not yield to complaint. It does not hear fear. It listens only to definiteness. It listens only to belief. It reveals its secrets only to the man whose mind is made up and whose heart is certain. Your wealth is already created in the unseen. The forms may be hidden, the path may be dim, but the supply exists. Your task is not to beg for it, but to become the man who is worthy to receive it. And you do this by believing before you see, deciding before you know how, and persisting before there is evidence. Infinite intelligence is not mystery. It is law. And like all true law, it demands obedience. Obedience in thought. Obedience in repetition. Obedience in expectation. If you speak one thing but believe another, you violate the law. If you expect little, you receive little. But if you expect much with faith, you align yourself with abundance. Let me offer you a metaphor. Just as water flows to the lowest point, wealth flows to the strongest belief. It moves without effort toward the man who has emptied himself of doubt and filled himself with certainty. It bypasses the unstable and rests with the faithful. This is not chance. It is structure. It is order. Speak now to that power, not in weakness, but in partnership, not as a servant, but as a son. Say aloud with full command, infinite intelligence gives me ideas, strength, discipline, and supply. I am one with the law of success. I obey it, and it rewards me. I was born to be rich in thought, rich in faith, and rich in purpose. Feel these words enter the subconscious. They are not fantasies. They are declarations. Each one is a spiritual tool, carving a deeper groove in your inner self where wealth shall soon flow. The world may not yet see the fortune, but the law already sees the belief, and belief always precedes possession. You must never break this chain. Let others forget. Let others drift. But you, listen nightly. Repeat daily. Become hourly. The mind once shaped by faith cannot return to fear. The man, once definite in purpose, cannot return to drifting. And the world, once moved by his command, cannot withhold its riches. I do not say these things lightly. I say them because they have been proven. In every life I have studied, Carnegie, Ford, Edison, Rockefeller, Schwab, I found this pattern. First came the belief, then came the work, and then came the reward. But belief always came first. It had to. The law requires it. You may have failed before. That does not matter. You may have doubted yesterday. That is gone. What matters is what you believe now. What matters is what you feed your subconscious tonight. What matters is the voice you allow to speak within you as you sleep. Will it be worry or will it be wealth? Say again these commands, not with hesitation but with force. I no longer ask for riches. I expect them because I believe. I am guided by infinite intelligence in every decision. My fortune is already built. I now walk the path to receive it. Let these thoughts rest in your chest. Let them shape your breathing. Let them echo as you slip into unconsciousness. Do not fear the silence. It is in the silence that the law goes to work. It is in the stillness that faith takes root. It is in the sleep that infinite intelligence begins building unseen bridges for your arrival. And when you wake, rise as one who has already been answered. Do not wait for confirmation. Move with power. Decide with clarity. Speak with direction. You are not seeking favor. You have received it. You are not begging for provision. You are walking into it. Let the identity match the belief. Each night you repeat these truths, your inner world is altered. Each morning you act upon them, your outer world begins to change. And though the changes may come slowly, they will come. And when they do, you will not be surprised, for you have rehearsed them in advance. You have believed before you received. Now I give you one last command for this night. Sleep now with power. Sleep now with definiteness. For tomorrow you will rise as a wealth builder who cannot be stopped. You have done the work. You have spoken the words. You have surrendered to the law. The rest belongs to infinite intelligence, and it shall not fail you. Within the words you are about to hear lies a hidden exercise, a simple act of repetition that, if done as instructed, could transform your life entirely. It is not poetic. It is not theory. It is law. And if you will truly listen, not merely hear, but observe as a student of success, then tonight may be the night your life begins to change forever. This exercise, if practiced with faith and decision, will plant in you the identity of the man you were born to become. It will dissolve confusion. It will silence doubt. It will awaken in you the magnetic force of purpose, and it will begin reshaping your results from the inside out. If you follow this truth, you may experience something few ever do. You will begin to wake with confidence instead of dread. You will feel joy returning where heaviness once ruled. You will stop second-guessing and begin acting with calm resolve. You will draw opportunities that once seemed distant, and you will begin to believe, genuinely believe, that you were made for something higher. But be warned, if you drift, if you dismiss this message as common, if you merely nod along without implementing this law of identity, then life will continue as it has. You will continue to speak weakness instead of strength. You will continue to affirm limitation instead of power. You will go to sleep each night planting seeds of failure, and those seeds, make no mistake, will grow. I urge you, do not just let this play while your thoughts wander. Pay attention, watch every line, absorb every word. There is power in this message if you listen with the intent to obey. This is not motivation, this is instruction. This is the science of belief applied with precision to the most powerful moment of your day, the moment before sleep. So ask yourself now before we begin, am I ready to listen as if my future depends on it? Because it does. Now let us begin. The final words you speak each evening may determine the man you become tomorrow. Do not take this lightly. As the day fades and your mind begins to quiet, a sacred window opens, one where the conscious guard softens, and the subconscious, that silent architect of destiny, becomes open to receive instruction. In those quiet minutes before you drift into sleep, your mind is no longer analyzing, questioning, resisting. It is absorbing. This is the fertile soil, and the words you plant in that soil take root without protest. That is why the bedtime hour is not to be wasted. It is your private audience with infinite intelligence through your own subconscious. Autosuggestion is the practice of deliberately feeding belief into the subconscious through repeated thought. Not once, not occasionally, but night after night, word after word, until belief is born through repetition. As I have written before, any idea, plan, or purpose may be placed in the mind through repetition of thought. This is not some poetic metaphor. It is a law. The same way that gravity does not ask for your agreement, this law does not require your permission. It only requires your participation. And every man is participating, whether he knows it or not. The only question is, are you planting weeds or wheat? The law of attraction is no mystery to the man who understands this principle. It is the reflection of mental patterns. It brings to you not what you wish for, but what you believe with consistency. And your belief is built by what you think, what you say, what you feel, over and over again. This is where the law of cosmic habit force enters. Thought, repeated long enough, becomes habit. Habit, acted upon, becomes identity. Identity produces results. You do not get what you occasionally affirm. You get what you persistently command. That is why going to sleep with thoughts of worry is not harmless. It is harmful. It is planting weeds of fear that will strangle your potential. But if you go to sleep speaking confidence, repeating power, visualizing victory, you sow authority into the silent workshop of your soul. Edison understood this. He would work late into the night, holding the image of the incandescent light in his mind. He knew that even while his body slept, his mind would continue working on the problem. His evening thoughts became blueprints carried into the realm of sleep. So I command you, do not let your final words be complaint, let them be command. Do not speak of what is, speak of what shall be. Speak as the man you are becoming, not as the man you have been. This is your chance to instruct the subconscious, not to reflect your fears. Understand this. The final thoughts of the evening replay in the mind through the night. They echo, they imprint, they instruct, they rehearse, and eventually they become. That is why you must take this message seriously. This is no ordinary practice. It is not a bedtime ritual for comfort. It is a nightly instruction to the subconscious, a spiritual law in action. You are about to learn 7 phrases that will change the course of your thinking, your emotions, your identity, and ultimately your entire life. These are not chants, they are commands. You will choose them for yourself, and you will repeat them until they become you. And do not take this lightly. What you repeat, you believe. What you believe, you become. And what you become, you will live. Say this aloud tonight. As I sleep, my belief grows stronger. My identity is shaped by my repeated commands. I plant faith, and I reap destiny. Autosuggestion is the tool by which man may seize control of his own destiny. Self-suggestion, I have said, is the agency of control through which an individual may voluntarily feed his subconscious mind on thoughts of a creative nature. You are not a victim of fate, you are a servant of thought. And through autosuggestion, you may become its master. Your subconscious is not concerned with truth or falsehood. It does not debate. It does not judge. It simply accepts what is repeated with feeling. That is the key, with feeling. Whatever is said aloud with repetition and emotion, especially in the quiet hours before sleep, becomes law to the subconscious mind. You must understand this plainly. Most men do not program belief. They program doubt, not deliberately, but through negligence. They fall asleep each night rehearsing what did not work, what went wrong, what they fear, what they lack. And in so doing, they instruct their subconscious to expect more of the same. They think these are harmless murmurs, passing thoughts, whispers of fatigue, but they are commands, unconscious commands, and they are obeyed nonetheless. Because the subconscious does not distinguish between what is true and what is repeated. It only asks, how often have you told me this? This is the secret that separates the drifter from the determined. The drifting man reacts to life and repeats the reactions. The determined man commands his inner world and repeats only that which builds him. The technique you are about to learn is simple in structure but infinite in power. Each night before sleep, you will speak aloud 7 phrases. Each one begins, I'm the type of person who, and you will follow those words with the identity you choose to become. This is not flattery. This is not empty encouragement. It is identity programming, the law of self-command put into deliberate action. You must speak these phrases aloud. Why aloud? because spoken word has weight. Thought remains in the abstract, but speech enters the physical. And what is heard with emotion begins to mold belief. The subconscious responds most to repetition and sound. Example, I'm the type of person who is decisive. The more you say it, the more your mind aligns with the image. Your posture changes. Your tone sharpens. Your actions become more immediate. You become the command you have issued. The mind becomes the words it hears. If it hears strength, it starts to act with strength. If it hears weakness, it begins to shrink. That is why you must be careful not only with what you say, but with what you hear. This is not new. This principle is embedded in my self-confidence formula in Think and Grow Rich. I instructed the reader to repeat daily that he believes in himself, in his definite chief aim, in his unwavering faith. Why? Because no belief becomes reality unless it is first planted through autosuggestion. The mistake most men make is this. They try to change their outcomes without changing their identity. They say, I want to be rich, while continuing to think like a pauper. They say, I want confidence, while repeating doubt. They say, I want change, while reinforcing the old identity every night before sleep. This exercise will not allow you to do that. It forces you to declare, I am the type of person who, and in doing so, it draws a line between the man you have been and the man you choose to become. You are not affirming outcomes. You are affirming the source of outcomes. You are planting identity, not results. And when identity changes, behavior must follow. Speak these phrases not with wishful thinking, but with decision. Say them not as a beggar hoping to be chosen, but as a master instructing his inner world to obey. Say them slowly. Say them with emotion. Say them with your chest full and your spirit alert. Let the words shape you. I am the type of person who lives by faith. I am the type of person who acts by purpose. I am the type of person who repeats only that which builds power. This is how you rewire belief. This is how you overwrite fear. This is how you install a new identity that reflects your deepest aim. And once this identity is spoken enough times, it will begin to feel familiar. Once it feels familiar, it will become natural. Once it becomes natural, it will become you. This is not self-help. This is self-mastery. This is not motivation. This is mental legislation. Your tongue writes the law your subconscious will follow. Make no mistake, if you do not command it, someone else will. You are now the architect of your internal world. Speak as such. Choose your identity like a sculptor chooses form. Declare it like a king issues decree. Repeat it like a warrior sharpening steel. Because when you wake tomorrow, you will not just wake to the day. You will wake as the man you spoke into being the night before. Now say this aloud before we continue. I am the type of person who commands belief. I install confidence. I shape destiny. I do not speak weakness. I repeat identity until it becomes law. Your results are not random. Your life is not a sequence of disconnected events. Your relationships, your finances, your health, your voice, your posture, your courage, all are the visible fruit of an invisible identity. That identity is not given. It is installed, and it is installed through repetition of belief. Most men never examine the identity they've accepted. They speak of luck, timing, or misfortune. But the truth is simpler. They are reaping what they have repeatedly called themselves. And when you realize that, when you see that what you are is the result of what you've spoken, you will understand your power to transform it. You are not your circumstance. You are not your past. You are not what they called you. You are not the sum of your failures. You are not what fear whispered in your weakest hour. You are what you have repeated to yourself with emotion, day after day, week after week, year after year. That is why most men who try to change only change for a moment. They try to alter behavior without first altering identity. They try to earn more while still believing they are broke. They try to command respect while seeing themselves as less. They try to act boldly while clinging to the identity of the timid. Let me give you this eternal law. Behavior follows belief, and belief follows repetition. Do not expect your actions to rise above your identity. First, raise your identity. Then your actions will rise to match it. This is why the nightly repetition of "I'm the type of person who" is so transformative. It bypasses surface level goals and cuts into the root of behavior, self-concept. And once your self-concept changes, everything else begins to obey it. Let us consider Abraham Lincoln. He was not born confident. He failed in business. He lost elections. He was mocked, doubted, and dismissed. But through persistent speeches, letters to himself, moments of solitude, and unwavering moral resolve, he forged an identity of calm power, of strength under fire. He did not wake up a leader, he became one. Because identity is not a gift, it is a construction. And every word, every action, every repeated thought is a brick in the foundation of who you become. This is why your declarations at night matter more than anything you do during the day, because they train the mind to believe. They tell your subconscious what kind of man you are. And once the subconscious believes that, it begins to build a life to match it. Do not say, "I want to be confident." Say, "I am the type of person who walks in calm confidence." Do not say, "I hope to succeed." Say, "I am the type of person who succeeds through clarity and action." Do not say, "I wish I had more discipline." Say, "I am the type of person who keeps his word and acts with resolve." This is not fantasy. This is faith applied through autosuggestion. You are feeding belief to the only part of your mind that can alter your permanent behavior, the subconscious. And when the subconscious changes, your entire life structure begins to shift. Understand this: your subconscious must be fed. It will either eat what you give it deliberately, or it will consume the doubts, criticisms, and distractions of the world. But eat it will. The only question is, what shall you serve it? You must install the identity of the man you wish to be, not once, not twice, but every single night, until it becomes so familiar that you no longer repeat it out of effort, but out of instinct. And how is this done? By choosing the identity traits you desire, speaking them aloud, feeling them in your spirit, seeing them in your mind, believing them with decision, and repeating them without interruption. This is how the law of cosmic habit force begins to operate in your favor. You are training the mind through sacred repetition. You are not dabbling. You are not experimenting. You are conditioning belief until it becomes your natural state. This is why the world cannot stop a man who has programmed himself to win. He no longer needs motivation. He moves from identity. He no longer questions his ability. He acts because he believes, and he believes because he has repeated belief so many times that he cannot unbelieve it. Let me leave you with this command tonight. Stop treating identity like chance. Treat it like a tool. Shape it, speak it, command it, build it, then live it. Say this aloud with full voice and decision. I believe in the man I speak myself to be. Each word becomes my law. Each law becomes my habit. Each habit builds my result. Now that you understand the power of repetition, the influence of identity, and the openness of the subconscious mind before sleep, it is time to construct your 7 phrases. These are not mere lines. They are the seed of your transformation. Spoken night after night, they shall become the law of your life. Each phrase begins with the structure, I'm the type of person who... This is no accident. These words instruct the mind to adopt identity, not to beg for outcomes. You are not wishing, hoping, or requesting. You are declaring who you are becoming. And let me be clear, you must choose your own 7. I will not give you a script to mimic. This must come from you. These traits must reflect the man you are committed to becoming, not merely interested in, but fully resolved to become. When you say, I'm the type of person who is confident, you are not lying. You are speaking faith ahead of evidence. You are programming the root. When that belief takes hold, confidence will rise as a natural result. Now, I must caution you, do not include negatives in your declarations. Never speak of what you are not. The subconscious mind does not interpret no, not, or don't as rejection. It interprets all repetition as direction. Therefore, do not say, I'm the type of person who does not drift. Instead, say, I'm the type of person who is decisive. Do not say, I'm the type of person who is not distracted. Instead, say, I'm the type of person who is focused. Do not say, I'm the type of person who avoids delay. Instead, say, I'm the type of person who moves into action right away. Always affirm what you are becoming, not what you are trying to avoid. The mind follows what is spoken most clearly and most often. Make sure you are planting certainty, not contradiction. Speak traits of character. Speak traits of belief. Speak traits of action. You may declare qualities like, I'm the type of person who builds wealth with purpose. I'm the type of person who speaks calmly and leads others. I'm the type of person who keeps his word. I'm the type of person who acts immediately on inspired thought. I'm the type of person who creates peace wherever I go. I'm the type of person who leads with confidence and clarity. When you choose, be definite, be exact. Do not say, I'm the type of person who is better. Better than what? Better than whom? Be specific, be rooted, be bold. And once chosen, do not change them daily. Keep them constant. Let the repetition engrave them. Let the mind begin to bend reality to the words you keep saying. Write your 7 on paper. Place them by your bed. Read them aloud with clarity and certainty. Let them become more than statements. Let them become your identity manual, a mirror of who you choose to be, not who you used to be. And speak them not as theory, but as command. Say them not for comfort, but for construction. Do not wonder if they are working. They are. That is the nature of repetition. It does not ask for proof. It becomes the proof. Now let me give you a great example from history. Henry Ford. He was not born with machinery. He was not born with millions. But he kept repeating silently to himself over and over again that he could do it, that his idea would work, that he was capable of creating something no man had built before. They called him mad. They told him it couldn't be done. But because he kept repeating belief, he became a magnet for the very actions and people that would make it real. That is the law. And that law works for you if you obey it. So take your pen tonight. Choose your traits with care. Do not rush. Choose traits that stir your spirit. Traits that represent the man you will stand before your Creator and say, that was me. I became what I was called to become. Speak your identity until it becomes your instinct. Speak your truth until it becomes your tone. Speak your command until it becomes your character. Say this now and say it slowly. Each word I speak is law. Each phrase I choose builds me. Each night I become more of who I have decided to be. The power of this method lies not only in the phrases themselves, but in how you use them. Precision is the ally of transformation. Vague effort yields vague results, but consistent, deliberate practice builds permanent identity. That is why your evening ritual must become sacred, non-negotiable. Set aside 10 to 20 minutes before sleep. Make this your final act of the day. Turn off every distraction. Close every mental window that does not serve your aim. You are not preparing to sleep. You are preparing to instruct your soul. And the soul obeys repetition with emotion. Stand or sit upright. Do not lie down yet. The body must remain alert to signal the mind that this is a time of command. You are not drifting. You are directing. You are not wondering. You are instructing. Speak each of your 7 phrases aloud, not in a whisper, not in a monotone, but in a voice of authority. These are the words that will write tomorrow's beliefs into the walls of your mind. Speak as if you were declaring law, because that is exactly what you are doing. Say each phrase at least 3 to 5 times, more if necessary. Say it until you feel it. Say it until the voice in your head starts to sound like the man you want to become. And if it feels uncomfortable, good, that means the old identity is being broken. Let us make it real. You might say, I'm the type of person who acts immediately on inspired thought. Then pause. Let that idea settle. Then say it again with even more clarity, even more force. Let your subconscious hear certainty, not doubt. After you speak the phrase, close your eyes briefly. Visualize yourself living that truth. See yourself moving, speaking, deciding, walking as that man. Do not rush this. One picture in the mind is worth 1,000 spoken words if it is felt with intensity. Do not mumble. Do not recite. Declare. Your tone must not be casual. It must carry power. This is not the voice of a beggar. This is the voice of a man laying the foundation of his identity for generations to come. And remember this, the subconscious mind does not understand someday. It only understands what is repeated now. So do not say, I will become. Say, I am the type of person who. That is identity. That is faith. That is alignment with spiritual law. If your mind wanders, and it will, return to the phrase. Say it again. Sharpen the image. Reset your attention. Each moment of focus is a deposit into the bank of belief, and that bank compounds interest silently and powerfully. After you have spoken all 7 phrases, repeat this final affirmation with complete presence. As I sleep, these truths take root. I am becoming the man I declare. I will wake stronger, clearer, and more definite. Then go to sleep. Do not question. Do not overthink. Do not speak idle words. Let silence finish what you began. Let your last conscious message carry into the night, where the subconscious will go to work. Edison knew this. Before sleeping, he would hold a question in mind, a problem to solve. Then he would go to sleep with the absolute faith that the answer would come. His faith turned the sleeping hours into labor for invention, and the mind, being the obedient servant, delivered it. You too can make your sleep productive, not by force, but by repetition. Not by stress, but by spiritual order. And the order you give is the identity you claim. Let me give you a truth few men understand. If you do not deliberately give your mind a focus before sleep, it will replay the day. It will replay complaints, regrets, fears, and doubts. And the next day, it will magnify them. But if you end your day in power, you begin your next day in direction. That is why this nightly practice is not optional for the man who chooses greatness. It is the bridge between who you were and who you are becoming. So make this your ritual, your ceremony, your sacred rite. 7 identity phrases, spoken aloud, repeated with emotion, sealed in silence, and sent into sleep. And when practiced nightly, consistently, without interruption, without negotiation, you will begin to see changes not just in your thinking, but in your decisions, your tone, your posture, your presence. This is the power of identity repetition. This is the law of autosuggestion in motion. This is the way of the few who choose to rise. Say this now and mean it. Each night, I reprogram my destiny. I speak with conviction. I sleep with clarity. I rise with purpose. You have begun a process that only the disciplined few ever carry to completion. Most men dabble. They attempt for a night or two. They forget. They drift. But the man who repeats his new identity with faith and decision each night for 30 days will witness a quiet revolution within himself. The first few nights may feel unnatural. You may feel awkward, uncertain, or even resistant. This is not failure. It is friction. Your old self is protesting because your declarations are tearing down walls that held your mind in quiet slavery for years. Do not let discomfort stop you. Let it confirm that change has begun. You are not repeating for comfort. You are repeating for command. Identity cannot be installed with ease. It must be burned into the subconscious through daily intentional effort, spoken with clarity and imagined with emotion. By the seventh day, your thoughts will begin to shift. You will find yourself thinking in the direction of your phrases. If you declared decisiveness, you will begin to notice hesitation and reject it. If you declared focus, you will become aware of distraction and correct it. By the 10th day, you will begin to feel stronger, not because your life has changed, but because your belief is beginning to grow roots. The moment belief takes root, life begins to bend around it. The outer world starts to obey the inner command. By the 15th day, you will feel it in your choices, the food you eat, the words you speak, the people you tolerate, the actions you delay or no longer delay. You will begin to act as the man you have been repeating. This is not coincidence. This is identity in motion. You will see how quickly the world shifts, not because the world changed, but because you did. The man who commands himself nightly walks into the next day with a mind already programmed for action. He does not drift. He does not hesitate. He moves with quiet confidence because he rehearsed belief while others slept in doubt. By day 20, your words will begin to sound different. You will no longer just speak the identity phrases out of discipline. They will begin to feel natural, inevitable, truthful. And when that shift happens, the subconscious stops resisting. It begins creating. Now the law of cosmic habit force is at work. Your repetition is forming habit. Your habit is forming character. Your character is forming destiny. And all of it began not with effort, but with nightly repetition. By day 30, you will look back and realize that something profound has shifted. Your posture will feel different. Your tone will sound more certain. Your emotions will feel more controlled. Your planning will be tighter. Your belief stronger. You will begin to say things like, "That doesn't sound like me anymore," when old habits knock at the door. And you will be right. That man is no longer welcome in the house of your mind. You have spoken your way out of that identity. But beware. Do not stop here. This is not the finish line. This is the foundation. Identity is not built in bursts. It is built in daily bricks. If you stop now, the old identity will begin whispering again, and you must not let it. You must continue. You must declare until it becomes unbreakable. Understand this deeply. Repetition is mastery. The subconscious mind does not respond to variety. It responds to certainty, and certainty is built through consistency. Repetition of affirmation of orders to your subconscious mind is the only known method of voluntary development of the emotion of faith. There is no shortcut. There is only decision, repetition, and faith. So if you have come this far, go all the way. Let the 30 days become 90. Let 90 become a year. Let this become who you are, not what you do. Declare this with force and faith tonight. I continue this practice without delay. I grow in repetition. I strengthen belief. I live the identity I declare. To your transformation is not failure. It is drifting. The moment you begin to relax your repetition, the moment you say, "I've got it now," the moment you skip the evening ritual, you are beginning the descent back into the ordinary. Drifting does not arrive like a storm. It whispers like a breeze. It tells you to skip one night, then another. It says, "It's not a big deal." And soon the words you once declared with power have been replaced by silence, distraction, and indecision, and the old self quietly returns. You must understand the seriousness of this. In Outwitting the devil said, "I control men by making them drift." The devil does not steal your mind. He waits until you stop commanding it. He waits until you abandon repetition. He waits until you forget who you are becoming. Drifting is the disease of the undisciplined. It does not punish with pain, it punishes with regret. And you will not even notice it until you have wandered far from the power you once possessed. That is why the daily ritual of repetition must become your law, not your option. Your law. The subconscious does not pause. It does not wait. It continues to absorb whatever is repeated. And if you do not give it commands, the world will. The noise, the fear, the criticism, the culture, it will reprogram you in silence. And you won't know it's happening until your results reflect your disobedience. That is why you must guard your evenings, protect your repetition, defend your declarations. These phrases are more than words. They are the armor of your mind. Without them, you are exposed to every influence that seeks to weaken your belief. Do not skip. Do not delay. Do not postpone. Even when tired, speak them. Even when busy, repeat them. Even when uninspired, declare them, especially then, because discipline is not measured by what you do when it's easy. Discipline is proven when you do it without excuse. Say aloud, I do not drift, I do not delay, I do not doubt. I repeat truth, I become belief, I live in obedience to purpose. Let me show you how drifting begins. A man builds belief for 21 days. He feels stronger. He begins to change. But then he says, I'm doing well. I'll take a night off. That night turns into 3, then a week, then a month. The momentum is lost. The voice of doubt returns. The old habits reappear. And he wonders why he feels like his old self again. The answer is simple. He stopped repeating. He stopped affirming. He stopped commanding his identity. And the subconscious, having no new instructions, reverted to the last known identity. But not you. You will not drift. You have come too far. You understand now that consistency is the only true power. You will speak these phrases every night, not because it feels good, but because it builds good. And you are no longer interested in comfort. You are devoted to transformation. Remind yourself daily, I do this not for entertainment, but for elevation. I am becoming the man of my aim. Make the evening ritual non-negotiable. Let it become as natural as breathing. Let it become your anchor in storm, your compass in darkness, your light in doubt. These words you speak, they are your home. Do not leave them, because drifting is always waiting. The moment you lose vigilance, it returns. The moment you stop building, the world begins eroding. And that is why repetition is not just your habit. It must become your identity. Declare this now. I repeat belief. I defend repetition. I remain vigilant. I reject drift. I build daily. I rise eternally. You have walked this far. You have understood the law. You have felt its truth. Now you stand at the moment of decision. This is not a moment to delay. This is the moment to command. For all learning ends in action, and all action begins in decision. Tonight is the night you declare your 7. Get your pen, get your paper. Do not wait. Do not postpone. Do not say, I'll do it tomorrow. You will not be more ready tomorrow. The man who delays in purpose delays his destiny. Write now. Declare now. Build now. You will write 7 identity phrases, each beginning with, I'm the type of person who... These phrases are not affirmations of fantasy. They are declarations of the man you are becoming. Do not ask, is this true? Ask, will this become true by my decision, my faith, and my repetition? If the answer is yes, then write it. You must choose traits that command your spirit. Do not write what others expect. Do not copy what sounds clever. Write what you feel with fire. Traits that stir your bones. Traits that reflect your highest potential, not your current habits. Write as one who builds a temple, not a journal entry. These are the walls of your identity. You shall live inside what you declare. So be exact, be intentional, be bold. Here are a few examples you may consider, not to mimic, but to inspire. I'm the type of person who is calm under pressure. I'm the type of person who earns wealth with purpose. I'm the type of person who acts with decisiveness. I'm the type of person who commands respect through integrity. I'm the type of person who wakes early and moves with energy. I'm the type of person who finishes what he begins. I'm the type of person who speaks with conviction and purpose. I'm the type of person who believes even before there is evidence. Once you've written your 7, post them where your eyes will meet them daily. Keep them near your bed. Keep them in your journal. Keep them in your soul. Let them follow you through day and night. They are not lines. They are instructions to the subconscious. Each night you will speak them aloud, slowly, clearly, repeatedly, not with hesitation, with fire, with belief, with absolute conviction that you are planting something eternal. Speak each phrase at least 3 to 5 times. After each one, close your eyes. Visualize the truth you have spoken. See yourself being it, living it, moving in it. If you feel nothing, speak it again. If doubt creeps in, speak it again. If your mind wanders, speak it again. You are not rehearsing. You are reprogramming. You are not playing pretend. You are declaring truth ahead of time. That is the nature of faith. That is the foundation of power. That is the only path to transformation. Understand this now. This exercise is not about one night. It is about every night. You do not win by intensity. You win by consistency. You win by discipline. You win by repetition. Repetition is the chisel. Belief is the hammer. Identity is the sculpture. The man who speaks with belief each night becomes the man who walks in power each day. It is not magic. It is law, the law of cosmic habit force. What is repeated with faith becomes habit, and habit becomes destiny. So do not ask, how long will this take? Ask, how long am I willing to repeat truth until I become it? And the answer must be until. There is no finish line in identity. There is only becoming, only refining, only building. Tonight you will begin. You will not wait. You will not delay. You will not hesitate. You will speak with power. And you will repeat until the world you see reflects the man you declared. Say this aloud now with clarity, with fire, with certainty. As I sleep, these commands take root. I am no longer who I was. I become who I declare. I rise with decision. I repeat until transformed. Say it again and again and again until it no longer sounds like hope but like identity. You have studied the method. You have understood the principle. You have witnessed the power, and now you must act. Without action, knowledge is nothing but smoke. But when acted upon, it becomes fire. So tonight, choose your 7, write them, speak them, plant them, and do it again tomorrow and the next day, until you no longer say them from memory, but from nature, until you no longer recite them, but live them. And let this be your final declaration, one that you may speak every night if your spirit agrees. The law is working. I am commanding it with speech, belief, and repetition. I become the man I declare because I speak it until I believe it, and I believe it until I live it. This is the beginning of a new mind, a new voice, a new man. Say your 7, repeat them with power, and rise as one who no longer drifts, but decides. Listen to me. Listen with everything in you. Not later, not halfway, not distracted. If you are going to do what the world calls impossible, you must begin by doing what most men never do. You must listen with full attention. You cannot drift through this and expect power to follow. The impossible will never yield to the passive. You're about to be handed a method, one that has been used by men who turned the world upside down. But if you treat these words as entertainment, they will pass through you like smoke, and nothing will change. You will return to the world unchanged, and that is not why you are here. You are here because something in you refuses to accept limitation. This is not motivation. This is not flattery. This is instruction, divine instruction. And I will give it to you only if you listen, not casually, but with decision. For if you drift through this message the way you drift through your days, you will leave here no better, no wiser, no stronger, and the world will say they were right, you failed, But if you listen, if you truly listen, you will never again be the same man. You will walk different, speak different, decide different, and act with a boldness the timid cannot comprehend. For the words I speak come from the same laws that built empires and shattered limits. They are the same truths that men like Edison, Carnegie, Lincoln, and Ford used to silence the world's doubt. You must understand, every great thing ever built was once considered madness. Every advance, every empire, every invention, every revolution was once called impossible. And it was achieved not by ordinary men, but by men who listened, believed, and obeyed. They did not seek approval. They did not ask for permission. They did not drift, and neither will you. So I say again, listen, do not skip, do not wander, do not check the time. This is not something to play in the background. This is the blueprint to do what others say cannot be done, and you will not grasp it unless you listen with stillness, with fire, and with purpose. If you leave now, you will not be changed. You will return to the world, and the world will swallow you whole. But if you stay, if you give me your full attention, I will show you how to rise above their limits, silence their doubts, and achieve what they said no man could do. This is the moment. Listen now. Listen with urgency. For the impossible does not yield to the man who is casual. It yields only to the man who is committed. That man is you, if you listen. If you are going to do the impossible, you cannot think like the average man. You must not drift. You must not delay. You must not doubt. You must not wait for conditions to be perfect. You must begin with an iron will, and you must march forward through every obstacle with decision, with definiteness, and with faith that does not bow. Impossible is not a fact. It is a judgment. It is a label placed by small minds on great visions. It is the word used by those who never dared, to warn those who might. But I say this to you. There is no such thing as impossible to the man who knows what he wants and is willing to pay the price to get it. The world will always laugh at what it does not understand. It laughed at the Wright brothers. It mocked Edison. It questioned Ford. But those men did not yield. They did not argue. They did not drift. They kept moving toward their purpose until the laughter turned to applause, and the ridicule became reverence. Edison was told it could not be done, artificial light, a stable electric lamp. He failed over 10,000 times, but he refused to listen. He refused to drift. He knew in his mind that it was possible, and so it became real. He held the picture. He held the belief. He held the course. And in time, reality conformed to his vision. Carnegie dreamed of an empire forged from steel when others saw only coal, sweat, and labor. They said he was a fool. They said it was too big, too bold, too unlikely. But he knew his purpose. He visualized his aim. He backed it with belief. And he surrounded himself with men who believed with him. And what began as impossible became a billion-dollar truth. You are not here to repeat what has been done. You are not here to chase shadows or imitate others. You are here to extend the frontier of what is possible. You are here to prove to the world and to yourself that the limits placed upon you are lies. You are here to build something that the world must reckon with. To do that, you must begin with a burning desire, not a wish, not a hope, not a passing interest, but a desire so strong it becomes obsession, a desire that takes hold of your heart and demands to be fed with thought, with faith, with action, with sacrifice. For it is written, desire backed by faith knows no such word as impossible. That is not poetry. That is law. When desire becomes the dominant force in your consciousness, it drives all things before it. It bends conditions. It repels failure. It attracts ideas, people, circumstances, and strength from places you have not yet seen. But do not think this will come easily. Do not believe you can achieve the impossible while thinking like the ordinary. Impossible goals demand higher levels of concentration, purpose, emotional control, and spiritual resolve. You must become a new man. You must burn away the old habits and build in yourself a new identity, one forged in thought, belief, and iron persistence. And you must listen, not for amusement, but for transformation. You must listen as if your entire future depends on these words, because it does. One missed sentence can cost you years. One overlooked truth can delay your breakthrough. If you are serious about doing what they said could not be done, you must listen with the intent to obey. So I say this to you now. Begin this journey by refusing to entertain any idea of defeat, no matter what they say, no matter what your fear whispers, no matter what your past tells you. You are not your history. You are not their opinions. You are not your environment. You are what you decide to become from this moment forward. You are the one who has been chosen to show the world that the impossible is not a boundary, it is a starting point. You are the one who will take the ridicule, the silence, the rejection, and convert it into power, into proof, into results. Not because they believe in you, but because you believe in you. Say this aloud. What they call impossible, I call my duty. What they reject, I claim. What they fear, I pursue. I am chosen to do what others dare not. Let that be your creed. Let that be the drum that marches you forward. Let that sentence become a spiritual sword that cuts down every doubt. You are not here to participate in mediocrity. You are here to create what has never been done. If you aim to do what has never been done, you cannot scatter your force. You must concentrate every ounce of power into one direction. The man who would achieve the impossible must never drift. He must be definite. He must know what he wants, why he wants it, and be willing to give all he has in exchange for it. Drifting is the slow death of great men. It is the habit of the untrained mind, the passive soul, and the weak will. Drifting shows itself when you change your aim with the weather, when you seek the approval of the crowd, when you delay decisions and dilute your focus with 1,000 small wants. But the man with a definite chief aim is immune to these traps. No man ever climbed a mountain while looking at 10 hills. No man ever became great by pursuing 5 small aims. To do what others call impossible, you must walk a narrow path, and that path demands your complete allegiance. You must not dabble. You must not divide. You must burn every bridge behind you and walk only toward the goal that sets your soul on fire. Write down your definite chief aim. Not tomorrow, not next week. Now write it clearly. Make it specific. Let it carry emotional weight. This is not a task for the casual mind. It is a declaration of war against mediocrity. You are saying to life, this is what I demand. This is what I will become. This is what I will create. And once it is written, it must be seen. Place it where your eyes meet it every day, morning and night. Let it become the compass that corrects your direction. Let it speak to you when your energy fades. Let it cut through the fog of distraction. That aim must dominate your waking thoughts and govern your sleep. You cannot serve 2 masters. You cannot pursue greatness and entertain weakness. Your mind, your hands, your time, your habits, your conversations, your environments, all must bend to this one definite purpose. When you move through life with this kind of focus, the impossible begins to yield. Circumstances adjust. People respond. Resources align. Let us study Carnegie. He did not pursue 100 things. His early definite chief aim was to control the steel industry. He saw it clearly. He believed in its power. He knew the fortune it held. And because he was definite, because he burned every other option, he attracted men like Schwab and Frick who helped build his empire. Definiteness drew resources. Carnegie's definiteness also attracted respect. Men trust those who know what they want. The world yields to the unwavering, but it ignores the uncertain. If you cannot decide, you cannot lead. If you cannot lead, you cannot build. And if you cannot build, you will never rise above the noise of the mediocre. Do not think the universe responds to confusion. The subconscious mind cannot act upon vague desires. Infinite intelligence will not assist a man who is uncertain. the law of attraction, the law of cause and effect, the law of compensation. These are precision laws, and they obey definiteness. Every day you go without declaring your chief aim is a day you lose power. Every hour you spend drifting is a seed of failure planted. The world has enough men who wish, who dabble, who entertain ideas without committing, but few dare to say, "This is what I will become, and nothing shall turn me aside." So I command you, repeat your chief aim aloud, not once, not weekly, but daily. In the morning when you rise, at night before you sleep. Say it with emotion. Say it with conviction. Say it until every cell of your being believes. Say it until the world itself begins to bend in your favor. There is no mystery in success. There is only law. And the law says, whatever you hold in your mind with clarity and emotional belief and pursue with definite action, you shall have. You are not exempt from this, but neither are you entitled without obedience. You must pay the price. I say again, no man achieves the impossible while trying to achieve 5 things at once. Choose one aim, the one that burns, the one that demands your attention, the one that causes fear and excitement at the same time. That is the aim worthy of your life. Once you choose it, you serve it. Your conversations begin to align with it. Your planning aligns with it. Your daily hours are organized in support of it. Your distractions are removed. Your excuses are killed. Your very identity is shaped by your aim. You do not drift anymore. You do not wait for signs. You do not ask for permission. You begin to move, and the world notices. Opportunities begin to emerge, not because of chance, but because your definiteness has made you a beacon. You begin to magnetize. But I must warn you, without this discipline, your aim will vanish. It will fade into fog, and the world will say they were right. You failed. They will call you crazy, then they will call you lost. Not because your aim was too high, but because your dedication was too weak. That is the great crime. Not that you aimed too high, but that you served your aim too little. If you are going to defy the world and do what they say cannot be done, you must live by one law, definiteness of purpose. And that law must show in your speech, in your actions, in your thoughts, and in your very presence. Say this aloud with me. I know my aim. I serve it only. I walk toward it daily. I do not drift. I do not doubt. I become the man worthy of impossible success. Let those words become your code. Let them shape your day, your decisions, and your destiny. You are not here to be ordinary. You are here to command results that the world called impossible. You must understand this one thing if you ever intend to defy the limits of man. No one achieves the impossible without being first called insane. The world does not believe until it sees results. And by the time results appear, faith is no longer needed. So if you are to accomplish what they say cannot be done, you must begin in the dark, with faith as your only light. Faith is not a mood. Faith is not a gift. Faith is not the privilege of the few. It is a state of mind that you build. Faith is constructed brick by brick through repetition of thought, repetition of speech, and repetition of action. It is formed when you command your subconscious again and again to believe what your eyes cannot yet see. Faith is the foundation of all transformation. It is the evidence of things unseen. It is the substance of all results that begin in the invisible. You must treat faith not as a feeling, but as a discipline. You do not wait for it to rise. You summon it. You create it. You construct it by what you say, what you see, and what you allow to take root in your mind. Let me give you an example. Henry Ford had a vision that the world laughed at. He wanted to build a motor car for the masses. He was told it was foolish. Then he demanded that his engineers build an 8-cylinder engine in one block. They said it could not be done. Ford said, do it anyway. They tried and failed. He said, try again. They failed again. He said, keep going until you succeed. And eventually, they did. That was not technology. It was faith. It was belief in his vision when every so-called expert said it was impossible. It was his refusal to accept defeat, and that faith became mastery. What began as madness became the future of industry, and the man who was ridiculed became one of the wealthiest and most influential men of his generation. Now you must build your faith the same way, through auto-suggestion. Speak aloud what you choose to believe until belief becomes law in your subconscious mind. Speak it when you feel weak. Speak it when you feel strong. Speak it when no one is listening. Speak it when the world laughs. Say it until the very cells of your body rise up in agreement. This is why I gave you the self-confidence formula in Think and Grow Rich, not as inspiration, but as instruction. It must be memorized. It must be declared. It must be obeyed. For through repetition, your inner world changes, and once the inner world changes, the outer world cannot help but follow. Faith must become an identity. It must become the way you speak, the way you walk, the way you decide. It must show up in your tone, in your presence, in your steps. It must radiate from you so strongly that others begin to believe in what they once mocked, because you believe it with such force. But let me warn you, the minute you stop affirming, doubt will rise. And doubt, like rust, eats through every layer of power. Doubt creeps in quietly, with a whisper, a question, a delay. And if you do not answer it with faith, it will take root. And once it does, it spreads. And it kills dreams from the inside out. Look to Abraham Lincoln. He faced defeat after defeat. He was mocked. He was doubted. He failed in business. He lost elections. He buried children. But he held a belief that his life had purpose, that his voice mattered, that he would serve a great mission. And he never let go of that belief. He became president. He shaped a nation, and his faith outlived his flesh. Faith creates magnetic confidence, and that confidence bends circumstance. It changes how you move through the world, and the world responds. When you believe with clarity and emotion and act accordingly, the doors begin to open, not because the world changed, but because you did. So I give you this command. Speak faith into your soul until it becomes louder than your fear. Then act on it without apology. Let your steps be bold. Let your decisions be final. Let your aim govern your speech. Let your mind accept no argument against your dream. Say this aloud now. I believe in my aim. I believe in myself. I believe in the power of thought backed by faith. I do not wait. I decide and I do. Let those words be your weapon. Let them rise up when doubt knocks at your door. Let them silence the voices of limitation. Let them direct your hands, your hours, and your identity. For you are not a drifter. You are not a wanderer. You are not a man of maybe. You are a man of faith. And faith is the root of all mastery. You will not do the impossible if you give your attention to the ordinary. You will not rise above men while walking beside those who scoff at ambition, and you will not reach your purpose while listening to the babble of those who have none. If you desire to accomplish what others say cannot be done, then you must guard your mind like a fortress. Every word you hear, every voice you entertain, every doubt you tolerate, it enters your subconscious, and it roots. And what takes root grows. This is not theory, it is law. If you water weeds, they multiply. And if you permit doubt to speak, it will become your belief. And belief becomes your reality. You cannot climb the mountain while listening to those who never left the valley. The voices of critics are not proof. They are poison. And if you do not silence them, they will paralyze you. They will rob your belief, distort your vision, and laugh while you fall. So I say to you now, cut them off. Controlled attention is a spiritual law. The mind obeys what you give it repeatedly. It cannot hold faith and fear at the same time. One must starve, one must die. And it is your daily discipline that decides which survives. Either your purpose rules you or your distractions do. You must starve the doubters. You must refuse the company of the aimless. You must shut the door to every opinion not aligned with your purpose. Do not argue with small minds. Do not explain your vision to those who cannot see. Do not seek approval from those who fear to act. They will only infect your thinking. Whatever enters often enough will take root, even if it's a lie, even if it's poison, even if it's weakness wrapped in good manners. The subconscious accepts repeated input without judgment. It does not ask, "Is this true?" It only asks, "Have I heard this enough?" And when the answer is yes, it obeys. That is why the drifter listens to everyone and accomplishes nothing. Edison worked 18-hour days while others mocked his persistence. He refused distraction. He refused debate. He refused to even acknowledge the voices that said it could not be done. Why? Because he knew that if he listened to them, he would become them. And that was a price he would not pay. You must adopt the same attitude. Do not explain. Do not justify. Build your power in silence and let your results speak for you. The man of definiteness does not argue. He executes. He listens only to the voices that elevate him. He speaks only what reinforces his aim. And he walks with a stillness born of faith. If a man speaks fear to you, silence him. If a friend jokes about your ambition, distance him. If your environment pulls you away from your purpose, leave it. Nothing is neutral. Everything either builds you or breaks you. And if you do not choose your environment, it will choose you and make you like itself. You need sacred solitude. You need daily reading. You need space to reflect, to affirm, to correct. The impossible is not achieved in noise. It is forged in stillness, in focus, in discipline. You must be able to sit alone with your aim and feed it with thought, belief, and clarity, daily. Every morning before the world interrupts you, you must speak your purpose aloud. Every night before the subconscious takes over, you must feed it one last instruction. You must surround yourself with books, with voices, with messages that build you. Nothing else is permitted, not if you are serious. Let me give you this command. If it weakens your faith, it must be silenced. If it strengthens your aim, it must be repeated. If it does not align with your chief aim, it is an enemy, no matter how polite it seems. You are not just building results, you are building belief. And belief is not strengthened by theory. It is reinforced by repetition, by action, and by environment. If you surround yourself with the careless, you will become careless. If you dine with doubters, you will dine on doubt. But if you walk only with the purposeful, you will become unstoppable. Say this aloud. I reject every voice but the one that pushes me forward. I am immune to distraction. I am blind to failure. I hear only purpose. Let this affirmation become your sword. Use it to cut through the noise. Use it to reset your focus. Use it when the world pulls at you with its countless diversions. You are not here to blend in. You are here to rise above, to do what they said could not be done. And you will not do it by listening to the weak. You will not do it by arguing with fools. You will do it by focusing your entire mind, your entire day, on the only voice that matters, the voice of purpose. The impossible is not overcome by chance. It is conquered through design. A man does not rise above the ordinary by accident. He rises through organized planning, through mental blueprints laid out with intention and followed with unwavering will. The man who would do the impossible must live by a written plan and act on it daily. Faith without a plan is a fantasy. Dreams without direction are the tools of drifters. To bring into reality what others call impossible, you must know where you are going, how you intend to arrive, and what you are willing to sacrifice to get there. The mind becomes powerful only when it gives the subconscious a clear and definite pattern to obey. I tell you this, the subconscious mind is a worker. It is obedient. It is relentless. But it cannot serve two aims, and it cannot serve an unclear aim. It must be instructed daily with clarity. And it must be reinforced with organized steps that align with the aim you hold. This is why planning is not a suggestion. It is law. You must begin the habit of nightly planning. Before the day ends, take 10 minutes to review your definite purpose and write the precise actions you will take the next day. This gives your mind a target while you sleep. It impresses the desire on the subconscious while it is most open. It sends instructions to infinite intelligence to begin assembling opportunities. You do not go to sleep like the common man. You go to sleep with a mission assigned. You rise with action prepared. You begin your morning with movement, not confusion. And that single discipline alone will place you in the top 1% of men within a year. Let us look to Charles M. Schwab. He rose from the mill floor to become one of the greatest men of steel. He did not wander. He did not hope. He planned. He met daily with Carnegie. He reviewed objectives, adjusted routes, and moved with deliberate intensity. Every hour served a purpose. Every decision traced back to the definite chief aim of growth and dominance. He did not cling to rigid methods. He adapted quickly, but his aim never changed. His steps may have varied, but they always pointed in the same direction. That is organized planning. That is how power is built. That is how great men become greater than their time. Your subconscious will reward you when it sees that you are committed, but it will remain dormant if you drift, delay, or wander. So I tell you now, do not let a day pass without knowing exactly what steps bring you closer to your mountain. Do not end a night without knowing what the next day will demand of you. And do not confuse movement with progress. Activity is not achievement. Your plan must be measured. Your actions must be recorded. Your time must be tracked. For what you do not measure, you do not improve. And the man who does not improve daily will never overcome the impossible. The invisible forces of life respond to the man who moves. You do not wait for the path to be clear. You begin, you step forward, and each step makes the path appear. That is faith. That is power. That is the difference between the one who tries and the one who becomes. But I must warn you, confused plans attract confused results. The man who wakes up and decides as he goes will always serve the man who planned the day before. If you cannot discipline your schedule, you cannot command your life. And if you cannot command your life, the impossible will forever remain out of reach. Write your plan, speak your aim, review your day, adjust your steps, correct what fails, accelerate what works. Let your life become a machine of purpose, powered by belief, guided by thought, and driven by action. Say this with me now. I act while others think. I plan while others sleep. I correct while others complain. I attract results through movement. Do not write this merely on paper. Write it in your mind. Write it in your hours. Let it govern your behavior. Let it rule your thinking. Let it shape your character. You are no longer the man who hopes. You are the man who executes. Planning is not a burden. It is freedom. It gives your mind peace. It gives your hands direction. It gives your day meaning. Without it, the hours slip through your fingers, and the dream dies in delay. But with it, everything changes. Your movements begin to attract opportunity. Your thinking becomes sharp. Your results compound. And in time, what was once invisible to others becomes inevitable for you. So I say again, make planning a ritual. Make action a law. Make daily correction your shield. The impossible bows only to the man who moves with purpose, and that purpose must be written, reviewed, adjusted, and obeyed. No man ever accomplished the impossible by giving only a piece of himself. The man who attempts to rise above limitation, to do what has never been done, must give everything. He must live it, breathe it, walk it, speak it, dress it, and surround himself with it. There is no such thing as part-time transformation. The impossible demands your whole self. You must become the living embodiment of your definite chief aim. You must not merely think success. You must be success. You must not merely repeat faith. You must radiate faith. You must not merely plan your days. You must command your days. The man who does this becomes a force. He becomes magnetic, and the world cannot help but yield. You must understand law of cosmic habit force. It is the silent force that governs your life, the invisible hand that shapes your results. Every repeated thought becomes belief. Every repeated action becomes identity. You are not merely practicing success, you are becoming it. If you allow old habits to linger, you will remain the man they expect you to be. If you keep company with those who mock your goal, you will begin to doubt your own power. If you continue to speak the language of weakness, you will think in weakness, and the impossible will drift further away. Every act, every thought, every word, and every association must reflect the man you are becoming, not the man you were. You are not here to carry old patterns into a new future. You are here to build a new identity that can contain the magnitude of your aim. John D. Rockefeller began transforming himself long before the world saw his wealth. He changed the way he dressed, the way he carried himself, the tone of his voice, the posture of his back. He acted as the man he intended to become. And in time, life matched the image. For the world must conform to the man who refuses to conform to it. So I command you, dress for your outcome. Speak for your outcome. Think as the man who has already achieved the result. Not in fantasy, but in conviction. You are not pretending. You are becoming. And your outer world will adjust only after your inner world believes it without apology. This is not deception. This is alignment. You are instructing your mind, your environment, your relationships, and your very energy to reflect your purpose. This is how men rise. They do not wait for evidence. They live the evidence before it exists. They become the man worthy of their goal. You must master emotional control. You must speak with definiteness. You must hold yourself to a higher standard. You do not gossip. You do not complain. You do not waste hours in idle pleasure. Why? Because your aim demands more. And your time is now a sacred currency. Part-time belief will produce part-time results. Casual commitment will give you a casual life. But full allegiance, total dedication, that is what bends the impossible. That is what lifts the man from obscurity into greatness. That is what the world cannot ignore. The world does not respond to effort. It responds to identity. You must become the man who belongs at the summit. And that becoming begins today, not next week, not after the fear fades. Now, with each action, with each decision, with each word you allow or refuse. Command yourself daily, in thought, in word, in behavior, in association. If anything you do contradicts the image of the man you seek to become, it must be removed. No negotiation, no explanation, just obedience to purpose. Say this with me. I am the man my goal demands. I dress, walk, speak, and act as the finished result. I do not return to old ways. I ascend daily. Let these words ring louder than any excuse. Let them silence every lazy impulse. Let them rebuke every temptation to settle. You are not who you used to be. You are who you decide to be. And today, you decide to be unshakable, unstoppable, unbreakable. You must not let comfort seduce you. You must not let routine lower your standard. And you must not let the opinions of those who do not dream determine the course of your destiny. This is your life. This is your purpose. And you will not be denied. Not if you give all of you. Let every hour be sacred. Let every day be deliberate. Let every action become proof. You are not asking for permission. You are not seeking applause. You are building power. And that power must be felt in your walk, your voice, your focus, and your faith. You are doing what they called impossible. That means you must become a man they've never seen. Not later, now. The man who chooses the impossible must also choose the pain that comes with it. Let there be no illusions. The path to greatness is marked with hardship. You will face delay. You will meet rejection. You will walk alone. You will be tired, misunderstood, doubted, and ridiculed. But this is not punishment. It is preparation. Pain is the test. Pain is the proving ground. Pain is the fire that burns away the weak parts of you. The fear, the ego, the indecision, the noise. Without it, you remain soft. Without it, you remain ordinary. Without it, you cannot build the strength that your impossible aim requires. So I say this now, and I say it with authority. Use the pain. Do not curse it. Do not hide from it. Do not waste it. Convert it into fuel. Let it sharpen your thoughts, strengthen your aim, and harden your resolve. Let every difficulty push you deeper into discipline. Let every delay drive you further into belief. Abraham Lincoln was no stranger to loss. He failed in business. He failed in elections. He buried loved ones. He carried grief that would have crushed weaker men. But he pressed on. He refined his purpose. He refused to be broken. And through pain, he became the man that history could not forget. The man who interprets pain as failure quits. The man who interprets pain as evidence, as proof that he is in the right arena, continues. He does not collapse. He calculates. He does not beg for ease. He builds endurance. And when others fall, he still stands, because he has learned to turn pain into power. You must build this habit. You must train your mind to ask, what is this pain teaching me? Not, why is this happening to me? You must see adversity not as a signal to stop, but as an invitation to grow. Every challenge says to you, prove that you are worthy of the impossible. You will be tired. You will be betrayed. You will be tempted to turn back. But this is the cost. This is the path. There are no shortcuts. There are no exceptions. The man who has a burning desire, backed by faith and reinforced by daily discipline, he expects the pain, and he overcomes it. Let me be clear. Pain does not mean you are failing. It means you are becoming. It means the old you is dying. It means the muscles of your character are being torn so they may be rebuilt stronger. It means you are walking in alignment with a goal so high it demands transformation. Rockefeller was ridiculed. Carnegie was attacked. Edison was dismissed. Ford was sued. Every man who did the impossible bore wounds that the world never saw. And still, they moved forward. Not because they liked the pain, but because they refused to surrender to it. You must make the same decision. You must choose to suffer with purpose rather than live in safety with regret. You must choose to continue when it would be easier to complain. You must choose to rise when it would be simpler to sleep. And I will tell you the secret. Every time you push through pain, your belief grows. Every time you move forward when it hurts, your confidence expands. Every time you act with courage in the face of fatigue, you are sending a signal to your subconscious. This man does not quit. Say this aloud now. My pain is fuel. My delay is proof. My burden is training. I persist where others fold. I continue until the impossible bows to me. Let those words become your shield. Speak them when your legs are heavy. Speak them when your eyes are tired. Speak them when the world is silent. For the man who speaks belief in the furnace of pain is the man who emerges with power that cannot be taken. Do not complain. Do not explain. Do not apologize for wanting more. Use the pain. Use it to build. Use it to concentrate. Use it to affirm. Use it to remind yourself you are not ordinary. You are not drifting. You are on a mission that fear cannot understand. This is your test. And you will pass it, not because it is easy, but because you are decided, because your aim is definite, because your belief is built, because your discipline is stronger than your emotions, and because you are no longer the man who folds when fire comes. You are the man who endures it, who uses it, who conquers it. This is the hour. You have listened. You have been warned, instructed, and challenged. You have been handed the laws of achievement, the very principles by which men have turned dirt into kingdoms, visions into fortunes, and impossibility into fact. And now the time has come, not to admire the truth, not to repeat the truth, but to obey it, to act on it, to claim what they said you could not have. You must understand, the world is not going to congratulate you for dreaming. It will not cheer for you because you listened to this once. The world responds only to results, and results are the children of decision, belief, repetition, and action. You cannot stop here. You must begin here. This is not the end of a speech. It is the start of a new self. You now know more than most men ever will. You have received the blueprint. You have received the fire. You have heard the challenge. But knowledge without use is dust. You must not become another man who listens, nods, and drifts back into his old identity. You must not become another man who flirts with greatness, but marries mediocrity. Ask yourself right now, have I written down my definite chief aim? Have I repeated it morning and night, with feeling, with purpose, with persistence? Have I removed distractions, changed my environment, silenced the voices of doubt? Have I acted every day with decision? Have I planned, corrected, and moved with faith? If you have not done these things, go back. Do not move on. Go back, listen again, read again, write again, speak again, begin again. For repetition is the builder of identity. It is the only way to install belief so deeply that no external circumstance can shake it. You must burn these principles into your consciousness through exposure, expression, and execution. This is not entertainment. This is not something to play once while distracted. This is your manual for greatness. You must revisit it. Daily, if necessary, you must rise early and fill your mind with these truths before the world fills it with noise. You must train your subconscious mind like a soldier through order, command, and repetition. If you listen only once, the world will swallow what you heard. But if you listen daily, the world will have no choice but to yield to what you become. That is the law. The mind accepts what it hears most, and what it accepts, it believes, and what it believes, it attracts, and what it attracts, it becomes. Let us return to those men who lived these laws. Elbert Hubbard wrote works that outlived him because he lived what he wrote. He was not a man of theory. He was a man of practice. His words had power because his life had decision. He believed without evidence. He acted without applause. And today his principles still move men. That is the legacy of one who did what others feared. You now have the same law, the same words, the same power. But the law is neutral. It will work for you or it will work against you, depending on how you use it. If you feed it weakness, it will reward you with failure. If you feed it belief, it will reward you with victory. The law is always at work. The only question is, what are you commanding it to bring you? So I challenge you now. Do not go back to the man you were. He did not serve you. He doubted. He delayed. He listened to the wrong voices. He drifted. Let him die. Bury him with silence. And rise up now as the man your dream demands, a man of thought, a man of faith, a man of planning, a man of action, a man of identity. This life is not a rehearsal. One day your heart will stop. One day your hands will fail to rise. One day your voice will fall silent. And when that day comes, the only question will be, did you do what you were called to do? Did you obey your purpose? Did you defy their limitations? Did you achieve what they said could not be done? Let it not be said that you almost changed. Let it not be said that you had the truth and ignored it. Let it be said that you listened, decided, and acted. Let it be said that you became one of the few who lived by law, not by chance. Let it be said that you did the impossible because you refused to accept anything less. You must say this aloud now, not as a mantra, but as a vow. I do what they called impossible. I live what others only speak. I begin now. I decide now. I command success with thought, faith, and daily motion. Let those words be the wall between your old life and the one you now build. Let them be the fire that consumes every excuse. Let them be the banner you raise as you walk into the unknown with unshakable belief. You must review this message often, not for emotion, but for installation. You must program your mind until your belief becomes instinct, until your action becomes automatic, until your identity becomes indestructible. You are the master of your fate. You are the captain of your soul. And now you must prove it, not with words, not with emotion, but with decision and discipline. Listen again and again until you no longer recognize the man you used to be. Let us now begin. Listen to me now, and listen with every ounce of your being. Do not drift. Do not let another distraction steal from your destiny. I am about to reveal a law that governs your life, whether you know it or not. It is the law of attraction. And the way you are using it right now may be building your defeat or shaping your fortune. You must listen. I did not say hear, I said listen, because hearing passes through the ears. But listening, true listening, imprints upon the subconscious and commands your belief. And belief shapes your world. This law is not new, it is eternal. It is the reason some men rise from nothing and command empires, while others, with the same tools, rot in mediocrity. Listen now, and you will understand how Andrew Carnegie attracted steel, how Thomas Edison attracted invention, how Henry Ford attracted power, and how every great man who has ever lived pulled success into his life by the magnet of thought, backed by faith, decision, and action. Listen, and you will understand why your own results have been what they are. But if you do not listen, if you skip, if you wander, if you promise yourself you'll come back later, understand this. You have already heard this law before, not in words perhaps, but in experience. Every time you feared and your fears came true, every time you hesitated and the opportunity vanished, every time you said, that always happens to me, that was the law working, and you did not know it. You have already attracted the life you live. You are already magnetizing people, events, conditions, and results every day. The only question is, are you doing it on purpose? Are you doing it with power? Are you doing it by decision or by default? Listen to me now, and I will give you the structure. Ignore me, and you will continue to live by accident. This law responds to your dominant thought. It obeys emotion. It answers repetition. It cannot be bribed. It cannot be tricked. And it cannot be silenced. And if you listen to this entire instruction, if you give me your full mind, I will teach you how to use it deliberately, how to aim it like a rifle, and how to gain everything you truly want. You may never hear this truth again, not with this clarity, not with this force, not with this conviction, and one day you will remember this moment, and you will either say, that was the hour I began to live, or that was the hour I walked away from everything I could have had. And the difference will be whether you listened or not. So listen. Listen as if your freedom depends on it, because it does. Listen as if your fortune depends on it, because it does. Listen as if your time is running out, because it is. Listen with urgency, with stillness, with full obedience, and I promise you, this law, once understood and applied, will bring into your life everything you truly desire. Whatever you hold in your mind consistently and with emotion, you will attract into your life. This is not theory, this is law. Thought, held long enough and felt deeply enough, will move the forces of the unseen to shape your reality. It will attract the people, circumstances, conditions, and results that match its tone. What you think about, you move toward. Thought is the seed of all achievement, not merely a passing notion, but thought backed by faith, obsession, and repetition. The man who rules his thought rules his life. The man who drifts in thought drifts in life. Thoughts are not illusions. Thoughts are things. They are spiritual forces wrapped in vibration, and they carry the same power that builds empires or ruins them. If you wish to control your results, you must first command your thinking. You must not think casually. You must not entertain thoughts of defeat and expect success. You must not think fear and expect courage. Whatever you dwell upon internally, you will see externally. The world you live in is the mirror of your inner dialogue. Every material success began with thought. Every invention, every fortune, every movement, every towering life achievement first existed in the invisible form of an idea, magnified by belief and confirmed by decisive action. The thought came first, and it did not pass quickly. It was held, repeated, obsessed over, until it materialized. But I warn you now, idle thoughts produce idle lives. Vague desires attract nothing. Scattered attention is like scattering seed in a storm. It will never take root. If your mind is undisciplined, your results will reflect it. If you think on lack, poverty, limitation, and fear, you are attracting their presence with every repetition. Controlled attention is the key. This is the hidden discipline of the successful, the ability to hold one thought, one desire, one image with absolute focus, to refuse all contrary impressions, to speak of it, think of it, write of it, until it becomes fixed in the subconscious. Then, and only then, does the world begin to respond. Let us not mistake this for fantasy. The law of attraction is not a whim. It is not daydreaming. It is not idle wishing. It is definite thought backed by definite purpose. It is mental obedience, emotional focus, thought that burns, desire that does not leave, and belief that walks forward even when the path is invisible. Thomas Edison did not hope for the electric light. He saw it in his mind. He thought of it day and night. He visualized it. He believed it was possible even when the world called him foolish. He held that thought like a man holding fire. And after 10,000 attempts, he drew the result into his hands. That is the power of held thought. Thought alone is not enough, but thought is the beginning. It is the spark, the foundation, the architect's plan, the blueprint of destiny. Without it, nothing begins. And so I ask you now, what are you holding in your mind? What picture dominates your thought? Is it vague or definite, fearful or empowered, passive or fiery with purpose? You must choose your dominant thought. You must write it. You must speak it. You must see it in your imagination each morning and each night. It must become so familiar to you that it is as real as the chair you sit on. And once it is that real in your mind, it begins to take shape in your world. Do not allow contrary thoughts to enter. The mind, once planted, must be guarded like a garden. Remove weeds quickly, reject doubt, starve fear. When they appear, and they will, you must answer them aloud. This thought is not of my aim. I do not accept it. I think only on what I have chosen. You may say, that is difficult. But I say no, it is discipline. It is what every great man must do. No empire was built by weak thought. No success was drawn into the life of the scattered. You are not weak. You are not here to drift. You are here to think on purpose and to attract by law what you have chosen by thought. Let me give you your first instruction. Today, write your dominant thought. Write it clearly. Speak it aloud 5 times this morning and 5 times before you sleep. And tomorrow, do the same, and the day after. And when doubt comes, return to your thought. Repeat it, declare it, until it becomes who you are. This is the first principle of the law of attraction as I teach it. It is not magic, it is law. And law does not care for your feelings. It obeys your repetition. It moves in the direction of your focus. And it begins with thought. Not once, not twice, but daily, hourly, relentlessly. I will ask you now, what are you attracting? Not what you say you want, but what you think about most. The answer is in your life already. Look at your results. They reflect your inner conversation. If you desire change, begin where all power begins, with thought, and not casual thought, but controlled attention backed by burning desire. Repeat after me. I am the master of my thoughts. I choose what I attract. I think only what supports my aim. I hold my desire with discipline. I do not drift. I do not fear. I think on purpose, and I attract what I have chosen. Say it aloud now, again, until it takes root. You must speak it into your subconscious. The mind is not changed through listening. It is changed through repetition, through command, through instruction. and you are the only one who can give it. Thought is the seed. Guard the seed. Water it daily. Shield it from doubt. Repeat it aloud. Act upon it, and watch what begins to grow. It is not enough to think. You must feel what you think. You must repeat what you feel. For it is not thought alone that attracts. It is emotion-charged, repeated thought that becomes magnetic. The law of attraction does not respond to cold intellect. It responds to burning faith, to emotion, to belief that is spoken, lived, and held with intensity. The subconscious mind does not speak the language of logic. It does not reason. It accepts what is repeated and what is felt. This is why men say, "I always fail," and find it to be true. Not because the world has conspired against them, but because they repeated the feeling of failure until their own mind believed it and summoned it. You must understand, fear, doubt, worry, these are not harmless thoughts. They are commands. They are seeds. They are repeated prayers in reverse, and they carry weight when you dwell on them with emotion. Just as desire attracts success, fear attracts defeat. You cannot hold both and expect greatness. So what must you do? You must use autosuggestion. You must speak aloud what you intend to believe. You must say it clearly, with conviction, again and again, until your mind accepts it as reality. You do not wait to believe, you repeat to believe. That is the method of all transformation. Do not say, "I hope to succeed." Say, "I am a man of success. I attract strength. I attract opportunity. I attract belief. I am becoming everything I have decided to become." Speak it with energy. Speak it when you rise and before you sleep. Speak it when you feel fear. Speak it when you feel weak. That is when it matters most. Repeat this now. I attract success by thinking success. I become wealth by thinking wealth. I draw strength by thinking strength. My thoughts, felt with emotion, shape my reality. This is not mere inspiration. This is scientific law. The subconscious mind responds to the tone of your repetition. That tone is emotion. You must not only speak, it must matter to you. Your declaration must stir your soul. It must sound like a man who believes, not a man who hopes. Let me show you this law in action. Henry Ford, when told his vision for the V8 engine was impossible, did not accept defeat. He held the belief. He repeated the command. He felt the truth of it in advance. His engineers said it could not be done. He said, "Do it anyway." And they did. That is the law at work. Why did it work? Because Ford's repetition was felt. He did not say, "Maybe." He said, "I will." He believed with emotion. And that belief shaped the thinking of his men, which shaped their action, which shaped their result. That is the chain of command in the invisible world. Thought, feeling, belief, attraction, action, result. Now consider your own words. What do you repeat daily? Are your words drenched in belief or soaked in fear? Do you repeat what you want or what you dread? Do you say, "It's possible" or "It's hopeless"? Every phrase is planting. Every repetition is construction. And you are the builder. This is why you must watch your speech. You must remove from your language every phrase that undermines your belief. Do not say, "It never works out for me." Do not say, "I always fail." Do not say, "This is too hard." You are cursing your own field with those words. And the law of attraction does not judge. It obeys. Replace such speech with declarations of power. Everything is working for me. I attract the people and ideas I need. I move forward every day. My belief grows with repetition. The mind, when trained in this way, becomes your ally. It begins to bring to your attention the right opportunities, the right actions, the right solutions. You will say, "Things are lining up." But they are not lining up by chance. They are obeying the magnetic force you are generating through repetition and emotion. If you want your belief to be strong, you must rehearse it daily. Think of it like a muscle. The man who lifts daily becomes strong. The man who repeats belief aloud daily becomes unshakable. This is not arrogance. It is conditioning. You are not boasting. You are commanding your subconscious. Here is your exercise. Every morning, repeat your definite chief aim aloud, not softly, not passively, but with strength. See the image, feel the success. Let your words carry the emotion of certainty. Speak as if it is already yours. That feeling, that inner conviction, is what begins to attract it to you. Throughout the day, when negative feelings rise, stop and repeat your affirmation out loud, not in your head. The spoken word, felt deeply, is the builder of belief. It pierces the old conditioning and begins to rewire your attraction. Speak with fire, speak with truth. Speak with the voice of the man you are becoming. Most men drift because they let emotion control them. But you will control your emotion with decision, and then use that emotion to fuel belief. You will no longer feed your mind with fear. You will no longer use repetition to attract confusion. You will discipline your focus and master your inner state. Understand this clearly. The law of attraction is activated by repetition, but it is amplified by emotion. Say the right words. Feel them deeply. Say them often. That is the path. That is the formula. And that is why most fail. They do not repeat, or they repeat the wrong thing. Now I ask you, what words are you willing to rehearse for the next 90 days? What emotion are you willing to call forth daily until it burns in you like fire? Are you willing to discipline your thought, to guard your speech, to choose your vibration? If not, you will remain a servant of circumstance. But if yes, you become a commander of destiny. Say this again. I do not drift. I do not fear. I think and feel on purpose. I repeat belief daily. I attract exactly what I decide to become. This is the force that shapes nations. This is the law that builds fortunes. This is the discipline that separates the dreamer from the doer. Most will not do this. Most will listen once and forget. But you will rehearse until you believe. You will believe until you act. You will act until you become. That is the cycle. And you now know how to run it. Without a definite aim, the law of attraction has no clear target. It is like fire without direction, dangerous, unfocused, and ineffective. But with a definite purpose, a burning desire, and a clearly written aim, your mind becomes a magnet for opportunity, power, people, and events. What you want must be clear, fixed, and demanded of life, not vaguely wished for. You must write your desire in the form of a definite chief aim. It must be so specific that your subconscious can see it, hold it, and begin working on it immediately. If you cannot state in one clear sentence what you want to become, what you want to earn, and what you are willing to give, then you are still drifting, and drifting attracts only more of itself. The law of attraction is not random. It is precise. It reflects the frequency of your belief. The more definite your aim, the more power you possess. The vaguer your aim, the weaker your attraction. Think of it. No architect ever built a structure from an unclear sketch. No general ever won a war without a clear target. No man ever built wealth by vague desire. Your mind is a broadcasting station. It sends out vibrations constantly, and what you send, you attract. When you hold one clear thought with emotion and persistence, the entire universe begins arranging itself to match your message. This is not fantasy. This is law. The clearer your message, the more accurate your results. Let us look at a man who used this law with precision, Andrew Carnegie. Before he earned his first great fortune, he decided upon his purpose. He wrote that his mission was to distribute wealth for the benefit of mankind. That decision attracted to him the opportunities, resources, and people necessary to amass the fortune first. He did not wait to be wealthy to choose his purpose. He chose first, then attracted what he needed. Your chief aim must dominate your mind. It must be the first thought in the morning and the last thought at night. You must write it, repeat it, speak it aloud until it is written in your subconscious with fire. It must become who you are, not what you hope for, but what you claim. Here is your instruction. Take out paper. Write your chief aim. It must state exactly what you desire, when you desire it by, and what you will give in return. This is your covenant. This is your law. Speak it aloud morning and night. Post it on your wall. Carry it in your pocket. Think of it until the very cells of your being vibrate with it. Say this with me now. I know exactly what I want. I have a definite chief aim. I speak it. I act upon it. I attract it through faith and repetition. This aim is not a decoration. It is not a poem. It is your command to the universe. It is your declaration of identity. When you write it, speak it, and believe it, you begin the process of attraction. When you ignore it, doubt it, or postpone it, you halt the law, and your life reflects disorder. I have studied thousands of successful men, and I tell you plainly, not one of them lacked a definite purpose. Not one drifted into greatness. Not one became wealthy by accident. They all began with a mental blueprint, written, spoken, affirmed, and burned into their minds. You must do the same. You may say, but I have many desires. Then I say to you, choose one. The mind cannot magnetize multiple aims with the same force. You must focus. You must discipline your attention. Choose one burning desire, one definite outcome, and you will attract what is necessary to bring it into form. A confused mind attracts confusion. A distracted mind attracts delays. But a definite mind, focused, believing, and committed, becomes an irresistible force. That is the secret. That is what every great man understood. And that is what you must now obey. Let your definite chief aim become your obsession. Let it replace doubt. Let it silence fear. Let it command your hours. Let it inform your reading, your speaking, your associations. When others speak of problems, you will speak only of your aim. When others drift, you will walk with direction. Repeat this. Without a definite aim, I am nothing. With one, I am powerful. I claim my aim. I focus on it daily. I attract every means to fulfill it. This is the magnet. This is the tool. This is the anchor of all attraction. Do not proceed with anything else in this instruction until your chief aim is written, visible, and repeated with feeling. This is not a step you complete. This is a principle you live. Do not let a day pass without reading it aloud. Do not end a day without measuring your actions against it. Every time you speak your aim with belief, you are aligning your thought, feeling, and action. That alignment, repeated, becomes power, and power attracts results. If you skip this, you will fall into mental wandering, and wandering attracts nothing but distraction and exhaustion. Your energy must be fixed. Your goal must be known. Your mind must be pointed. And when it is, watch how fast life begins to rearrange itself around you. Now let me ask you, what is your aim? Is it written? Is it definite? Do you see it daily? Do you speak it aloud? Do you feel it with emotion? If not, go back. Do not move forward until it is done. This is the foundation. Without it, the rest of the instruction has no root. Do not say, I'll do it later. That is the voice of the drifter. That is the whisper of failure. Say instead, I claim my purpose now. I write it now. I repeat it now. I become it now. That is how the law is activated. That is how belief is born. That is how attraction begins. Nothing is attracted to doubt. No success, no fortune, no opportunity, no power is drawn to a man who hesitates. All success is attracted to faith, to the man who believes without visible proof, who acts in the face of uncertainty, who walks forward before the path appears. Faith is not a feeling. Faith is a decision. Faith is mental discipline backed by repetition. Let us be clear. Faith is not inherited. Faith is not found. Faith is built. It is created. It is manufactured through a deliberate system of thought, word, and action. You will not wake up one day and find faith lying in your pocket. You will develop it the same way you develop muscle, through repetition and demand. Faith is the only antidote to fear. And where there is no faith, there is fear. Where there is fear, attraction is reversed. You may desire wealth, but if you fear loss more than you believe in gain, you are attracting poverty. The law does not judge your intentions. It obeys your dominant belief. And faith, true, burning faith, is your only tool to override that fear. Let me give you the method. It is not a secret. I gave it in Think and Grow Rich. It is the self-confidence formula. Repeat this daily. I know that I have the ability to achieve the object of my definite chief aim in life. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent, aggressive, continuous action toward its attainment, and I here and now promise to render such action. Speak that aloud until you believe it, not once, not twice, but daily. With feeling, with commitment, with energy, your subconscious must hear your voice filled with belief. That is how it learns. That is how it obeys. That is how it builds faith. Faith is the medium of all attraction. It is the bridge between the invisible and the visible. It is what turns desire into demand. It is what gives substance to your image. You must not merely see what you want. You must believe in it so deeply that you act as though it were already real. Let me give you an example. A man I have spoken of many times, Abraham Lincoln. He faced years of defeat, humiliation, mockery, and setback. But deep within, he held a belief, a knowing that he was destined to serve a great mission. That belief did not come from his environment. It came from his own inner command. That faith became his armor. You too must wear that armor. You too must walk into your life with belief that transcends sight. If your environment does not yet match your desire, you must not let it sway your faith. The law does not respond to your current reality. It responds to your internal command. Your subconscious does not know the difference between real and imagined. Give it the picture you choose and back it with faith. But beware. Fear is also magnetic. If you dwell on what you fear, you draw it to you. If you obsess over what might go wrong, you are magnetizing those very conditions. You must starve fear. You must drown it with words of belief. You must burn it out with repetition of truth. So here is your daily practice. Read your definite chief aim aloud, twice a day. Feel it. Visualize it. Speak it with confidence. Follow it with affirmations like, through faith and decision, I attract all that I need. My belief is stronger than my environment. I do not fear delay. I do not fear failure. I only see my outcome, and it is already mine. Every time you do this, you are feeding your subconscious the food of faith. You are watering the seed of desire. You are strengthening the magnet of attraction. And every time you skip it, you are weakening the structure. This is not optional. This is the system. This is the discipline of attraction. You must decide now, will you believe? Will you act in spite of fear? Will you speak faith, even when your world has not yet changed? The man who waits for evidence before he believes is a slave to circumstances. But the man who commands belief creates the circumstances he desires. Faith is not a mystery. It is a habit. It is the result of speaking what you want, feeling it as real, and walking in alignment with it again and again and again, until your mind cannot help but accept it. And once accepted, it becomes law in your subconscious. That is when attraction begins to move swiftly. Do not let others' disbelief infect you. Their fears are not your responsibility. Your faith must be sacred. Guard it. Speak it. Build it. Live it. And understand this. The moment you begin to walk in faith, the world will test you. That is not punishment. That is preparation. That is the law asking, do you truly believe, or are you playing with words? So I ask you again, what do you believe? Do you believe in your aim? Do you believe in your worth? Do you believe in the law? If yes, show it, speak it, declare it, walk in it, think in it. Let no fear enter your mind without being expelled by repetition of truth. Repeat this with me now. My belief is stronger than my environment. My faith is built daily. I attract what I believe. I magnetize success. I command power. I walk in the unseen until it becomes the seen. Say it again and again until it becomes part of you. You are not drifting anymore. You are building a magnetic field of belief. And that field, once saturated, will pull to you everything you require. No amount of thought will attract success unless it is backed by organized, persistent planning. You may possess the clearest desire, the strongest faith, the most powerful affirmations, but unless you transform these into definite plans of action, you will draw nothing but frustration. Attraction does not reward thought alone. It rewards thought that moves. The law of attraction obeys precision. It magnifies clarity. A vague plan attracts vague results. An idle dream attracts idle circumstances. But a definite aim, backed by an organized, intelligent plan, becomes unstoppable. The plan is what turns belief into blueprint and blueprint into building. This is how thought becomes reality. Let us state it plainly. Attraction without action is fantasy, but attraction with organized, directed action is inevitable success. This law does not respond to lazy faith. It responds to committed execution. It answers the man who rises early, who writes his day's purpose, who orders his mind and movements around his aim. Your mind must not only hold the image of what you want, it must hold the structure, the steps, the sequence, the system. When you impress your subconscious with a clear plan, it goes to work. It begins to see opportunities where none appeared. It begins to alert you to people, conversations, and events that match your structure. Consider Charles M. Schwab. He did not attract millions by guessing. He created plans, he reviewed them, he adapted them, he measured his progress, he acted daily, he worked in harmony with the plan and in obedience to his aim. That is why Carnegie trusted him. That is why results followed him. Attraction followed order. So I give you now the formula. Every night, review your chief aim. Then plan the following day in direct service of that aim. List the actions, prioritize them, write them with pen and paper. When you rise, review the list again. Let your day be lived in execution, not reaction. Let your hours serve your plan, not your habits. Understand this. Each small plan, executed daily, compounds into a life of definiteness. Each hour planned and fulfilled becomes a brick in your temple of success. Attraction multiplies when you multiply your obedience to structure. The man who lives by written plan attracts results with increasing speed. Here is your command. Never again end a day without planning the next. Never again rise without reviewing your purpose. If your day is unplanned, your life is uncommanded. If your hours are wasted, your thoughts are wasted. And if your thoughts are wasted, attraction cannot respond. Repeat after me. I plan my day in service of my purpose. I act with precision. I do not drift. I attract order because I live by order. My plan is my path. Most men will never do this. They will dream. They will wish. They will affirm, but they will not plan. And so their power fades. But you will rise above them by doing what they neglect. You will make written planning a ritual. And that ritual will unlock forces most men never touch. Let me give you a warning. Chaos in the mind attracts chaos in life. If your goals are scattered, your time is uncontrolled, your thoughts undirected, then what comes to you will reflect that condition. Life will not reward disorder. The law of attraction will not bless confusion. It demands a clear signal. And that signal is structure. Now you may ask, but what if my plan fails? Then revise it. The plan is not your master, it is your servant, but you must have one. You must begin with structure and adapt with experience. The man who fails forward is still far ahead of the man who waits for perfect certainty. You may start with a simple plan. 1 page, 5 actions, 3 priorities. That is enough, but it must be written. It must be visible. It must be reviewed. It must be obeyed. This is the rhythm that builds belief, and belief attracts power. If you act only when inspired, you will fail. If you act only when you feel ready, you will delay forever. But if you act because it is written, you create movement. And movement breeds belief. Belief feeds attraction. That is the cycle. That is the machinery of success. Repeat this again. I write my plans. I live by structure. I obey my purpose. I attract success by organizing my thought into action. Let this become your law. Let your schedule reflect your desire. Let your calendar reveal your identity. Do not let another day be wasted in indecision. Do not let another hour slip away in vague activity. Life belongs to the man who orders it. So now ask yourself, have I written today's plan? Does it serve my chief aim? Did I execute yesterday's? If not, return. Begin again. This discipline is not optional. It is the foundation of attraction. It is the wheel by which thought moves forward. One final truth. No man can attract what he refuses to plan for, and no man can hold what he did not prepare for. The man who prepares, who organizes, who directs his effort, he attracts not only the outcome, but the power to sustain it. Your environment is either reinforcing your attraction or interrupting it. You may believe, you may speak your chief aim, you may plan and act. But if the voices around you are filled with fear, doubt, complaint, gossip, or sarcasm, then your belief is under attack. And if belief is under attack, attraction becomes unstable. The subconscious is always listening, always. It listens to the words you speak. It listens to the tone of your company. It listens to the music, the gossip, the talk around the table, and the books on your shelf. And what it hears repeatedly, with emotion, it begins to accept. Your mind becomes what it is surrounded by. Therefore, your inner circle is not casual. It is not neutral. It is not a coincidence. It is the field of influence that feeds or poisons your mental magnet. If you are surrounded by the aimless, you will think aimlessly. If you associate with the mediocre, you will begin to feel that mediocrity is acceptable. If your ears hear doubt, they begin to echo it. The man who attracts greatness does not tolerate the company of the weak-minded. He does not subject himself to conversations that contradict his purpose. He does not seek comfort from those who pity, excuse, or soften his pursuit. He surrounds himself with the definite, men and women who believe, decide, and act with intensity. This is the mastermind principle. It is not mere friendship. It is the deliberate alliance of focused minds, harmonized in purpose, held together by confidence and clarity. It is the welding of faith and decision in multiple minds, amplifying belief and accelerating attraction. Let us take example from Edison, Ford, and Firestone. These men did not meet to complain. They did not gather to waste time. They met to think, to speak of vision, to strengthen one another's belief. Their minds, unified by purpose, created a field of power that attracted fortune, ideas, and execution. Now ask yourself, who do I meet with? Who do I speak with daily? Do their words build me or blur me? Do they sharpen my belief or weaken it? Every voice in your ear is planting a seed, and your subconscious does not know the difference between what is said in jest and what is said in truth. If the seed is repeated, it begins to grow. You must now decide, whose words do I allow into my garden? Whose beliefs do I borrow? Whose vibration do I carry? The answer to these questions will predict your results, for the law of attraction works best in harmony, and it shuts down when surrounded by noise, contradiction, and internal conflict. Here is your command. Cut ties with doubt. That does not mean you hate others. That does not mean you judge, but it means you are loyal to your purpose first. It means you choose your input with the same discipline as you choose your food. You would not eat poison. Why allow it into your thoughts? You must now limit all intake that weakens belief. Whether it comes from a friend, a family member, a book, a letter, or a voice in your own mind, it must be silenced. You are building a magnetic force, and that field must be pure. It must be fueled by faith, repetition, planning, and decision, not by chatter and confusion. Now replace your surroundings. Surround yourself with definite voices, with writings that reinforce purpose, with speech that uplifts, commands, affirms, with music that energizes, with faces that challenge you to rise higher. That is the new soil in which attraction grows. Repeat after me. I choose only influences that increase my power. I surround myself with minds of purpose. I attract only what is aligned with my aim. I am loyal to my vision. I reject all voices that weaken it. Let that be your oath. Say it every morning, every time you feel the pull of old company, of draining conversation, of trivial speech. Repeat that oath. Guard your subconscious. You are the gatekeeper. You are the watchman. What enters must be permitted by your decision. Understand this. You may walk alone for a season, and that is noble. Better to walk alone with purpose than in company without it. The man who walks with the mob attracts the results of the mob. The man who walks alone in direction attracts the path prepared for him by his vision. But do not stay alone. Build your mastermind. Seek one or two or three minds who believe. Share your aim. Unite in harmony. Affirm one another. Plan together. Speak as if success were already won. That vibration, when held in unity, attracts with a power no single mind can equal. This is not a suggestion. It is a law. The mind is shaped by the minds around it. If you want to attract new results, surround yourself with new voices. Create an environment that is holy ground for belief. Let no weeds grow there. Let no enemy speak there. Let no doubt be entertained. Now look around. Who must be removed? What must be silenced? What voices must be answered with silence? Who must be honored but distanced? That is your work now. Remove the hidden thieves of belief. Cut the cords. Purify the circle. Strengthen the field. Then watch what happens. Your energy will rise. Your belief will harden. Your action will sharpen. Your results will appear faster. And you will begin to attract not only what you want, but who you must become to hold it. Nothing is attracted to inaction. Belief without movement is deception. Thought without action is hallucination. The law of attraction is activated through thought, yes, but it is sealed through action. It is your action that proves to your subconscious you are serious. It is your action that sets the spiritual machinery in motion. Every act you take, however small, is a declaration to the universe. I believe. Every time you move forward, even without evidence, you are confirming to infinite intelligence that you trust the law. And that trust is what multiplies momentum. The man who acts in spite of fear attracts courage. The man who waits to feel ready attracts delay. Hesitation is the signal of doubt, and doubt reverses the current of attraction. If you think with belief, speak with conviction, plan with precision, but hesitate to act, then all your mental magnetism is lost. Attraction obeys decisiveness. It responds to obedience. It does not wait for you to be perfect. It waits for you to begin. Action generates momentum, and momentum generates faith. When you act, you confirm your desire to yourself. When you act, you silence the voices of fear. When you act, you build the confidence that no affirmation can fully provide. Action proves belief, and that proof becomes a command to your subconscious. John D. Rockefeller began as a humble clerk. He did not wait for wealth to find him. He studied. He saved. He calculated. He took risks. He acted. Each decision reinforced his belief. Each movement confirmed his aim. And through decades of relentless action, he built a fortune, not by magic, but by motion. Your mind is waiting for confirmation. You have declared your chief aim. You have spoken your affirmations. You have visualized your future. But until you move your feet, the mind does not fully accept the command. The moment you act, the belief sinks deeper. The attraction becomes stronger. The results become visible. Here is your daily practice. Every day, take one action in service of your aim, large or small. Make the call, write the letter, study the page, make the sale. Refuse the distraction. The size of the act is not what matters. It is the consistency that builds power. That rhythm becomes identity, and identity magnetizes destiny. Repeat after me. I act boldly, I move in faith, I attract by doing, my results multiply because I move daily toward my purpose. You must silence the desire for perfection. The man who waits to act perfectly will never act. The path becomes clear only after you begin walking. The universe reveals its steps only to the man in motion. Start now. Start small. Start clumsy, but start. For the law blesses the obedient, not the hesitant. Do not wait for signs. You are the sign. You are the one who decides. You are the one who initiates. You are the one who tells your mind, your body, and the world, this is who I am, this is what I demand, and this is what I am building, step by step, day by day, hour by hour. Action also sharpens your plan. It reveals what works. It exposes what doesn't. It brings feedback. It forces growth. And it keeps you too occupied to entertain the voices of doubt. A man in motion is immune to drifting, and drifting is the destroyer of attraction. Now take inventory. What have you done today to move closer to your aim? Not what you thought, not what you wished, but what you did. If the answer is nothing, then begin now. Do not wait. You know what must be done. You know what the next step is. Take it, no matter how small. Take it now. The man who acts builds identity. Each act adds another layer, and identity becomes destiny. If you act like a leader, you become one. If you act like a disciplined man, you become one. If you act in alignment with your aim, you draw it faster into your life. That is the path. That is the method. Repeat this. I do not hesitate. I do not wait. I act now. I act daily. I act in faith. My action is my proof. My movement is my magnet. Let this affirmation be written on your wall. Say it aloud each morning before your work begins. Do not think first. Move first. Action clears the fog. It breaks the fear. It builds the foundation. And it trains your subconscious that you are serious. That is when the law obeys. Now understand this final truth. The law of attraction does not reward the man who listens. It rewards the man who listens and applies. It rewards the man who obeys his plan, who writes his actions, who executes daily, who takes the invisible and makes it visible through labor, through motion, through obedience to purpose. You must never forget. This law is always working. It never stops. It never sleeps. It never waits for your permission. You are either using it deliberately or allowing it to operate by accident. The law of attraction responds to your dominant thought, your dominant belief, your dominant emotion, whether those were chosen by you or by your environment. This is the great danger of drifting. The drifter does not attract what he desires. He attracts what is loudest in his surroundings. He attracts what others believe. He attracts what he fears. His results are not his own. They are inherited from his conditions. And so his life becomes a mirror of everything he did not choose. You must never drift again. Now that you know the law, you can no longer pretend not to. Now that you understand the process, every hesitation becomes sabotage. Every lazy hour becomes a crack in the structure. Every day without belief, without repetition, without action is a day that weakens your magnet. Let me ask you, have you taken notes? Have you written your chief aim? Have you read it aloud today? Have you spoken your affirmations with emotion? Have you visualized your goal clearly? Have you moved your feet, taken action, refused distraction? If the answer is no to any of these, go back, listen again, begin again. Do not waste this knowledge. The man who listens once and moves on is a fool. The man who listens daily, who repeats, who affirms, who studies, he becomes dangerous. He installs belief like brick into the subconscious, and those bricks become the structure of attraction. You must repeat. You must drill. You must program your mind for power. I do not say this for inspiration. I say it for instruction. The mind must be conditioned. Just as the body becomes strong through physical training, the mind becomes magnetic through mental training. You must listen to power daily. You must read your purpose daily. You must speak your vision daily. Not once, not when you feel like it, but daily, every single day. What you repeat with belief, you become. What you repeat with emotion, you attract. What you repeat with action, you manifest. Repetition is the gateway. Repetition is the bridge. Repetition is the means by which belief is transferred from the conscious mind to the subconscious. And the subconscious, once convinced, begins to rearrange the universe around you. This is not poetry. This is law. It is what built Carnegie's empire. It is what carried Edison through 10,000 failures. It is what gave Ford the courage to attempt the impossible. They repeated belief until belief became identity. Identity became action. Action became habit. Habit became circumstance. And that is how they rose. I give you now your final daily instruction. Write your definite chief aim. Post it where your eyes must see it. Read it aloud in the morning and again before sleep. Visualize the outcome with detail and emotion. Say your affirmations as if they were commands. Move your feet. Track your time. Control your input. Guard your environment. Do this not once, not for a week, but until it is who you are, until it is second nature, until it requires no effort, until your very presence radiates power, until your results reflect everything you have written, spoken, and built internally. Say this now. I attract what I think. I magnetize what I believe. I act on what I decide. I repeat what I want. I command what I become. Let it burn into you. Let it echo throughout your hours. Let it silence every doubt. Let it answer every excuse. Let it carry you when your mood fades, when your energy dips, when your fear speaks. Let your repetition be stronger than your circumstances. And now a final question. Will you live this once, or will you live this daily? If you live it once, you may be inspired. If you live it daily, you will be transformed. Choose now. Choose every morning. Choose every night. Choose when you rise and when you rest. The repetition is the transformation. Many will hear these words and forget them, but not you. You will remember. You will rehearse. You will review. You will re-listen, not for entertainment, but for identity, for belief, for power, for dominion over your thought and command over your results. This is why I say, return to this message daily. Return to your notes. Return to your plan. Do not listen once. Listen until it lives in you. Let it replace your weakness. Let it rebuild your thoughts. Let it form your new pattern of living. That is the path. That is the secret. That is the law. You now know the truth. And the truth, once known, removes all excuses. You can no longer say, I don't understand. You can no longer say, I didn't know how. The method has been given. The blueprint has been laid. The law has been revealed. It is now your responsibility. It is now your command. It is now your life. The law is working. The only question is, what are you commanding it to bring you? You are about to hear a sentence that could change everything, a sentence so simple you may doubt it. But I say, do not measure the size of the sentence. Measure the power it holds when repeated with belief. For what you speak before sleep becomes what you live when you rise. Now ask yourself, are you satisfied? Do you rise with joy or dread? Do you walk in control or just react to life? Do you have the freedom to give your family what they need, the time to enjoy your days, the wealth to buy what you desire, to move where you wish, to retire if you please? If not, this may be the most important instruction you ever hear, because the sentence I will give you is not motivation. It is not poetry. It is law. And if you repeat it before you sleep, not once, but daily, it will begin to transform you from the inside out. Let me speak plainly. You were not meant to struggle. You were not meant to suffer in silence. You were not meant to beg for time, for money, for energy, for for relief. You were born with power, and that power is governed by the thoughts you choose and the thoughts you repeat when your conscious mind begins to sleep. For when you lie in bed at night, you are not resting, you are programming. And most men lie there repeating fear, worry, guilt, confusion. So they rise with more of the same. But the successful, the truly rich, their mind works while their body sleeps. And what they give it to think upon in that final hour becomes their new life. You say you want to leave your job? You say you want more time? You say you want to buy without guilt, give to your family, help others, and move like a man who owns his time? Then listen. Not once, not casually, not while distracted. Listen deeply, listen repeatedly. Listen until the old you is removed and the new you is installed. Because I will say this once, if you do not master this hour before sleep, your family may suffer for your delay. They will not tell you, but they feel your tension. They see your uncertainty. They hear the words you don't speak. And if you continue to live without control, they will inherit your limitation. You must not allow that. You must become the man who commands his world, not the one who explains why it never changed. Because if you fail to control your mind before bed, your future will be controlled by every old program that runs wild in your sleep. And that means regret. That means years gone. That means dreams buried. But if you choose to stay with me, if you hear this message not once but often, you will begin to walk with clarity, with belief, with structure, with decision. You will begin to change your speech, your energy, your posture. You will look in the mirror and see the man you always knew you could be, but never became, until now. So let this be the hour everything changes. Silence the world. Turn off distraction. And give your full attention to what follows. Repeat this message every night if you must, because the man who masters this one nightly sentence and repeats it with faith cannot remain poor, cannot remain fearful, cannot remain small. He becomes rich in mind first and rich in life soon after. Now listen closely and prepare to repeat this sentence, for it will become the foundation of your new life, and the world will respond to the man who dares to believe it. Let us begin. You may believe that wealth is earned during the hours of action, but I tell you now that is not when riches are made. Riches are made in the hour when all the world goes silent, when the noise of the day withdraws, when your conscious mind weakens and your subconscious awakens to do its real work. The hour before sleep is the workshop of wealth. It is during this sacred hour, when the body prepares to rest and the world grows still, that the subconscious becomes most accessible. The conscious guard stands down, the gates open, and what you place at the doorstep of your mind in that hour will walk freely into your soul. The last thought you feed it becomes the first brick in tomorrow's result. And yet most men go to sleep like beggars. They close their eyes with fear in their hearts, worry on their breath, confusion in their mind. They rehearse all that went wrong. They dwell on what they lack. They entertain every suggestion of defeat. And then they wonder why they wake with no fire, no clarity, no fortune. But the successful, the wise, the builders of empires, they do not close the day in confusion. They command the final hour. They give their subconscious no doubt to absorb, no fear to repeat, no failure to recreate. Instead, they offer it a definite aim, spoken aloud with faith, reinforced by repetition. And the subconscious, like a loyal servant, obeys. Let me state it plainly. The mind obeys repeated suggestion, especially when the conscious gate is quiet. That is the moment when your words enter not only your ears, but your entire identity. You may speak many things in the daylight, but it is what you whisper before you sleep that becomes who you are. You were not taught this in school. You were taught to solve problems, to grind, to push, to hustle. But no one told you that riches are not only the reward of labor, they are the response to mental law. And that law does not operate on work alone. It operates on belief fixed into the subconscious by repetition and faith. Now understand this. The subconscious never rests. While your limbs sleep, while your tongue is still, while your eyes are shut, the subconscious mind is awake, sorting, reviewing, associating, constructing. It pulls upon infinite intelligence, and it uses whatever material you fed it last. Garbage in, regret out, purpose in, riches out. And the most powerful material you can offer it, the highest blueprint to hand it, is a clear, definite, faith-filled command spoken just before sleep. One sentence, one aim, one thought. If repeated nightly with belief, it becomes the code of your destiny. This is why I instruct every man to choose his definite chief aim, not merely as a desire, but as a command to self. And I tell him to read it aloud twice each day, once in the morning and once just before bed. But I say with emphasis, the second reading is more powerful than the first. Why? Because in the morning, the mind is preparing to engage the world. It is surrounded by noise, pressure, distraction. But in the night, the mind is alone. It is quiet. It is soft clay. And what you impress upon it then hardens into habit, thought, and belief. The wealth you earn is planted in that stillness. Let me now give you an affirmation to repeat. Every night I impress my definite aim into my subconscious, and it obeys. Say it again, slowly. Let the words settle. For they are not poetry. They are instruction to the very mechanism that creates your life. The man who speaks this nightly and follows with action by day cannot be denied riches. He is obeying the same law that built every fortune you admire. You may ask, is it really that simple? I answer, yes. But simple does not mean easy. For to do this nightly, without drifting, without forgetting, without replacing it with complaint, requires decision. The drifting man will not do it. The busy man will excuse it. But the definite man, he commands himself nightly. You do not wait until morning to decide what kind of man you will be. You decide it before bed. You do not wait until tomorrow to become rich. You declare it the night before. You do not rise with power if you sleep in fear. You sleep with power and rise in obedience to it. Let the world continue to doubt. Let others fill their last hour with entertainment, with confusion, with complaint. But you are now a man of intention. You are now a man who understands that mental discipline does not end at dusk. It begins there. Repeat your sentence before bed, the one you have chosen. Speak it slowly, speak it with fire. Speak it as if your mind is a vault, and these are the words that unlock it, because they are. And if tonight you forget, return. If tonight you are tired, speak anyway. If tonight you feel doubt, shout it even louder, because every night you persist, you are installing the gears of wealth within your soul. This is not entertainment. This is not theory. This is law. And if you obey it night after night without fail, you will not merely change your thinking, you will change your finances, your family, your future. Say it again. Every night I impress my definite aim into my subconscious, and it obeys. Now close your day with intention. Close your day with power. Close your day with command. For that is how riches begin, not in the morning hustle, but in the silent hour when you tell your mind what it must become. Your final thought before sleep is not a whisper. It is a command. You may think it harmless to drift off thinking of the day's trouble, of unpaid bills, of who wronged you or what you failed to do, but I tell you now that last thought is the seed from which your entire tomorrow grows, and most men plant weeds. They do not realize that the moment before sleep is the most powerful moment of mental suggestion. The conscious mind withdraws, the gates open, and the subconscious accepts without judgment whatever you feed it. It does not test. It does not argue. It simply accepts. And if what you give it is fear, confusion, or lack, you will harvest the same. The tired mind is more suggestible. In that final hour, you hold the golden key to condition the mind into power or poverty. That is why the successful treat this moment as sacred. They do not leave it to chance. They command it. They intend it. They speak a sentence that shapes their destiny, and they speak it until sleep takes them. Let me tell you something most will never understand. The body may be asleep, but the mind is always working. What you give it in those last waking moments becomes the assignment it carries out all night. Whether to arrange plans, attract solutions, stir emotion, or strengthen belief, the mind obeys the last definite thought it received. Henry Ford, after suffering criticism and public failure, would not go to bed with defeat on his lips. He would sit, even in silence, and affirm the certainty of his aim. He would speak calm declarations to himself, not because he needed to be convinced, but because he knew his mind needed to hear it again and again until it obeyed. Carnegie, too, held the practice of final hour intention. He did not speak of the present condition. He affirmed the vision of what would be. He understood that the subconscious cares not for the present. It only acts on what is declared as true, especially when declared with certainty and repetition. The unsuccessful go to bed with doubt. They review their failures. They dramatize their problems. They lie in the dark, repeating everything that could go wrong. Then they rise, tired, heavy, unsure, confused, and call it fate. But it is not fate. It is untrained thought repeated at the wrong hour. You must replace drifting thoughts with declared thought. You must speak your chosen sentence aloud, not in whisper, not in passing, with purpose, with the same authority you would use to lead an army. Why? Because the subconscious is listening, and when it hears a master, it moves mountains. Let me now give you the method. Do not rush this. Do not change it. Obey it nightly, and you will rise with new identity. 1. Write your sentence. It must be definite. It must be clear. It must express the exact financial result, aim, or character you wish to embody. 2. Sit in silence. Turn off every light. Turn away from all noise. Let the room become still. Let your inner voice rise. 3. Speak it slowly, with emotion, not once, but as many times as necessary until it begins to feel like a memory, not a wish. 4th, let sleep come while repeating it. Do not stop speaking it inwardly, even as the body surrenders to rest. Let the sentence be the final impression before all thought fades. And I give you now an affirmation to support this. Each night I sleep, my mind works for me, arranging the riches I have demanded. This is not exaggeration. This is law. The subconscious is your silent partner. It works while you rest, but it only works on clear, repeated instructions. And those instructions must be given when the world is quiet, when all outside suggestion fades, and your voice is the only one that remains. You may think the day is the important part of success, but I say the night determines the day. For a mind that has been given a clear order while the world sleeps will move with more force when the sun rises. This is how the successful begin to walk differently, speak differently, act differently, before the riches even appear. If you forget one night, return the next. If your voice trembles, speak louder. If you doubt, declare with more certainty. For each night you do this, the sentence carves itself deeper into the clay of your mind, and soon it will be fired into iron. Let me remind you again, each night I sleep, my mind works for me, arranging the riches I have demanded. Say this until your heart believes it. Say it until your body feels it. Say it until no part of you remains uncertain. For this is not hope. It is a command issued in the court of your own soul. And once the subconscious receives the order, it begins building the result. Repeat this process every night for the next 30 days. Do not alter your sentence. Do not add to it. Do not subtract. One sentence, one voice, one aim. Repeat it until your outer world can no longer deny the inner instruction. You are not merely speaking words. You are rewriting identity. You are not simply repeating ideas. You are training the unseen laws of mind and matter to obey your definiteness. That is how the world is changed. That is how wealth is attracted. That is how men rise by night before they rise by day. You are the commander now. You have the formula. The only question that remains, will you obey it nightly, or will you fall asleep with the same thoughts that have held you back for years? Say your sentence, sleep with it, let it walk into your soul, and wake with the quiet power of a man who is now becoming. If you have listened thus far, then you now know the hour before sleep is not for rest, it is for command. But what shall you command? What sentence shall you speak? For the subconscious does not respond to vagueness. It does not act upon drifting wishes. It acts only upon definite orders spoken with belief. A single sentence, if crafted with precision and repeated with faith, can rebuild the entire structure of a man's identity. It is no exaggeration to say the man becomes what he commands his mind to become, provided he repeats it long enough and believes it deeply enough. But most men make the fatal error of choosing a sentence that lacks power. They say things like, "I want to be rich," or "I wish I could change my life." But the subconscious mind rejects weak instruction. It does not move for hopers. It moves only for those who speak as masters. It moves only for those who declare what shall be. Let me teach you how to shape your sentence. It must include 3 elements: your aim, your time frame, and your certainty. Let us break it down. Do not say, "I want to be wealthy." Say instead, "I earn $100,000 per month rendering valuable service to others, and I begin now." Do not say, "I hope for peace." Say, "I walk in peace, command my day, and act from purpose at all times." Your sentence must be so clear that if another man read it, he would know exactly what you are becoming. No uncertainty, no apology, no passive phrases. Speak it with finality, as if your life depended on it, because it does. Understand this. Repetition with faith becomes identity. You are not speaking a sentence to inform your mind. You are speaking it to install a new identity. And once that identity is in place, behavior changes. Confidence rises. Wealth responds, because the outer world cannot resist the man who is definite on the inside. Let me remind you of Edwin C. Barnes, a man with no money, no connections, no pedigree, but one mighty sentence. He declared, not casually but with fire, "I will go into business with Thomas Edison." Not, "I'd like to work for him," not, "I hope I meet him." He said, I will go into business with Edison," and repeated it nightly. For years he held to that declaration. For years he worked toward it. And eventually, his sentence became his reality, not by accident, not by luck, but because he had forged it into his very being through nightly repetition and unwavering decision. You must do the same. Your sentence is not decoration, it is construction. You are building the future brick by brick, word by word, night by night. And the material you use is not gold, it is language soaked in belief. Let me now give you the affirmation that reflects this law. The words I repeat before bed build my wealth, shape my identity, and direct my habits. Speak it now. Let your voice not tremble. Speak it as one who has decided. Let it enter your subconscious with force. Let it awaken the dormant power that has long been buried beneath doubt and delay. But hear this warning. You must not change your sentence weekly. Do not adjust it with the weather. Do not alter it with your moods. You must choose once and speak it until it becomes bone, blood, and breath. Definiteness of purpose is law. Every night you repeat the same clear aim, you drive it deeper into the command center of your being. And soon the sentence will no longer feel like a sentence. It will feel like you. And when you become that sentence, the world will respond to you in kind. You will act with more confidence. You will take bolder steps. You will notice resources and relationships that match the man you've declared yourself to be. This is not magic. This is mental law in motion. I now challenge you to write your sentence tonight. Do not wait. Do not revise endlessly. Speak what you desire as if it already exists. Attach a time. Speak with certainty. And repeat it as your final act before sleep, every night for the next 30 days. Here are examples to guide you. I am earning $10,000 per week through honest business that helps others grow. I am confident, bold, and calm. I move with decisiveness and purpose. I attract wealth, influence, and leadership because I speak and serve with power. Choose yours. And once chosen, guard it, repeat it, believe it. Let no thought oppose it. Let no day pass without it. For this sentence is not merely a wish, it is the blueprint from which your entire life will be redrawn. Say this again. The words I repeat before bed build my wealth, shape my identity, and direct my habits. Do not just hear these words, live them. Because if you do, you will begin to rise differently, walk differently, act differently. And the world will no longer treat you as it once did. It will obey you. Because you have learned to obey yourself, and you close your eyes and imagine rest. But the mind does not sleep. It is more alive in your rest than in your waking. The conscious mind retires, yes, but the subconscious, your inner builder, your silent worker, remains awake, alert, active. And the question is, what have you given it to build? Most men do not know this. They believe the day is for action and the night is for nothing. They labor for results in daylight and leave their nights to accident. But this is the fatal flaw, for while you sleep, your mind continues in the direction you assigned it. And if you have given it no assignment, it continues in the same direction it went the night before. That is why so many live on repeat. That is why the poor stay poor. They fall asleep with worry, and they rise with tension. They go to bed with regret, and they wake with guilt. They lie down rehearsing failure, and then live another day attracting it. Not because of fate, but because of repetition. Let me say this again. Your outer world is the reflection of your inner repetition. You do not get what you wish. You get what you repeatedly impress upon the subconscious when it is most open, when the body is still and the thinking mind has grown quiet. That moment comes each night, and most waste it. The lazy sleep with complaint. The wealthy sleep with command. The unsuccessful drift into slumber by accident. The successful enter it by design. They do not review defeat. They speak instruction. They do not recall insult. They declare identity. They do not collapse into exhaustion. They step into mental construction. You must train this discipline. No longer can you let your final thoughts be chosen by emotion, entertainment, or fatigue. No longer can you fall asleep without planting the seeds of riches in your inner world. If you do, you will harvest weeds. And if you harvest weeds long enough, your soul forgets how to grow anything else. Mental discipline before bed means one thing. You silence the world and you feed your mind only truth. You speak your aim. You read your sentence. You command your subconscious with absolute certainty, and you repeat it until the suggestion is stronger than every doubt that has ever lived in you. This is not superstition. This is law. You need not believe it. You must only test it. Do this for 30 nights, and you will never doubt again, because your results will rise to meet your command. And when they do, you will remember this night as the moment your life turned. Even great men have used this in silence. Abraham Lincoln, long before he gave speeches that shaped history, rehearsed them in thought at night. He wrote nothing down. He trained his subconscious. He built mental conviction in the dark so that when the time came to speak, his voice carried weight the world could not ignore. You must now do the same. You must give your mind its instructions. Let your final thought be no accident. Let it be purpose. Let it be power. Let it be the same every night until your inner world becomes stronger than your surroundings, until your thinking becomes stronger than your circumstances, until your voice replaces fear with command. Say this now. I now train my mind to expect greatness, and every night I deepen my command. Speak it again, not as a man hoping, but as a man deciding. Let the words burn through all passivity. Let them become the rule of your new identity. For this is the truth. The man who commands his final thought is the man who commands his day, his income, his destiny. But I must offer a warning. Every careless thought before bed becomes a rooted belief if left uncorrected. If you say to yourself, "I'll never be rich," or "I can't do this," or "it's too late," and you repeat that in fatigue, in silence, in stillness, then that becomes the command your subconscious accepts, and it begins building a life to match it. You must guard the gate. You must take responsibility for every word you allow in the last hour of the day. For these are not just thoughts, they are instructions, and your subconscious is not passive. It is a builder that never sleeps. So tonight you have a choice: drift or direct, complain or command, collapse or construct. And if you choose to construct, you will soon find that your mornings change, your days sharpen, your ideas strengthen, your belief deepens. Not by force, but by law. Let me give you one more time the sentence that must shape your night. I now train my mind to expect greatness, and every night I deepen my command. Say it before bed. Say it until the old doubts retreat. Say it until the voice inside you becomes louder than the world around you. Say it until your dreams obey you. Say it until your very body walks with the certainty of a man who is building greatness from the inside out. You do not become rich while awake alone. You become rich when your inner world no longer permits poverty. That is not accomplished in effort, but in identity. And identity is built while the world sleeps. Repeat the command, plant the sentence, guard the gate, for you are becoming, and your mind has already begun the work. You have now been given the hour, the command, and the sentence, but none of it will matter without one final ingredient: repetition. The subconscious mind, powerful as it is, does not respond to a single spark. It responds to the flame that refuses to go out. It obeys what is repeated with faith and persistence. Let this sink deep into your spirit. You do not become what you say once. You become what you say repeatedly. The mind forms habits, and habits form destiny. And repetition is the tool, the hammer, that shapes the habit until it becomes identity. There is no secret more powerful, more ignored, and more destructive to the masses than this. Failure is repeated, poverty is repeated, excuses are repeated, doubt is repeated, not by choice, but by carelessness. And what is repeated nightly becomes law to the subconscious, even if it is ruin. Therefore, if you are to break the chains, if you are to command riches, if you are to form new identity, you must choose your sentence and repeat it every single night, without fail, without drift, without delay. This is what I call cosmic habit force, the great law that governs all habit, mental and spiritual. It makes no distinction between what serves you and what destroys you. It only obeys what is given consistently. That is why success, like failure, is automatic once you have trained the habit behind it. Consider Thomas Edison. Did he invent the electric light with talent alone? Number. He repeated belief. Belief in an idea, belief in himself, belief in the law, 10,000 times. When others quit, he persisted. And when he spoke his faith to himself before sleep, it was not hope. It was reinforcement. He knew the law. Edison failed repeatedly, but never in spirit. Each night, he repeated his aim. Each morning, he resumed his pursuit. And eventually, the world bowed to his command, because he did not change his mind. He did not alter his aim. He repeated his decision until the world had no choice but to obey. So must you. The sentence you speak before bed must not be uttered casually. It must be spoken with emotion, with authority, with the same certainty as one commands a servant, and you must say it again and again and again until it becomes you. There is greater power in one sentence repeated 1,000 times than in 1,000 affirmations spoken once, for the mind, like metal, must be bent through pressure, and repetition is that pressure. It reshapes thought, molds attitude, and installs identity. Let me now give you the sentence to affirm the law itself. I repeat my aim nightly until my mind and actions move without hesitation. This is not poetry. This is the governing principle of your transformation. The man who repeats with faith will act with courage. The man who repeats his identity nightly will walk into each day already victorious, because the battle was won in the silence of repetition. But let me give you structure. Structure is the soul of all mental discipline. Without it, the law fades. Here is how you obey the law of repetition. First, same time, choose a set hour, not after television, not when exhausted, but a chosen hour where you sit with your sentence and speak it aloud with clear voice. Second, same words. Do not change your sentence every week. Hold the same aim, the same phrasing, until it is as natural as your name. Third, same emotion. Do not recite dryly. Infuse the sentence with desire, with imagination, with purpose. Let the subconscious feel its fire. Fourth, same duration, at least 90 days. Repetition must not be occasional. It must be done without missing. For 90 consecutive nights, then and only then will your identity begin to change. This is the cost of change, not luck, not waiting, not more information, but repeating the truth until the lie no longer exists inside you. Let me issue a warning. Neglect this, and you will return to the drift. You will fall back into the mental pattern of the masses. You will say, I tried that, and life will answer. You did not try long enough. Because law is not impressed by a few nights of effort. It is moved by unrelenting discipline. You must now speak as a master. You must look into the night and declare your sentence with command. You must become the man who says what he means and repeats what he means until the world responds. Say this with me now. I repeat my aim nightly until my mind and actions move without hesitation. Feel it, decide it, repeat it again. For every night you do, the old you weakens and the new you rises, not by magic, not by chance, but by law. When you walk into a room, the world must feel that you are not the same man who walked there last year. And the reason will not be your clothing, your title, or your possessions. The reason will be this. You are now the man who speaks identity into himself and repeats it until it becomes unbreakable. That power is not far off. It is not hidden in books or mentors. It is in your mouth. It is in your voice. It is in the sentence you choose, and whether or not you obey the law of repetition behind it. Decide now, speak tonight, repeat without fail, and soon you will not recognize the man who once doubted. He will be gone, replaced by the one you repeated into existence. You now understand the law of repetition. You know that what you repeat, you become. But I must now take you deeper, because repetition without emotion is like a man hammering on cold iron. The subconscious does not simply hear what you say, it absorbs what you feel. Emotion is the flame that makes the imprint permanent. Let me say it plainly. Emotion is the language of the subconscious mind. You cannot deceive it with lifeless words. You cannot impress it with casual phrases. You must speak your sentence with intensity, with conviction, with certainty. Without this emotional fuel, your sentence is reduced to mere noise. And yet, how do most men enter the final hour of their day? They lie in silence, but not in peace. They relive their failures, revisit arguments, rehearse pain. They do not realize that each emotional replay of regret is an instruction to their subconscious to produce more of the same. They feed their future with the emotion of the past. You cannot rise rich if you sleep in bitterness. You cannot become strong if you sleep with guilt. You cannot attract confidence if you fall asleep with emotional confusion. The emotions you bring to bed become the mood of your next day and the mold of your subconscious programming. That is why you must command your emotion before sleep. You must not allow worry to speak louder than your desire. You must not allow fatigue to speak louder than your sentence. You must take full responsibility for your inner state, not just your outer actions. Because the law responds to state, not just repetition. Understand this. Emotion is suggestion magnified. A phrase whispered in boredom passes like smoke. But a phrase spoken with fire enters the subconscious like a branding iron. It carves itself into identity. It becomes fixed, permanent, living. That is the kind of sentence you must deliver before you sleep. Now I warn you, you cannot command emotion by accident. You must prepare yourself. You must create a nightly ritual. You must enter the final hour of each day as a man steps into sacred territory, with control, with intention, and with reverence for the forces he is about to influence. Here is how to command your emotional state before sleep. 1. Breathe deeply. Let the body release the residue of the day. Sit or lie with dignity, not collapse. 2. Reflect only on what builds you. Think not of failure, but of progress. Not of fear, but of vision. Let your attention rest only on what is becoming, not what was. 3. Recite your sentence aloud, with feeling. Do not whisper it like a man uncertain. Say it like a ruler. Say it like a prophet. Say it like a man who speaks law. 4. Repeat it inwardly as you drift into sleep. Let no thought interrupt it. Let no emotion rival it. Fall asleep soaked in the conviction of your future. John D. Rockefeller, one of the wealthiest men who ever lived, understood this principle. But he did not use poetry, and he did not use theory. He used evening reflection, not as tradition, but as direction. He did not allow the day to close without reviewing his mental and emotional state and replacing confusion with command. Rockefeller once said that he gave thanks before bed, not merely to be grateful, but to focus his emotional power on certainty. He thanked the riches he expected. He affirmed the stability he had created. He gave his mind a tone of peaceful dominance, and the next day he rose to meet results that matched that tone. You must do the same. You must become the ruler of your emotional atmosphere before you sleep. Do not allow imagination to play the fool. Direct it. Let it serve you. Let your final thoughts be felt as deeply as they are spoken. Only then do they pass into the subconscious as fixed commands. I now give you the affirmation that governs this law. I do not sleep in fear. I sleep in power. My thoughts tonight are my life tomorrow. Repeat that now, slowly, with gravity. This is not a mantra. It is a verdict. It is a mental court order that no fear shall pass beyond this hour, that only purpose shall enter the gates of your soul during the sacred hours of rest. And let me say this: emotion must serve you, not sabotage you. If you do not control your feeling will control your future. And there are many men whose lives are wrecked not because of failure in action, but because of failure to govern emotion in the silence of night. The hour before sleep is not for reflection. It is for redirection. You are not there to review the day's mistakes. You are there to declare the direction of your mind. If you have sinned, repent quickly and move forward. If you have failed, learn quickly and affirm strength. But never, never fall asleep with an open wound. Why? Because the subconscious will nourish the wound in the dark. It will feed it, enlarge it, turn it into identity. And then, even if you act differently by day, you will find yourself drawn back to the same emotions, the same thoughts, the same self-image, not by fate, but by your own repeated nightly submission. You must begin tonight. No delay, no drift, no compromise. Enter your bedchamber like a man entering the temple of mind. Speak your sentence. Speak it with emotion, and declare this with full authority. I do not sleep in fear. I sleep in power. My thoughts tonight are my life tomorrow. Do not forget this. Emotion is the magnifier of all suggestion. You can say the right thing with the wrong tone, and your mind will reject it. But say it with belief, with vision, with fire, and your subconscious will accept it as truth. The world responds not to the man who wishes, but to the man who believes. And belief is trained, not in crowds, not in books, not in daylight, but in the dark, before sleep, through emotion and repetition. Control that hour, and you control your future. You may have thought that success comes from action, and yes, action plays its part. But hear me now, Action is the servant of identity. A man cannot act contrary to who he believes he is, not for long. And who he believes he is built, not in public, not by applause, but in silence, in solitude, and most powerfully while he sleeps. Let me tell you the truth that has been kept from you. Your identity is not fixed at birth. It is not determined by your past. It is not cemented by your mistakes. It is shaped, molded, written into your soul by the thoughts you repeat when the world is quiet. You are not born a failure or a success. You become one in the night. Each man becomes what he believes about himself. But those beliefs are not decided once. They are installed through repetition. And the moment of greatest installation is in the final hour before sleep. For then the walls of resistance are lowered, the subconscious is open, and your voice becomes the architect of the man you shall be. You do not become wealthy by working alone. You become wealthy by believing you are the kind of man who creates wealth. And that belief is not installed by reading books. It is not created by motivation. It is constructed every night, brick by brick, sentence by sentence, identity command by identity command. Let me say it again. You are not programming outcomes. You are programming identity. For once you believe you are the type of man who builds wealth, delivers value, walks with certainty, speaks with power, then every action, every habit, every instinct begins to follow that script, not by force, but by law. But if you go to bed in doubt, you will rise in hesitation. If you lie down with self-rejection, you will rise with confusion. If you fall asleep with the belief that you are still who you were yesterday, you will live the same day over and over until you die a man unchanged. You must intervene. You must take hold of this hour and use it not just to feel better, but to become different. This is not about relaxation. It is about reconstruction. You are not drifting into slumber. You are building an identity stronger than all the weakness of your former self. The voice you speak in the final minutes of your day will soon become the voice you hear when you wake. It will shape the decisions you make without thought. It will guide your posture, your energy, your attitude. It will determine whether you rise with fire or crawl through another morning of mediocrity. Let me give you an identity affirmation now. I am the man who creates wealth because I think, speak, and act with purpose. Repeat that slowly, again, until your body begins to accept it, until it no longer feels like a hope, but like a memory from the future. That is how identity is formed, not in a single night, but through faithful, emotional, repeated suggestion until the lie you lived in dies. And let me tell you a story. Woodrow Wilson, long before he became president, practiced a discipline few knew about. He would rehearse his inner convictions mentally at night. He would build the voice that one day would lead a nation, not in public, but in private. Not with others, but alone. Not by luck, but by deliberate nightly repetition of identity. And when he finally stood before crowds, he spoke not as a man trying to be great, but as one who had already become great in thought. His actions flowed from his belief. His belief was no accident. It was built in silence. So I say again, the hour before bed is not your closing hour. It is your construction hour. Use it. Use it with intent. Do not fall asleep like the man you were. Speak the man you are becoming, and let your mind etch that man into your soul with every passing night. Here's your full identity statement to use tonight. I am a man of thought, action, faith, and riches. Let it guide your breathing. Let it replace all self-doubt. Let it be the sentence that survives the day and rises with you tomorrow. Because the man who falls asleep with identity wakes with purpose. Repeat it now with fire. I am a man of thought, action, faith, and riches. And now I tell you, if you speak this sentence every night for the next 30 nights, with emotion, with vision, with decision, you will no longer merely desire to become rich. You will begin to feel as if you already are. And once that feeling lives inside you, it will create the world around you. You will say no to distractions not by discipline, but by identity. You will walk into rooms and be respected, not by force, but because identity precedes expression. You will expect opportunity, command value, and move with certainty, not because of what you know, but because of who you have become. But this will not happen by chance. Identity is not inherited. It is not granted. It is repeated night after night until there is no longer a gap between who you were and who you decided to be. So begin tonight. Say the sentence. Feel the truth. Repeat it until it lives in you. And soon the world will meet not the man you were, but the man you forged in silence when no one else was watching. Now that you have heard the law, now that you have received the hour, the sentence, the repetition, the emotion, and the identity, I bring you to the final command. This is the moment of decision, for knowledge without obedience is drift, and drift is the quiet destroyer of every man who once had a dream. Let us not speak of theory. Let us not speak of more information. Let us speak of law. The law is this: success is not earned at dawn, it is decided the night before. The man who leaves his thoughts to chance before sleep leaves his future to chaos. But the man who issues command before rest shapes his entire destiny while the world sleeps. This is not new. This is ancient. This is eternal. The last thought before sleep is your clearest prayer, not to the world, not to chance, but to your own mind, your own being, and the infinite intelligence that works through you. Do you believe the successful leave this to mood? Do you think the wealthy go to bed in confusion? Number, they issue command, they do not drift into dreams, they declare what the dream shall be, and their mind obeys. Andrew Carnegie himself instructed the young men under his influence to write and repeat their definite chief aim before bed, to speak it aloud with faith, to impress it upon the subconscious, to use the night not for rest alone, but for spiritual construction. He understood riches are not an accident. They are the product of repeated, definite thought, spoken with faith, backed by emotion, and enforced by action. The final hour is not a quiet fade. It is a fiery forge. It is where men command their future and where the untrained surrender to fate. You must no longer treat this as optional. You must treat it as law, because that is what it is. Nightly autosuggestion is not a ritual of the rich. It is the price of admission to abundance. This is your hour. This is your ritual. This is the discipline that must now rule your life. Not once a week, not when you feel good, but every single night, without exception, without apology, without drift. Let me give you now the 3 final affirmations that complete this journey. Speak them aloud. Speak them now. I repeat only what I desire to become. You are no longer allowed to rehearse defeat. You are no longer permitted to entertain fear. You are now a man of selection. You choose your thoughts. You repeat only what builds. You repeat only what shapes. You repeat only what matches the destiny you have claimed. I am now the man I once hoped to be. Hope is over. Wishing is over. You have stepped into command. You do not wait to become. You speak yourself into identity. And each night, with each repetition, you become more of him. Each night I command my mind, and each day my mind commands my life. This is the circle of creation. The mind obeys the voice, the body obeys the mind, and the world obeys the body that acts with certainty. You are now inside the loop of transformation. Do not break it. Obey it. Now here is the final exercise. This is not optional. This is your contract. 1, choose one sentence. Let it contain your aim, your time frame, and your certainty. 2, write it on paper, not in your mind, on paper with your hand. It must be seen. 3, recite it aloud before bed every night. Same time, same tone, same fire, until your voice becomes your fate. Do it for 30 days without fail, not 28, not when you feel like it, 30. Because law requires consistency, not feeling. Do this, and I make you a promise, not of magic, not of luck, but of law. Your identity will shift. Your confidence will rise. Your actions will change. Your decisions will sharpen. And wealth will begin to move toward you, not because of what you chase, but because of who you have become. This speech is not for inspiration. It is not for entertainment. It is for command. If you drift from it, you return to the man you were. But if you obey it, you will never be that man again. Now say this as your oath. I command my mind before sleep. I speak only what I choose to become. And each day I rise in obedience to the man I have declared. Say it again. And when this speech ends, do not return to the old routine. Return to the sentence. Return to the mirror. Return to the truth. You are what you repeat. And you are now the man who repeats only what builds, what commands, what becomes. Let others sleep in fear. Let others hope. You command, you build, you rise. Now begin. Choose the sentence. Repeat it tonight. Repeat it every night. And let your whole life obey it. You have now received the final command. Do not break it. Do not forget it. Do not drift. You are the master now. The mind is yours. The voice is yours. And soon the wealth will be too. Stop everything you are doing and listen with the intensity of a man who has decided to attract so much money he will never struggle or spend it all in this lifetime. You say you want money. You say you want freedom, but I say you do not yet want it badly enough, because if you did, you would have it. The man who truly demands riches from life, with definiteness, with burning desire, with unrelenting persistence, cannot be denied. So let me be plain. If you are broke, it is not because life is unfair. It is because your mind is still cheap. You have allowed fear to reason with you. You have allowed doubt to sit at your table. You have waited for a better moment, a better mood, a better economy. But I tell you now, there is no better moment than now. There is no future for the man who delays. There is only decay. Decay of belief, decay of purpose, decay of wealth. Do you think riches are a gift? They are not. They are claimed. Do you think wealth is earned through luck or lineage? It is not. It is constructed brick by brick by the thoughts you permit and the actions you repeat. And I will prove it to you, not with fantasy, not with empty praise, but with law. The law of definiteness, the law of faith, the law of organized action, the law of cosmic habit force. So listen closely, because you have never truly been poor. You have only been undisciplined. You have never been locked out. You have only failed to knock with authority. And you have never been denied money. You have simply not yet become the type of man it obeys. But if you listen to this speech with decision, if you silence every excuse and demand mastery, if you repeat the affirmations with absolute belief, then I promise you, your name will soon be written among the rich. Now take a breath. Write down your definite aim and listen to every word of what comes next, as if your life depends on it, because it does. And if you obey, money will come. So much you won't even know where to put it. You were not born to be poor. No man is issued into life with the decree of poverty stamped on his soul. You were born rich in thought, rich in power, rich in the spiritual essence of dominion. But you were taught, conditioned, hypnotized, trained to expect limitation. You were raised to believe that wealth is for the few, that riches are a reward only for the clever or the lucky. That is a lie. The poverty you've known was learned, and what was learned can be unlearned. I speak now to that part of you which never agreed to be poor, the part that still dreams at night of more, still imagines freedom, still feels anger in the presence of bills and chains. That part of you is correct. You are meant for more. But thought alone is not enough. Vague hope is not a plan. Yearning is not a command. Money is not an emotion nor a myth. It is a tool. It responds not to desperation, but to definiteness. It bends its will not to those who wait, but to those who decide. It is a loyal servant to the man who has mastered himself. And it vanishes in the presence of the man who cannot control his thoughts, his emotions, or his purpose. Let me say this plainly. Riches do not enter the drifting mind. They pass it by. They do not dwell in the undecided, the uncertain, the unclear. The riches of life, the abundance of money, of influence, of time, of peace, belong to the man who declares ownership with unwavering intent and commands his world with ordered thought. There is a gate, it is invisible, and it separates the man who wishes from the man who wills. It is not out there in the world, it is within your own mind. The gatekeeper is your subconscious, and the passcode is definiteness. If your desire is weak, if your plan is vague, if your actions are inconsistent, the gate remains locked. But if you issue the right command, if your desire burns, if your voice rings with certainty, if your purpose is made clear and constant, then the gate swings wide, and the treasures you seek begin their motion toward you. This is not mysticism. It is not luck. It is not the mercy of fortune. It is law. Riches obey law. And that law is this: desire plus faith plus decision plus persistence equals wealth. This is the formula. It is not optional. Remove one part and the structure collapses. Combine them and life must give you what you ask, no matter how large, no matter how far. Desire is the fuel. It must be burning, white-hot, persistent, unshakable. A passing wish will not do. A soft yearning is not enough. You must want it like a starving man wants bread, like a drowning man wants air, like a mother wants to save her child. Without that fire, no force will respond to your request. But desire alone is not enough. You must possess faith, not the faith of religious recitation, but faith as a state of mind, an internal conviction that your riches are already yours, though your hands have not yet touched them. Faith must be cultivated, built, repeated, reinforced. It is planted by repetition and watered by belief. Next is decision, swift, final, unchangeable. The man who hesitates is lost. Life does not favor the one who considers endlessly, who weighs every possibility, who fears error more than failure. You must choose what you want. Choose it fully. Choose it now. Choose it boldly and let no opinion alter it. Then comes persistence, the bridge between thought and result. Most men begin, few men continue. The man who persists is rare. He is the one who keeps moving when others rest, who believes when others doubt, who acts when others retreat. And he is the one to whom money ultimately surrenders. These four forces, desire, faith, decision, persistence, are the magnetic combination. Together they form the current that moves money. They are not emotional. They are not hopeful. They are mechanical. They are spiritual. They are law. If you master them, you will draw riches to yourself in measures far beyond your current comprehension. The gate to wealth is not locked by society. It is not guarded by banks or governments or systems. It is locked by your own lack of discipline. And it is unlocked only by the definiteness of your thought, enforced by the power of your will. The key is in your possession now, but the question remains, will you use it? This speech will show you how. Not with empty phrases, not with theories, but with law-bound instruction. Each part will reveal a new key, a deeper step, a stricter command. This is not a speech for the casual listener. It is for the one who has decided, I will be rich. I will have freedom. I will never bow to limitation again. Repeat this after me and repeat it daily. I now demand of life unlimited wealth, and I offer in return unwavering purpose, relentless action, and service that exceeds the ordinary. Say it aloud. Say it again, not with doubt, not with passivity. Say it with force. Say it with fire. Say it as a man who no longer asks but commands. And the subconscious, the gatekeeper, will begin to listen. And once it listens, it must obey. For the subconscious accepts all commands impressed with emotion and certainty. If you repeat that sentence with belief, every day, every morning, and every night, then life itself will begin to shift. Ideas will come, opportunities will rise, allies will appear, energy will increase, and the man you once were will begin to dissolve, replaced by the one who rules, the one who directs, the one who builds his fortune from thought alone. So understand this now. Money is obedient. It is not spiritual in nature, but it is spiritual in obedience. It flows where order is present. It flees the presence of chaos. If your mind is unorganized, if your speech is careless, if your actions are hesitant, you repel money. But if your mind is definite, your thought is bold, your words are clear, then riches are magnetized to you. Your life thus far has been the result of what you have permitted. Your future will be the result of what you now command. And what you command must be born of a burning desire, a relentless faith, a definite decision, and persistent execution. That is the price. That is the passage. And when you pay it, life will pay you. You are poor only to the degree that you are indefinite. Do not argue with this truth. I have studied thousands of men across every walk of life, from penniless clerks to industrial titans, and without exception, the wealthiest were also the most definite. They knew what they wanted, down to the inch, the dollar, and the hour. The world yields to the man who knows where he is going. All others are ignored. The vague are punished. The undecided are forgotten. But the definite man, he is remembered, he is sought after, and he is paid. Not because he is better than others, but because he does what others will not. He chooses with precision, and he never looks back. Riches respond only to definite aims, not hopes, not general intentions, not scattered desires, but a definite chief aim, written clearly, spoken aloud daily, impressed upon the subconscious with emotion and fire. This aim becomes your North Star. It becomes your identity. It becomes the magnet that draws all required elements to you. Write down your financial goal, exactly. The number, the timeline, the form. Do not say, I want to be rich. That is not a command. That is a whisper. And the subconscious does not obey whispers. It obeys thunder. It obeys certainty. It obeys the voice of a man who will not accept denial. Set your number. I will earn $1 million. Set your time. By the end of this year, set your plan. Through my business, through my skill, through value rendered above all expectation. And then read this aim aloud every morning as you rise and every night before you sleep. Your definite chief aim must be the first voice you hear and the last thought you recall. Let me tell you about Edwin C. Barnes. He had no money, no connections, no prestige, but he had a definite chief aim, to become business partners with Thomas Edison. He did not wish for it. He decided it. He declared it. He announced it to his own mind and then to Edison's front desk. They laughed. They sent him away. He stayed, he waited, he served, he proved himself indispensable. And one day, the opportunity came. A product needed selling. No one else could sell it. Barnes did. He did not earn riches by luck. He earned them by definiteness. His riches began the moment he decided. This is the law. Life begins to respond the moment you do. The subconscious does not require proof. It requires instruction. And the instruction it follows is autosuggestion, the repeated emotional declaration of your goal. Each time you speak your aim with belief, you deepen the groove in the subconscious. And what is impressed there, life must express outward. Autosuggestion is no idle chant. It is spiritual repetition enforced with intensity. If you say something long enough and with enough emotional weight, your subconscious will accept it as reality, and your body, your mind, your habits, your decisions will all begin to obey it without resistance. So I command you, speak your aim, not just once, not when you feel good, not when you are inspired, but twice a day, every day, without fail, morning and night. Say it as a man who believes it. Say it as a man who is building it. Say it as a man who would rather die than live without it. Say this now. I am the type of person who knows exactly how much I desire, and I move toward it daily with absolute purpose. Say it again. Make it your oath. Let no mood rob you of your declaration. Let no delay silence your direction. Let no criticism shake your voice. Say it until it becomes the foundation of who you are. Understand, the act of decision is the moment riches begin to stir in motion. You may not see them yet. You may not feel them. But below the surface, forces are gathering. Ideas are forming. People are being prepared. Doors are beginning to unlock. Why? Because you have decided, and most men never do. They drift. They change their goals weekly. They get excited and then stop. They listen to opinions. They trust the news more than their own vision. They ask the world for permission, and so the world ignores them. But when a man makes a decision, speaks it, and acts on it daily, the universe itself adjusts around him. You do not need to know how. You do not need to know when. You only need to know what. What do you want? What amount? What date? What value will you give in return? Write it, say it, obey it. That is your job. The rest will follow. But if you delay the writing, if you skip the speaking, if you betray your aim with inaction, then do not wonder why money avoids you. Let your aim be bold. Do not fear asking for much. Life does not punish the large dreamer. It punishes the timid one. Ask big. Declare large. Say, I demand riches of life in great abundance, not for greed, but because I am ready to give great service, produce great value, and obey great discipline. And when you fail, and you will fail at times, return to your aim. When you doubt, and you will doubt, read your aim aloud. When you are tired, when you are discouraged, when you see no evidence of progress, read your aim, because the man who continues to declare his purpose in the absence of proof becomes unbeatable. This is why the definite chief aim is the first lesson in every system of success. It is the root, the seed, the hinge upon which all else turns. Without it, nothing works. With it, all things begin to move. No riches will come to the man who is undecided, and no failure can remain with the man who is definite. So let the world doubt. Let the critics speak. Let time delay. Let others quit. But you will speak your aim. You will read it. You will write it. You will walk it, live it, breathe it, and enforce it until it becomes visible. For nothing else is required, and nothing else will do. Now pick up your pen, write your aim, say it aloud, repeat it again, and understand, this is the vault key, and once turned, it can never be reversed. All riches begin in the unseen world of thought. They are not first measured in coins, nor in ledgers, nor in bank accounts. They are first formed in the workshop of the mind, crafted from belief, shaped by desire, and brought to life through faith. Before money touches your hands, it must be possessed in thought. Let me speak plainly. Faith is the only currency that can be spent before riches arrive. It is the invisible builder, the silent architect, the power that binds cause to effect. Without faith, your desires collapse into daydreams, your plans become hesitation, your energy weakens, but with faith, true faith, you become unstoppable. Faith is not belief. It is not hope. It is not the fragile optimism of a man waiting for better days. Faith is a mental state, an inner certainty so strong that doubt cannot enter. Faith is built, like muscle, through repetition. It is created, like fire, by friction, and it must be protected like a treasure, for the world will seek to steal it from you. Let me remind you of a man named Andrew Carnegie. He had no wealth in his youth, but he had an unshakable belief in the law of success. He believed that thought, organized with definiteness, could be transmuted into anything, even a steel empire. And it was this belief that caused him to entrust me with the mission of gathering and teaching these principles. He did not ask me to report facts. He asked me to uncover law, and he paid me not with dollars, but with faith, faith that this system would change the world, faith that every man who applied it could rise regardless of background, race, or education. That faith carried me through 25 years of study, and it now carries you through this moment. So I ask you, what do you truly believe? Do you believe that money is coming to you? Or do you secretly fear that it never will? Do you declare your desire aloud each day with conviction? Or do you whisper it quietly, afraid that the world might mock you? Because listen to me carefully. Your results will match your faith. Not your want, not your need. Your faith. And faith is built. It is not given. You do not wait for it, you create it. How? Through autosuggestion, through daily repetition, through emotional reinforcement, by speaking your definite chief aim aloud with power and consistency, until your subconscious accepts it as a fact. You may not believe it yet. That is acceptable. Belief is not required to begin. But if you speak your aim daily, with emotion, with structure, with persistence, faith will awaken within you. It will rise like a fire, first small, then blazing, and soon nothing will shake it. This is not theory. It is the experience of every man who has transformed his life. Let me issue a warning. Faith must be guarded, for it is easily stolen by voices of failure, by memories of defeat, by the laughter of doubters. One seed of doubt, if allowed to grow, can poison the entire harvest. You must defend your belief as a warrior defends his fortress, fiercely, daily, with no apology. Recall Henry Ford. He was mocked, resisted, and told repeatedly that his vision was impossible. But he held to his plan with faith so complete that no engineer, no critic, no banker could sway him. And in time, his faith became fact. The motor car, the assembly line, the millions in riches, all began in thought and were powered by belief. You may say, I've failed before. So did Ford. So did Edison. So did Carnegie. But they did not stay failed. They transmuted defeat into fuel. And you must do the same. You must take every disappointment and hammer it into conviction. For the man of faith uses failure to prove himself, not to disprove his vision. Every morning, before you check the world's noise, speak your definite chief aim aloud. And every night, before sleep, speak it again. Let the sound of your own voice plant certainty in your subconscious. Do not recite it passively. Say it with emotion. Say it with conviction. Say it as if the outcome is already known, because it is. Say this with me. I have faith in myself. I have faith in my plan. I have faith in the law that thought becomes reality. Do not merely speak this. Memorize it. Repeat it until it becomes part of your inner voice. Let it replace every fear that once spoke against your dream. Let it drown out every memory of lack. Let it become the dominant thought in your mind. Why is this so powerful? Because the subconscious does not know the difference between what is real and what is vividly imagined. It accepts what is repeated. It obeys what is emotional. It acts upon whatever is impressed upon it consistently. And so, by the law of repetition, faith becomes fixed, and riches must follow. This is how the sixth sense is awakened, the invisible link between you and infinite intelligence. You do not force it. You do not summon it with ritual. You build it with faith. And once faith is established, guidance flows. Intuition sharpens. Ideas flash. Doors open. And life begins to obey you because you are no longer divided. Say again. I believe that all riches I seek are already mine in substance. I believe my actions are drawing them into form. I believe no force can stop what is backed by decision, desire, and faith. If you do not yet believe this fully, that is all the more reason to repeat it. Speak it until your inner voice echoes with power, until your eyes reflect certainty, until your very posture changes. This is how the rich think. This is how they move. This is how they attract wealth, not through labor, but through law. You have the ability now to do what few men ever do, to take possession of your own mind and instruct it to build your fortune. It does not require more education. It does not require approval. It only requires that you declare the right idea, repeat it with belief, and persist until all doubt is burned away. You are not merely trying to get money, you are training yourself to become the man money obeys. And that begins with thought. That begins with faith. That begins now. Faith without a plan is spiritual chaos. It is like a horse without reins, a ship without a rudder, a seed thrown on stone. You may possess desire, you may burn with faith, but until you take that flame and forge it into a plan, you will drift, you will delay, and money will remain a stranger. Riches respond not to raw energy, but to energy organized. You would not build a house without a blueprint. You would not construct a bridge without structure. Yet men attempt to build fortunes with nothing but excitement and hope. That is why they fail. That is why they quit. They begin without a system. They start without order. They move without knowing where. Understand this now. Organized planning is the machinery of wealth. It is how the invisible becomes visible. It is how thought takes form. It is how ideas become income. Your plan does not need to be perfect. It does not need to be complete, but it must exist, and you must begin moving on it today. Take your definite chief aim. Now ask, what steps must I take to bring this into form? What value must I produce? What alliances must I form? What knowledge must I acquire? What hours must I devote? Write it all down. Break it into months, then weeks, then days. This is how a man prepares the soil for his harvest. Let me offer you a warning. Procrastination is the tool of the devil. It does not come with a horn or a tail. It comes dressed as logic. It says, wait. It says, not yet. It says, let's think about it more. And if you listen, your fortune dies unborn. If you permit it, your plans are buried before they breathe. I say to you, begin immediately, not when you feel like it, not when the weather is right, but now. Begin poorly if necessary. Begin clumsily. Begin without full knowledge, but begin. Action is the soul of faith. Movement creates momentum, and momentum makes miracles seem inevitable. And understand this, no great fortune was ever built alone. Every empire, every enterprise, every enduring success was born through the coordination of many minds moving in harmony. This is the mastermind principle, and without it, your plan lacks power. You must surround yourself with one or more individuals who share your belief, support your aim, and expand your insight. I think now of Charles M. Schwab, who took a dying company and made it a billion-dollar success, not by working harder than everyone, but by aligning with minds greater than his own. He understood how to inspire others, how to coordinate talent, how to delegate, how to organize energy. This was not luck, it was planning. Form your own mastermind. It need not be large. One or two is enough if they are definite. Share your plan, ask for counsel, meet regularly, sharpen each other. When two minds move with one purpose, a third mind is born, one of greater power than either alone. That power attracts riches. That power awakens infinite intelligence. Now return to your plan. If it feels too large, break it smaller. If it feels unclear, write more. Do not leave it floating in your mind. Get it on paper. See it with your eyes. Carry it in your coat. Review it each day. This is how you discipline your desire. This is how you command your thought. This is how you build wealth like a craftsman builds with wood and stone. Say this now. My plan is clear. My action is constant. I attract riches because I obey the law of definite movement. Repeat it daily. Let it be the rhythm of your discipline. When you rise, speak it. Before you sleep, affirm it. Action becomes habit. Habit becomes identity. And the man who identifies as one who always acts will soon find that money acts in his favor. You must become a planner. You must become a strategist. You must become a commander of your own destiny, not a waiter, not a wisher, not a wanderer. If a step fails, revise. If a route closes, reroute. But never lose the plan. Never sit idle. Never let a day pass without some motion toward your aim. And do not say, "But I don't know how." That excuse is the language of poverty. You may not know how, but you can find out. You may not have done it before, but you can begin now. All great men began in ignorance. They rose through effort, repetition, feedback, correction, and determination. So will you. You are not required to have the full picture. You are required to move on what you do see. As you move, new light will come, new paths will appear, new knowledge will be given. But that knowledge will not arrive until you prove you are serious by taking action. This is why organized planning is the test. The world does not trust the man who speaks. It trusts the man who builds. Your plan, executed with persistence, is your proof. It is your certificate of seriousness. It is your letter to life that says, "I am ready, I am willing, I am acting." Let me give you this truth. Riches do not visit the idle thinker. They do not belong to the philosopher without discipline. They do not reward the creative man who will not move. They are reserved for the builder, the planner, the executor, the one who organizes desire into a structure of execution. So begin today. Open your notebook. Write your next steps. Choose a time and place for daily review. Build a system for daily progress. Create a calendar for execution. If you fail to plan your time, you surrender your life to chaos. But if you command your days, you begin to master your fate. And remember, each plan is temporary. It will be adjusted. It will be corrected. That is not failure. That is wisdom. Failure only occurs when a man abandons the act of planning altogether, when he says, "This is too hard," when he returns to comfort. And that, my friend, you must never do. So I leave you with this. Faith gives you vision. Planning gives it legs. If you want riches, do not only imagine them, build the staircase. If you want money, do not only feel it, pursue it with structure. Repeat again. My plan is clear. My action is constant. I attract riches because I obey the law of definite movement. Now return to your desk. Look at your aim. Write your plan and prepare for motion. Because when planning becomes law in your life, riches begin to arrive on schedule. The man who wins is not the one who starts strongest. It is not the one who knows the most. It is not the one who makes the loudest declarations. It is the one who refuses to stop. Persistence is the golden key that turns desire into results. Without it, all plans rot. All faith withers. All riches hide themselves from view. Life will not hand you riches at the first request. That is not cruelty, it is law. All who ask for great things must be tested. Not because life seeks to punish you, but because life demands proof. It will ask, "Do you truly want what you say?" And it will not believe your words. It will only measure your actions. When defeat comes, and it will, it is not failure. It is an inquiry. It asks, "Will you continue?" Most men do not. Most men quit when results delay. Most men curse when nothing moves. Most men stop when they feel tired, when they feel doubt, when they feel resistance. But the man who persists, he becomes king. Persistence is decision maintained through resistance. It is not a feeling. It is not a spark. It is a discipline. It is a law. It is a declaration repeated by action, day after day, long after the emotion is gone. The world steps aside for the man who knows where he is going and will not stop until he arrives. I remind you now of Thomas Edison, a man who failed more than 10,000 times while trying to create the electric light. He was ridiculed, scorned, ignored, dismissed, but he kept working, not because he was sure of the outcome, but because he was sure of himself. He refused to stop. That alone made him victorious. Understand, you are not judged by how you feel. You are judged by how you persist. The man who continues without emotion will outlast the one who burns brightly and burns out quickly. Persistence is what separates those who speak from those who conquer. It is the filter of success. It removes the weak and rewards the committed. Temporary defeat is not failure unless you accept it. The greatest fortunes were built upon setbacks. Rockefeller lost everything in panic. Ford was laughed at by every financier. Lincoln lost election after election, yet all persisted. And because they persisted, they broke through. The same law will serve you if you obey it. You must create structure for persistence. You must not rely on mood. Build daily rituals, morning declarations, evening reflections, scheduled execution, written review. Persistent action is not spontaneous. It is manufactured. It is installed like steel rails, so that even when storms come, your train keeps moving. Read your definite chief aim aloud, daily. Read it especially when you don't feel like it. Speak it through doubt. Speak it through fatigue. Speak it until it becomes louder than all opposition. Every time you speak it, you reinforce your path. Every day you act, you deepen your identity. And that identity, built on persistence, becomes unshakable. This is how the law of cosmic habit force begins to serve you. Cosmic habit force is the invisible momentum of repetition. It is the law by which repeated thoughts become belief, repeated actions become habit, and repeated effort becomes destiny. It is indifferent. It will support failure or success. You must choose the pattern. The law is this: what you repeat becomes permanent. If you repeat delay, you install hesitation. If you repeat excuses, you build weakness. But if you repeat motion, you build inevitability. If you repeat belief, you build results. And if you persist day by day, even the most stubborn resistance will collapse. Each day you persist, you are installing the gears of wealth. You may not see them turning yet, but beneath the surface, in the invisible realm where cause precedes effect, your persistence is building bridges, aligning events, creating force. You are storing up pressure, and one day it will break loose as results, as riches, as reality. Let me give you this. Persistence does not make things easy. It makes you stronger than what is hard. That is the secret. It does not change the mountain. It changes the climber. And once you are changed, nothing outside you can defeat you. Once persistence becomes your identity, wealth becomes a matter of time. Say this with me. I persist until I succeed. I am unmoved by defeat. I will have the wealth I demand, or I will die in pursuit of it. Repeat that daily. Let it become your war cry. Let it become the voice that answers every delay, every distraction, every discouragement. The man who speaks this and lives it cannot remain poor. Persistence will offend your comfort. It will strip you of laziness. It will demand your full effort, your full presence, your full discipline. But it will also reward you with the kind of life most men never taste, a life of command, a life of riches, a life earned by law. Most men are slaves to emotion. They act only when inspired. They fall apart when tired. They stop when things do not go their way. But the man who acts anyway, who moves when uninspired, who speaks faith when nothing has appeared, that man becomes rich in mind first, then in money. So build the habit. Show up daily. Work your plan. Say your affirmations. Move forward without needing applause. And soon persistence will no longer be something you do. It will be something you are. And once you are a persistent man, riches cannot leave you alone. Now rise, review your aim, and act. Do not wait. Do not wish. Do not delay. Move, even if slowly. Speak, even if doubted. Build, even when tired. And you will possess what others only dream about. You may have desire. You may have faith. You may have decision and persistence, but if you attempt to build great riches with your mind alone, you will soon meet your limit. One man can only see so far. One mind can only produce so much. But when two or more minds unite in harmony toward a definite purpose, they create a third greater power. This is the mastermind. The mastermind is not just a meeting. It is not merely a friendship. It is a spiritual partnership, a joining of mental forces so complete, so synchronized, that a new and superior mind is formed, an invisible intelligence greater than the sum of its parts. This mind thinks, guides, and creates beyond what any single man could achieve alone. Align yourself with one or more individuals who believe in your aim, support your growth, and act with integrity. Do not share your plans with the weak-minded, the jealous, or the drifting. Associate only with those who are definite, who move, who speak life into your vision, who hold you accountable to your greatness. It was Andrew Carnegie, the Steel King, who first revealed this principle to me. He did not build his empire alone. He surrounded himself with specialists, with thinkers, with executors, men whose talents differed from his, but whose aim aligned with his own. Through this mastermind, he channeled power that no one man could possess. The same principle was used by Henry Ford, whose genius was not in machinery alone, but in organization. He brought together minds that could build, calculate, design, and manage. Together, they built what no man could build alone. Wealth flowed not just from effort, but from mental harmony organized toward production. But the mastermind is only one source of power. There is another, one rarely spoken of, yet known by every great achiever, whether they could name it or not. That power is sex transmutation. The most potent form of human energy, when controlled and redirected, becomes the fuel for all enduring success. Understand this. The same energy that drives physical union is also the source of creative genius, ambition, and magnetic personality. The world has trained you to waste it, through indulgence, through distraction, through undisciplined emotion. But the successful man redirects it, transforming desire into drive, and drive into wealth. You must learn to harness this power, not deny it, but elevate it. When the mind is inflamed with emotional desire, do not waste it. Channel it, direct it. Use that fire to work longer, think clearer, speak with authority, build your plan, and move with conviction. That is transmutation. The greatest minds in history understood this. Napoleon, whose conquests were fueled by passion and vision. Edison, who worked through the night with focused intensity. Lincoln, who turned emotional pain into moral power. None of them were cold men. They were controlled men. Control does not mean suppression. It means direction. Take the most powerful emotional current within you and point it toward your chief aim. Let it move your body to action. Let it energize your voice. Let it elevate your standards. Let it remind you that you are capable of extraordinary work when you do not leak your power through distraction. Say this now. I transmute my strongest emotions into definite action. My desire serves my purpose. Repeat this until it becomes the law of your life. When emotion arises, do not waste it. Use it. When you feel intensity, do not indulge it. Direct it. The man who masters this law becomes magnetic, creative, powerful, and enduring. Your voice will carry more authority. Your presence will draw attention. Your words will command belief. This is not manipulation. It is alignment. The man who walks in this transmuted power is not chasing riches. Riches chase him. Let us now join these two forces. The master mind provides you with expanded thought, multiplied faith, and constant accountability. Sex transmutation provides you with explosive energy, emotional power, and creative clarity. Together, they make you a force no opposition can stop. So, build your circle. Choose your allies wisely. Meet regularly. Share your goals. Speak your faith aloud. Build one another. Eliminate weakness. Eliminate excuses. And watch as life begins to bend around your united thought. And daily, discipline your emotions. Guard your energy. Refuse to waste the sacred fire within you on that which produces nothing. Convert it into labor, into speech, into writing, into production, into wealth. This is how you rise beyond ordinary men. This is how you build beyond your own strength. This is how you become a magnet for money, influence, and power, not because you begged for it, but because you became the man who attracts it. Say it again. I transmute my strongest emotions into definite action. My desire serves my purpose. Now rise and walk with the fire of two great laws, the power of aligned minds and the fire of elevated desire. The world cannot stop a man who has both. Whatever you plant in the subconscious mind, whether it be wealth or worry, purpose or fear, definiteness or doubt, will grow. The subconscious does not judge. It does not resist. It accepts. And once it accepts a thought, it begins to shape your world in the image of that thought. That is why you must master it, or be mastered by it. Understand, the subconscious is always working. It never sleeps. It never ceases. It is the silent engine that directs your beliefs, your instincts, your habits, and your results. And if you do not direct it by conscious decision, it will be directed by environment, suggestion, and emotional impulse, most of which are destructive. This mind cannot reject. It only accepts. It obeys the strongest influence it receives over time. If that influence is doubt, it obeys doubt. If it is fear, it obeys fear. If it is faith, it obeys faith. And if it is wealth, spoken with authority, repeated with belief, and felt with emotion, it will bring wealth into your life by law. Let me give you an image. The subconscious is soil. It cannot choose what seeds you plant, but once planted, it will grow whatever you give it. Give it the seed of poverty, and it will yield lack. Give it the seed of riches, and it will yield abundance. But the law demands that you plant, water, and tend it daily. Each time you repeat your definite chief aim, you are planting the seed. Each time you speak it with conviction, you are watering it. Each time you act on it despite difficulty, you are strengthening its roots. And in time, the harvest must come, not as chance, but as the lawful result of mental sowing. You must be vigilant. You must monitor every thought, every word, every reaction, not with fear, but with intention. Do not allow the weeds of fear to grow unnoticed. Uproot every belief that contradicts your desire. If a thought of poverty arises, replace it instantly with the image of wealth, spoken with faith and backed by decision. Say it now. I now command my subconscious mind to direct me toward wealth, and it obeys. Do not whisper this. Speak it aloud. Speak it as a general commands an army. Speak it as a master speaks to his servant. For your subconscious is not your ruler, it is your servant, but only if you treat it as such. The man who fails to command it will be ruled by it, often to his destruction. This is why I instruct you to read your aim aloud morning and night, not because it is ritual, but because it is lawful instruction to the subconscious. That voice repeated becomes identity, and identity, impressed upon the subconscious, becomes behavior, attraction, and outcome. You are not merely hoping to get rich. You are training your inner world to expect wealth. You are installing the thought of riches so deeply that the subconscious begins to alter every perception, every choice, every habit to align with the image of success you have burned into it. This is not done casually. This is not done occasionally. It is done with military discipline every day without fail. Why? Because repetition is the language of the subconscious. It does not respond to single commands. It responds to sustained instruction. That is how all identity is formed. You were once taught to think small. That was done through repetition. You were once taught to fear. That, too, came through repetition. Now we overwrite the old with the new. We overwrite fear with faith. We overwrite poverty with power. And we do so through the most powerful law in existence, autosuggestion. Repeat this affirmation now with full authority. I am a man of purpose. I think riches, speak riches, expect riches, and act in alignment with wealth. My subconscious mind is now saturated with belief, and it obeys my every command. Say it again. Not once, not twice. Say it until you believe it. Say it until no opposing voice remains in your mind. Say it until your very countenance changes, until you walk into a room and carry the identity of wealth before you ever speak a word. You do not rise by emotion, you rise by conditioning. Every thought is a brushstroke on the canvas of your identity. Every sentence you speak is another groove cut into your inner pattern. And if those strokes are definite, consistent, and empowered by belief, you will become what you speak. Let us be clear. Your outer world is nothing but a mirror. It reflects the inner structure of your mind. The poor man is poor in thinking long before he is poor in circumstance. And the rich man is rich in thought before ever touching gold. The subconscious mind makes no distinction. It obeys either man with equal devotion. But if you leave it to chance, it will accept the suggestions of failure, of weakness, of limitation. That is why you must never be passive. You must never drift. You must never permit others to plant ideas into your mind unchallenged. Guard the gate and plant only what you are willing to harvest. Repeat again. I now command my subconscious mind to direct me toward wealth, and it obeys. Make this the final word of your evening and the first command of your morning. Make it the law that governs your decisions, your speech, your conduct. And over time, you will notice a shift, not just in thought, but in reality. Ideas will appear. People will be drawn to you. Opportunities will open. Courage will increase. Clarity will rise. You will begin to expect riches, and riches will respond. Not because you worked harder than others, but because you aligned your inner world with the laws that rule success. This is not magic. It is not luck. It is law. What you impress upon the subconscious with emotion and repetition, you express outward with power and certainty. The mind is master. And when the subconscious is your ally, nothing you command will be denied. So continue your daily work. Speak your aim. Affirm your identity. Visualize your result. And let no suggestion contrary to your wealth remain unchallenged. For you are now not just a man. You are a mental force, and wealth must obey. Let us now bring all laws into harmony. Let us unite desire, faith, decision, persistence, planning, and thought into their final resting place, purpose and service. For no riches are ever complete, no fortune everlasting, unless they are founded on the supreme law of life. You receive in exact measure to what you give. Money is not your master. It is your servant. It obeys the definite man, the faithful man, the persistent man, but only when that man uses it to fulfill a greater purpose than his own comfort. If you chase riches without purpose, they will curse you. If you seek wealth without service, it will turn to ash in your hands. The man who commands money must first command value, and value means service, not servitude, not begging, not manipulation, but conscious, intentional rendering of more benefit than you are paid for. This is the forgotten law. The man who gives more than expected will soon be paid more than imagined. I speak now to your soul. You were not created to consume. You were not born to hoard. You are here to contribute, to expand the good, to multiply benefit, to create systems, goods, and services that elevate others. And when you align your riches with service to mankind, you invoke the highest law. Let us remember Elbert Hubbard, who declared, "Get rich, yes, but render more service than you are paid for." That is the secret. That is the source. That is the gateway to permanent wealth. When you give without limitation, so long as it is attached to a definite chief aim, life must return it multiplied. Ask yourself now, what is my purpose? What will I use my riches for? Who will benefit from my abundance? How will I use my time, my energy, my resources to advance not only my name, but the lives of others? Let this be the question that guides your strategy. Let this be the fire behind your action. You are not here to escape bills. You are here to build bridges. You are not here to impress men. You are here to inspire generations. You are not here to accumulate. You are here to multiply value through inspired effort. This is the final transformation. The poor man thinks of himself. The rich man of purpose thinks of the world. He does not calculate only what he earns, but what he contributes. He does not fear what he spends, but what he wastes by not using his wealth for good. Here is your final test. Can you say aloud with conviction, I demand unlimited wealth because I have unlimited value to give? Say it now. And if it stings, if it feels untrue, then you have not yet uncovered your deepest reservoir of power. You must expand your capacity to serve. You must think bigger, move faster, render more, dream broader, deliver more value than any man in your field, and do it without excuse. Say this also. I am the master of money. I am the servant of purpose. This keeps your riches aligned. This protects you from greed. This safeguards your character. It ensures that wealth does not harden you, but magnifies you. If you are weak, money will expose it. If you are selfish, it will increase it. But if you are definite, focused, and driven by a higher aim, money will become your greatest instrument. Your voice must now carry purpose. Your actions must radiate intention. Your reputation must become one of excellence, over-delivery, and certainty. And your entire identity must say to the world, I am here to build something greater than myself. This is how you complete the law. This is how you draw in riches so vast they cannot be measured. You obey the principles. You speak your desire. You persist through defeat. You organize your movement. You affirm your wealth. You control your emotion. And above all, you use it for service. Speak now your final affirmations. I live with definite aim, relentless faith, and constant action. Riches are drawn to me as surely as the river flows to the ocean. I demand unlimited wealth because I am prepared to give unlimited value. I no longer chase money. I attract it because I have become the man who commands it through purpose, discipline, and obedience to law. These are not poems. These are not hopes. These are mental blueprints. Repeat them until they become your law, until every thought, every step, every plan aligns with them. And when you do, you will no longer be trying to succeed. You will have become success itself. And now, your final command. If you know what you want, if you've written it down, if you speak it aloud with belief, if you persist when others quit, then let the world try to stop you. Let circumstance rise against you. Let time delay and critics mock. For the man who moves with definite purpose is a force that cannot be denied. And when you become that man, you will attract so much money. You will not even be able to spend it all. Now go and build. Stop everything you are doing and listen with the intensity of a man who has decided to never struggle again, because this is not a speech. This is a summons. This is your awakening. The moment when you stop blaming the world, stop waiting for permission, and finally realize the clock will not wait for you. You feel it, don't you? That quiet panic in your chest, that ache of knowing too much time has passed and too little has changed. You look at the clock and you lie to yourself. I'll begin tomorrow. But I say to you now, the clock is not your friend. It is your mirror, and it will not wait for your indecision. This is your wake-up call. Not from the world, but from the deepest part of your spirit that is tired of watching you hesitate. You were not made to drift. You were not born to repeat the same year 10 times and call it life. You were made to move. Now, every second you delay, your potential decays. Every hour you hesitate, your family, your wealth, your destiny remains bound. And the truth is brutal. No one is coming. No mentor, no miracle, no moment of perfect readiness, only you. You say you don't have time? Then stop giving it to things that do not build you. You say you're tired? then stop wasting energy on distractions and excuses. This message will not repeat itself. If you shut this out now, your life may never change. But if you choose to listen, not casually, but with burning decision, then I promise you, this is the hour that everything begins. The world will not wait for you. But if you act now, it will obey you. Wake up, move, begin. You think you have time? The clock does not care about your dreams. It will tick through your excuses. It will move past your delays. It will walk on while you sit frozen in thought. You are not waiting on anything. The only question is, will you move before it runs out? Most men believe they have time because they mistake the movement of the clock for the movement of their life. They feel hours pass and confuse it with progress. But drifting is not movement. Drifting is decay. And no man ever drifted to greatness. The dreamer lives in thought. The doer breathes fire. One speaks of goals. The other moves while the world sleeps. One fantasizes at night. The other commands the day with plan, with purpose, with decision. Your past can remain your master, or today can become your emancipation. This is your wake-up call, not from a bell, not from a tragedy, but from the deepest truth within your soul. You've waited long enough. You've drifted through enough cycles. You've broken enough promises to yourself. The next year of your life will be a copy of the last, unless you tear the script and write a new law today. The clock is your mirror. It does not pause for uncertainty. It does not hesitate for fear. It does not delay for the weak. It marches forward, and it only obeys the man who marches with it, in boldness, in clarity, and in persistence. Your family is not safe if you remain indecisive. Your finances are not safe if you remain unsure. Your purpose will perish in delay if you do not answer it now. The danger is not failure. The danger is another year of sleepwalking. You do not need more time. You need command. And time, like all things, bends to the man who acts in faith, not the man who drifts in thought. This speech is not a gift of inspiration. It is not soft encouragement. It is war against delay. It is fire against indecision. It is a sword for the man who has finally had enough of waiting. You will remember this moment if you move, but you will regret it forever if you ignore the sound in your soul right now. Your decision is the turning point. Your next hour is sacred. Your definite chief aim must no longer be an idea. It must become a law. Say it with me now. I move now. The clock will not wait, so neither will I. Each second of hesitation costs me freedom. I obey faith, not fear. I act in purpose, not pause. Now, wake up. Let us begin. The clock has never been your enemy, but it will never be your ally until you move with decision. You say you're waiting for the right moment, but the right moment is not a gust of wind. It is a command you issue to life. Time does not grant permission. It obeys the one who declares. Most men die waiting, waiting for confidence, waiting for clarity, waiting for confirmation, and time gives them none, because time is not the giver. It is the mirror. Indecision is the thief you invited into your own home. You blame the seasons, the economy, the past, but it is not time that has delayed you. It is your lack of decision. A man may live 40 years and not begin living, for life does not start with age. It starts with resolve. It begins the day you look in the mirror and say, "No more drifting. I move now." Time cannot carry you. Time does not serve you. It observes you. It reflects you. It exposes whether your days are governed by fear or by faith. And I tell you this with the deepest conviction, time does not belong to the lazy. Time belongs to the man who makes it bow through clarity of aim and boldness of pursuit. You are not behind because time passed you. You are behind because you paused for the approval of men. You hesitated for fear of what might happen. You drifted in the fog of maybe. But the man who commands results does not wait for agreement. He moves in obedience to his calling. You do not need more years. You do not need another calendar. You need a chief aim so definite, so burning, so immovable that it bends the hours into obedience. You must write it. You must speak it. You must live by it until your life takes on its shape. What is drifting but unconscious delay? What is stalling but the polite cousin of cowardice? What is waiting but the refusal to act in the face of truth? You are not stalled by the world. You are stalled by the absence of a command within. I say to you now, speak that command. Decide the direction. Fix your gaze. You do not rise by fortune. You rise by definiteness. The man who moves with no aim is not moving. He is being moved. And every hour he passes, another man with clarity builds what he postpones. Andrew Carnegie once placed a test before me, a question that would alter the next 20 years of my life. I had 60 seconds to decide whether I would devote myself to a mission without any guarantee of wealth, applause, or reward. I decided in under 20, and that moment birthed an empire of ideas that has touched the lives of millions. Not because of talent, not because of wealth, because of decision. Do not tell me you are unsure. That is a lie you have repeated long enough to believe it. You are not unsure. You are untrained in decision. You have not practiced the muscle of immediacy. You have entertained fear too long. But today, that chain must break. Time waits for the man who moves. Time opens its gates to the one who acts. The man who decides becomes a magnet for power, for people, for provision. But the man who hesitates shall be left behind, not by others, but by his own soul. Drifting is not freedom. Drifting is prison without bars. It is a life lived in circles while the clock laughs. You have listened to the whispers of later long enough. You must now become deaf to delay and obedient to decision. Let us build a new rhythm now, one where thought is not just reflection, but initiation. One where hours are not lost to distractions, but invested in dominion. One where you no longer count the days, but command them. Stand now and write your definite chief aim. Let it be your daily commandment. Speak it aloud in the morning when your spirit is strongest. Repeat it before sleep when your subconscious stands ready to receive. Do not be vague. Do not say, I want to be successful. That is the language of the defeated. Say instead, I shall build this. I shall become this. I shall do this. And nothing shall stop me. And when you say it with the force of a man whose future depends upon it. Because it does. Because no more time can be given to the man who does not govern what he already has. Let every delay die here. Let every excuse be buried beneath the weight of your new decision. Say this with me now. I am not late. I was indecisive. I now choose. Time is not the problem. My movement is. I do not drift. I decide and move now. This is not rhetoric. This is not encouragement. This is command. If your mind accepts it, your life will rearrange to match it. Time has not abandoned you. It has only been waiting for you to decide. The man who lives by emotion serves time. The man who lives by purpose commands it. You must decide who you shall be, master or slave. Time obeys no feeling. It moves for no fear. But it will bend to the will of the man who dares to be definite. Look at your hours. Do they serve your mission, or do they bleed away in the name of comfort? Do you rise with plan and motion, or do you drift into the day, carried by whatever wind touches your emotion? This is not a small flaw. It is a fatal pattern. The clock is not your enemy. It is your revealer. It does not lie. It does not flatter. It simply reflects the truth of your discipline. You may lie to yourself about your intentions, but your schedule never lies. Your time is your truth. You must now take back your hours, not with ambition, but with order, not with emotion, but with law. The man who does not guard his minutes will never own his future. You cannot build a temple with broken bricks, and you cannot build a life of power with scattered hours. Henry Ford did not become Ford by bursts of inspiration. He became Ford by ordered persistence, by treating time as sacred, by moving even when the world laughed. He did not wonder what to do when he woke. He followed a plan, a rhythm, a command. If you wish to create results like the great men of history, you must study their lives and study their clocks. You will see not laziness, but labor, not scattered hours, but structure, not vague desire, but organized demand. Begin your dominion with one sacred law. Plan the night before. Write what must be done. Wake early while the world is still asleep. Begin before doubt can speak. Move before fear finds its voice. Act before the weakness in you remembers its old excuses. Then, as the hours pass, consult your plan, not your feelings. Let your day be governed by the script you wrote in strength, not the voice you hear in weariness. This is how you build the habit of dominion. What is your time worth? If you sell it cheaply to distraction, the world will reward you with regret. But if you consecrate it to your definite chief aim, all the riches of earth will conspire to meet you. You must say this now and say it with conviction. My time is sacred. My habits are sovereign. I do not serve the clock. I command it. Every hour obeys my definite chief aim. Time destroys the lazy, but it crowns the builder. The man who waits for motivation is not a builder. He is a beggar. But the man who commands his habits, structures his hours, and moves with purpose, this man cannot be stopped. Ask yourself, what would happen if you repeated this discipline for 7 days, for 30, for 90? What empire would be forced to rise around you? It is not more ideas that you need. It is not more opportunities. It is ordered obedience, relentless alignment between what you say you want and what you do in the dark hours when no one is watching. For it is there, in those hours, that success is forged, not in public, but in private, not in noise, but in silence, not in feeling, but in repetition. You will never outgrow the need for discipline. You will never reach a point where you no longer need to guard your time. In fact, the more power you gain, the more ruthless you must become in how you use each hour. You must now walk like the man you wish to become, speak like him, rise like him, build like him. For every step you take in obedience to purpose is a message sent to time itself. This man cannot be stopped. The clock watches. It waits. It keeps moving. But you can move faster if you move with direction. Let others waste their days in complaint. Let others drown in their emotions. Let others serve the tyranny of comfort, but not you. You were not built for ease. You were not born for drift. You were forged for greatness, and greatness does not beg for time. It commands it. Say this again and let it shape your hours. My time is sacred. My habits are sovereign. I do not serve the clock. I command it. Every hour obeys my definite chief aim. Now rise, plan, move. The clock is watching, but so is your destiny. You do not need to fall to be destroyed. You need only to drift. Drift is the quiet killer, the slow leak of the soul's fire. It takes no explosion to ruin a life, just indecision, just delay, just one more morning where you do not rise with purpose, just one more hour where you move with no direction. Men believe that evil wears horns and comes with fury, but no, evil comes wearing comfort, distraction, endless options. The devil does not need your sin. He only needs your drift, your silence, your softness. And once you let go of definiteness, you are his. A man without a plan is a slave to drift. He may appear free, but he is bound by everything around him, the opinions of others, the urges of his body, the weakness of his habits, and worse, he thinks he has time when in truth, time has him. The dreamer says, I will act when it feels right. But the doer knows that feelings are liars. That comfort is the enemy. That movement must be made while the fire is faint, or it will never burn again. Drift always begins as delay, then it becomes death. Do you want to see drift? Watch the man who scrolls his life away. Watch the man who changes his goal every season. Watch the man who speaks much and does little. This is not life. This is unconscious suicide, a slow spiritual drowning in the ocean of indecision. You were not born to drift. You were born to dominate. And you will never dominate what you do not direct. You must take your mind back from the chaos. You must fix it on one target, one aim, one demand, and you must not move until that aim bends to you. I say to you now, drifting is not weakness. It is rebellion, rebellion against your own potential. It is a betrayal of the gift that beats in your chest. You were handed breath to build, time to move, purpose to pursue, and when you drift, you spit on it all. You must now become the master of your attention. You must fix your mind like steel. Say this now: I do not wander. I do not scatter. I fix my thought on one purpose, and I pursue it with fire. Controlled attention is the antidote to drift. It is the force by which all power is summoned. Think of the river. It is water like any other. But when channeled, it turns wheels. It powers cities. It shapes the land. So too your mind, when directed, can build empires. When your attention is scattered, you may be busy, but you will never be effective. The man who gives 1,000 things a little energy builds nothing. The man who gives one thing his full energy builds a legacy. Fix your mind. The rest will follow. You must destroy every habit that feeds your drift. You must kill distraction like a pestilence. You must silence the noise, the excess, the unnecessary, and return your life to your definite chief aim. Every hour not tied to that aim is your enemy. You do not drift by accident. You drift by permission. Somewhere you gave up your throne. You stopped commanding your thoughts. You stopped writing your aim. You stopped speaking your destiny aloud. But no more. That era ends here. Say this: I refuse to drift. I fix my mind on one aim and act. I no longer allow time to pass without return. I kill drift with decision and direction. You must become a furnace, focused, hot, controlled. A man who walks into the room and knows why he is there. A man who opens his journal and sees his mission. A man who speaks only what feeds the fire, and who silences anything that waters it down. This is not mere discipline. This is war. And in this war, drift is the enemy. Drift is the whisper that says, you can rest now. Drift is the feeling that says, there's no rush. Drift is the voice that says, you'll begin tomorrow. Kill that voice, or it will kill your future. I am not asking you to move faster. I am asking you to move clearer, to move with such focus that drift becomes impossible. When your mind is set like flint, no current can carry you. When your will is forged in fire, no wind can knock you off course. Consider the thousands who wait for retirement to begin, who wait for children to grow, who wait for the perfect mood, the right weather, the better economy. They wait their entire lives and then die with the pain of unbegun purpose. This is the graveyard of the drifter. But you will not join them. You will rise. You will command your thought, your time, your attention. You will write your aim. You will speak your aim. You will become your aim. And so I ask you now, where is your attention? Where does it go when you rise? Where does it return when you sit in silence? If it drifts, anchor it. If it scatters, bind it. If it forgets, remind it. For your mind is the captain or it is the prisoner. One fixed aim is worth more than 1,000 ideas. One definite direction is more powerful than a library of options. Be narrow, be clear, be ruthless with your focus. This is how you kill drift. This is how you build empires. Repeat this until it echoes in your bones. I refuse to drift. I fix my mind on one aim and act. I no longer allow time to pass without return. I kill drift with decision and direction. Let this part of your life be named the end of drift. Let your actions now make drift ashamed it ever visited you. Let your days now speak the name of purpose with such power that nothing casual can survive around you. You are not weak. You are not broken. You are not trying your best. You are either definite or you are not. Decide, commit, execute. Drift dies when decision becomes a daily law. There is a law that moves faster than time itself. It is not found on calendars. It is not governed by clocks. It is not slowed by the fears of men. It is called faith. And when it is born in the soul of a man, he is no longer restrained by appearances. He begins to move by vision. Time obeys faith. The man who waits for proof stays poor. But the man who moves by inner certainty causes the world to yield. Faith is not wishing. Faith is not hoping. Faith is seeing the invisible so clearly that it becomes inevitable. You have been told that time heals, that time brings results, that time will change things. But that is false. Time changes nothing without a man who uses it with faith. You must stop bowing to time and start commanding it with belief. The world will tell you to wait, to be practical, to be realistic. But let me tell you this, no man ever achieved greatness by being realistic. The world you see was built by men who believed in things no one else could see. And because of that belief, they made time serve them. Faith collapses time. Faith makes the impossible bend. Faith does not ask if it is possible. It begins with the assumption that it is already done. And when your subconscious mind receives that belief, it begins to reorganize your entire world to match it. I do not speak of blind belief. I speak of trained belief. Faith that is forged through repetition, through autosuggestion, through the daily command of the Spirit over the senses, through the principle that what you feed the mind with persistence becomes your reality. The subconscious mind obeys emotion. It does not hear casual requests. It responds only to repetition backed by belief. You must speak your aim aloud morning and night. You must feel it as if it is already so. You must walk as if it is already done. This is not fantasy. This is law. The subconscious is the bridge between you and infinite intelligence, and it cannot be tricked. It must be trained. It must be impressed with intensity. It must be filled with your aim until it becomes real. Say it with fire. I believe my future into form. Time is not my limit. Faith is my fuel. I speak my aim. I see it. I act until it appears. When you live by faith, you no longer measure by time. You measure by movement. You move as the man who already possesses the result. And that movement calls forth resources, people, circumstances that cannot be explained by logic. Faith is the only power that creates something from nothing. It is the force that turns thought into gold, vision into empire, word into wealth. Without it, you are a wanderer. With it, you are a creator. Think of Edison. Did he wait for others to believe in the electric light? Number. He believed alone. He believed in a world of darkness, and that belief carried him through thousands of failures until light obeyed. That is how you must walk. You do not need the world to agree. You do not need permission. You do not need evidence. You need only one decision backed by faith. And then you must persist until the world rearranges itself to match your inner conviction. Let this be written in your soul. Time follows belief. The man who walks by faith commands his results. The man who waits for perfect timing remains a servant to fear. You must begin now to build the rhythm of belief. Do not speak doubt. Do not rehearse failure. Do not wait for clarity. You must move before you are ready. You must speak before you see. You must act before you feel qualified. Write your definite chief aim. Repeat it aloud twice per day, with emotion, with clarity, with fire. Feed your subconscious until it becomes undeniable, until doubt has no room to live, until delay has no power over you. Your environment will try to distract you. Your past will try to shame you, but you must return to your belief every single morning. You must make it your law, your ritual, your command. You must say to yourself, I believe, I act, I persist, I receive. This is not magic. This is the structure of all success. It is how Ford built his company, how Lincoln led a nation, how Rockefeller rose from nothing. They believed when there was no reason to, and that belief created the reasons. Faith is faster than fear. Faith builds faster than worry. Faith does not sit, it advances. If you wait until you feel ready, you will never begin. But if you act in faith, readiness will catch up to you. What is your belief? What is your aim? Have you declared it? Have you written it? Have you repeated it so often that your body begins to act in alignment with it before you even think? If not, begin now. Do not delay. Write your aim, speak your aim, see it, walk in it, assume it, become it. For that is the path of all who have ever achieved lasting success. You do not attract what you want. You attract what you believe. Your life is a reflection of your dominant thought. Your circumstances bend to the thoughts you repeat most often. So what are you repeating? You must now take command of your inner speech. You must become ruthless about your inner environment. Every word you speak is planting a seed in the soil of your subconscious. Make sure that soil grows only what serves you. Say now, I no longer repeat doubt. I no longer speak fear. I only affirm what I am building. My belief is stronger than time. My results obey my thoughts. I live by law, not chance. Faith is not loud, but it is constant. It is consistent. It is unshakable. It is the quiet knowing that says, it is mine, even when I cannot see it yet. And here is the greatest secret. Once faith is fully formed, results must obey. It is not a matter of if, but when. The delay is not in time. It is in the strength of belief. Therefore, do not ask, how long will it take? Ask, how deeply do I believe? Do not wait for others to agree. Train your subconscious until it agrees. Do not ask for evidence. Become the evidence. Let your belief walk before your success. Let your words lead your results. Let your spirit lead your body. And let your mind be the master of your fate. You are not bound by your past. You are not delayed by your age. You are not limited by your failures. You are only bound by what you believe and what you are willing to repeat. So repeat truth, repeat power, repeat purpose. Speak what you want and speak it until it obeys. This is the path. This is the law. This is how time becomes your servant instead of your master. Final affirmations for this part. I believe my future into form. Time is not my limit. Faith is my fuel. I speak my aim, I see it, I act until it appears. This hour is not small, it is sacred. For what you do in this single moment echoes into the future of your family, your name, your legacy. You may think you are simply deciding how to spend your morning, but in truth you are writing your history. The world remembers only one kind of man, the man who finished what he started, the man who built when others waited, the man who chose sacrifice when others chose sleep. And you must now decide, will you be that man? Cosmic habit force does not reward your intentions, it rewards your patterns. Whatever you repeat becomes your life. Whatever you rehearse in thought, in action, in belief, this becomes the house your family must live in. You are not just living your life. You are building a template for those who come after you. If you rise late, drift often, quit quickly, your children will too. But if you live in purpose, in daily command, your descendants will walk the path you paved. You think the hours you waste belong to you. They do not. They belong to your lineage. Every moment you spend in fear becomes a legacy of fear. Every hour spent in faith becomes a legacy of freedom. There is no neutral ground. Every thought either builds or breaks. Every habit either lifts or lowers. Every decision either advances or delays the destiny of those who will one day bear your name. You must now act with legacy in mind. Ask yourself, if my son copied my morning, would he rise in power or stumble in weakness? If my daughter repeated my self-talk, would she speak with confidence or echo the voice of fear? The greatest men do not think in hours. They think in generations. They know that the impact of their actions will outlive their breath. And so they live not just for themselves, but for the 1,000 yet unborn. You cannot pass down wealth if you never learned discipline. You cannot give your children confidence if you never mastered your own doubt. You cannot pass strength unless you live it. The inheritance of the soul is greater than silver. The legacy of discipline is more powerful than gold. And the man who builds his day in purpose builds a dynasty, even if he starts with nothing. There is no future in drifting. There is no peace in comfort. There is no wealth in waiting. But there is greatness in daily, deliberate, disciplined action. That is the only law time will ever obey. Your family is watching you, whether they are born yet or not. They are watching to see if you will rise. They are waiting to see if someone in the bloodline will finally build something that lasts. And I say, let it be you. Let your name become a symbol of greatness. Let your habits become armor for the next generation. Let your faith become a fire that burns in their bones. Let your discipline become a gate through which they walk into freedom. This hour matters more than you know. This moment is not about checking a box or feeling productive. It is about shifting the course of your entire lineage. It is about reclaiming the power that drift and fear have stolen for decades. If you waste this hour, you may still survive, but your greatness will not. And your children may never taste the fruits of the tree you were born to plant. So plant it now. Plant it in silence. Plant it in repetition. Plant it in action. Let this be the hour where everything turns. Let this be the hour you began to live as if your bloodline depended on it. For it does. Say this aloud and imprint it on your mind. My habits build the house my family will live in. I act today not for comfort, but for inheritance. What I do this hour becomes my children's future. Do not let comfort steal your legacy. Do not let fear silence your discipline. Do not let distraction take the place of your definite chief aim. Rise earlier than your excuses. Move before the world wakes. Build in silence what your family will one day thank you for. Your environment may not understand. Your friends may not notice. But your descendants will live inside your decision. And remember, repetition is the key. You do not need to be perfect. You must only be persistent. Repeat your aim. Repeat your belief. Repeat your action. That is the only rhythm that creates unshakable legacy. Each hour that you dedicate to your purpose becomes a foundation stone in the mansion of your lineage. Each habit repeated with faith becomes a sword handed to your children. Each refusal to drift becomes a wall between them and weakness. Let them say, he rose for us. Let them say, he broke the chain. Let them say, because of him, we walk free. The law is clear. Cosmic habit force will multiply whatever you plant. It does not judge. It does not delay. It does not lie. It simply gives you more of what you do most. So do not waste this hour. Turn it into a weapon. Let this moment become a monument, not because it was easy, but because you made it count. Say this again and again. My habits build the house my family will live in. I act today not for comfort, but for inheritance. What I do this hour becomes my children's future. You do not need permission to begin. You do not need applause to persist. You do not need the world to understand. You need only the courage to act, the discipline to repeat, and the fire to finish. Let this be the hour. Let this be the man. Let this be the moment that rewrites the future. The clock is watching. Your name is waiting. And your legacy is listening. Will you rise? Life does not wait for the man who hesitates. It obeys the man who moves. You were not born to analyze forever. You were born to decide, to declare, and to do. Delay is not safety. It is silent disobedience. And the longer you delay, the weaker your spirit becomes. This is a law. The universe was never designed to favor the slow. It was designed to respond to the swift. Lightning does not pause. The sun does not stall. The seasons do not consult your fears. All of creation rewards action, faithful, prompt, unwavering action, and so must you. Speed is not recklessness. It is spiritual alignment. It is the act of obeying what you already know to be right. without consulting your weakness for permission. It is a man moving the moment truth speaks. It is the habit of listening to purpose, not comfort. Success moves toward the man who makes room for it. And the man who acts immediately upon his purpose creates a vacuum so powerful that results must rush in to fill it. Indecision is clutter. It repels good fortune, but decisiveness is a cleared runway for success to land. Ask yourself now, how often have I known what I needed to do, but delayed until the door closed? How many times did hesitation rob me of my moment? If you are honest, you will find that most of your losses did not come from ignorance, but from delay. The law is simple. He who obeys quickly receives fully. He who doubts drifts, and he who drifts decays. The world is full of men with plans and dreams and visions they never moved on. But the kingdom of wealth and greatness belongs to the man who moves. A definite decision made today carries more power than a perfect plan that takes a year. Why? Because infinite intelligence flows through action, not over-analysis. Thought without execution is a betrayal of your own potential. Action activates providence. This is not theory, it is law. The man who chooses a definite chief aim and moves upon it without delay, without question, without negotiation, is met by invisible forces. Opportunities arise, doors open. The world rearranges itself to obey the decision maker. You do not need more research. You need resolve. You do not need to be more prepared. You need to be possessed by purpose. You do not need more time. You need to use the time you already have with fire, with focus, and with force. Consider the men who shaped history. Henry Ford moved when others hesitated. He was mocked for imagining a machine no one could build, but he did not wait for approval. He moved, and the world followed. Andrew Carnegie rose from poverty, not because he had a map, but because he moved with purpose. He decided to rise. He obeyed that decision daily, and that decision turned into steel, and steel into empire. Charles Schwab, young and untrained, stood before giants and made decisions they would not make. Because he moved boldly, he rose swiftly. The world rewards speed when it is built upon purpose and backed by faith. Do not ask how long it will take. Ask how quickly you will begin. The man who begins fast finishes strong. The man who waits until the wind is perfect never sails. And the man who must feel ready before he moves will die with his work unfinished. There is no miracle in delay. There is only erosion, but there is magic in momentum. The first step you take becomes the bridge to the second. And once you are in motion, doubt loses its grip. The key is speed, not of the body, but of the spirit. You must move while the fire is hot. Obey the inner signal when it strikes. The voice that says begin now is not to be argued with. It is to be obeyed. And when you obey quickly, you align with the law of acceleration. Repeat this truth. I do not delay truth. I obey it instantly. Speed is power. Purpose is fuel. I move in fire. My results multiply when my decisions are swift. Let these become the rhythm of your days, the standard of your thinking, the law of your movement. And hear me, the man who moves swiftly in purpose is not reckless. He is reverent. For nothing honors your potential more than immediate obedience to purpose. Every time you delay, you insult the power placed within you, but every time you move, you magnify it. Stop believing the lie that says you need more time. Time is not your master. It is your servant, but it will only obey you if you learn to move. The longer you pause, the more time you waste. But the man who moves swiftly redeems time. He makes up for years with days of fire. Speed is not chaos, it is clarity. It is the mind so focused on its aim that it refuses to negotiate with hesitation. It is the man so convinced of his calling that he does not need to check the weather. He simply begins. Write this down. I move immediately when purpose speaks. I obey without delay. I trust my aim. I act without pause. And therefore, time obeys me. You must become the fast decision maker, the man who says, "This is my aim, and I shall move upon it today." This identity alone can collapse a decade of drift into a year of transformation. Your breakthrough is not waiting in the distance. It is waiting in the speed of your decision. But you will only meet it if you rise without delay. Let this be your law. Let this be your creed. Let this be your legacy. Say it again. I do not delay truth. I obey it instantly. Speed is power. Purpose is fuel. I move in fire. My results multiply when my decisions are swift. You now understand the law of speed is a spiritual law. It is not about rushing. It is about obedience. The man who waits for perfection is already defeated, but the man who acts now builds perfection through persistence. Move now. For every second you hesitate, your future moves farther away. But every second you obey, your destiny comes closer. You are not meant to feel ready. You are meant to begin. If you wait until readiness arrives, you will be dead before you have lived. Readiness is not the cause of greatness. It is the reward for moving before fear gives you permission. The man who waits to feel strong will never lift what builds strength. The man who waits to feel wise will never speak the words that reveal wisdom. The man who waits to feel certain will die in a cage built by hesitation. You are not waiting on courage. You are postponing obedience. Understand this. Movement creates the man. You are not the man who becomes before you act. You are the man who acts and becomes through the fire of action. Begin in trembling if you must. Begin with no applause, no understanding, no guarantees, but begin. I speak now to the man standing at the edge of his definite chief aim, staring down into a canyon of uncertainty. You say, "I'm not ready." And I say, "The moment you begin, you will be." You say, "I need to know more." I say, "Knowledge grows with obedience." You say, "What if I fail?" And I say, "What if you don't begin?" All great men began before the path was lit. Barnes climbed aboard a freight train with nothing but desire and declared, "I will work with Edison." He had no money, no plan, no title, but he had fire, and that fire made him indispensable. The fire that moves mountains does not begin as a blaze. It begins as a spark, a decision. That decision becomes movement. That movement becomes momentum. That momentum becomes mastery. But the first step must come before the mind believes it is ready. Do not insult your destiny by asking for certainty. Certainty is not a condition. It is a consequence. You must act your way into confidence. No man is born with belief. He builds it by keeping his word to himself day after day, even when it costs him. You were not made for safety. You were made for obedience to purpose. And purpose does not reward hesitation. It rewards the man who shows up in fear, in doubt, in imperfection, but shows up anyway. Begin while the voices in your mind whisper, "You're not qualified." Because those voices are not prophecy. They are remnants of past drift. They are ghosts. They have no law over you unless you obey them. Every great builder began without full permission from the world. Rockefeller started small, with steady vision. Carnegie began as a messenger boy. Edison had no one's approval but his own. None of them were ready, but all of them began. You must now say, "I do not seek readiness. I command myself to act." This is the voice of a man who leads himself. And when a man begins with obedience, life begins to organize around him. Say this aloud. I begin where I stand. I do not wait. I obey the call. My courage grows through motion. I act first, and readiness follows. Let these words become your law. Let them govern your mornings. Let them be the answer when fear calls and says, "You are not prepared." Your answer is, "Neither was anyone great, but they began." The man who moves before he is ready is the man who moves ahead. He does not compete with the confident. He surpasses them with commitment. He does not debate his inadequacies. He drowns them in obedience. And make this clear. There is no smaller hell than a man who knew what he was called to do, but waited. His soul corrodes. His fire dies. His body lives, but his power does not. You must never become that man. Begin while your hands shake. Begin while your vision blurs. Begin while your voice trembles, because the moment you do, you prove to your subconscious that you are the authority now. And the subconscious begins to obey the new master, action. Do not consult emotion before action. Emotion will always whisper the lie of safety. Action is the teacher. Movement is the sermon. Begin and let your results instruct the world. Begin and let your sweat speak louder than your fears. Let me now speak plainly. If you do not begin today, you will begin again tomorrow in greater pain, with less belief, and with more regret. Each delay is not neutral. It is a tax on your spirit, and that tax compounds. Begin now and free yourself. Write this in your journal. I am a man of decision. I begin without permission. I do not ask the world to approve. I move as if it already has. Readiness is earned through movement, not before it. Let these truths replace the lies that have kept you still. Let them cut through the fog of hesitation. Let them break the rhythm of delay. The man you admire began before you. The man you must become begins now. Your chief aim does not require perfection. It requires possession. You must possess your purpose so completely that movement becomes your default. Do not wait for the wind to blow in your favor. Become the wind. Begin, and the storm obeys you. And now I ask, what have you delayed that should already be moving? What idea have you imprisoned in overthinking? What goal have you rehearsed so many times in your mind that it has lost its fire? Breathe new life into it, not by thinking, but by doing. This is not theory. This is eternal law. The man who begins builds. The man who waits watches another man win. Say it again. I begin where I stand. I obey now, not later. I move, therefore I become. This is your mantle. This is your law. This is the parting of your past from your future. And it begins not with certainty, but with command. This is not the moment to prepare. This is the moment to act. The time is not tomorrow, nor someday, nor later when you feel worthy. The time is now. The hour has arrived where you must decide if you will command your future or serve someone else's for the rest of your life. Do not wait for more signs. You've already been given more than most men ever receive. You've been stirred, called, reminded. The only thing left is obedience. The man who moves with obedience does not become powerful. He is powerful because action is the badge of the awakened. If you have heard these words and still do not act, understand. The next day, the next year, the next decade will echo the same emptiness you feel now. Life will not rescue you from indecision. Time will not pause for your internal struggle. It moves for no one, but it obeys the definite. This is the end of your waiting. This is the hour you write your name into the book of those who decided. From this moment, you are no longer a man of intention. You are a man of execution. Your rituals change. Your priorities shift. Your posture commands. Your words follow purpose. The great men of history were not men who had everything. They were men who used everything. They used the minutes others discarded. They used the strength they still had after they were tired. They used the power of daily repetition. And that is what made them remembered. You are now one of them, or you are not. There is no middle ground between greatness and drift. You are either the commander of your destiny or the victim of your delay. The man who rises daily to speak his chief aim aloud, to plan his movements, to act with precision, he rewrites his bloodline. You must now follow the system. Speak your definite chief aim aloud every morning and night. Write it in your own hand. Feel it burn. Repeat it until your subconscious accepts no other version of you but the one who finishes. Then act each day. Not massive leaps, but obedience. Discipline. Integrity to your aim. Read your aim. Speak it. Then take a single step. The day after, do it again. Build rhythm. Rhythm becomes power. Power becomes influence. Influence becomes legacy. Guard your hours. Each one is a brick. Every distraction is a thief. Every wasted conversation is a crack in your foundation. Say no to anything that does not serve the man you are becoming. Say yes to only what sharpens the direction you have already chosen. Let me ask you now, before we finish, have you truly heard what has been said? Do you remember the laws? Do you know them, not casually, but in your habits? What is the law of cosmic habit force? What does your subconscious mind obey? What is your definite chief aim? What is the difference between faith and drift? What causes delay? What cures it? If you cannot answer clearly, you must listen again, until this becomes second nature, until you breathe these laws, until your tongue speaks them without thought, until your habits enforce them without excuse. You are not here to be stirred. You are here to be commanded by the truth. And this truth has one requirement: begin. Begin while others delay. Begin while the world sleeps. Begin while the emotion is raw. Begin before you are forgotten. Begin before another year steals your hope. Begin before your children inherit your hesitation. Begin before your soul grows calloused by compromise. This is the hour, and there may never be another like it. If you walk away from this message unchanged, your mind will harden, your excuses will multiply, your identity will collapse into the same pit where millions of men lie buried, men who knew but did not do. You are not one of them. You will rise. You will obey. You will repeat until your future obeys you. You will make your family proud, not through wealth alone, but through example. You will build not only success, but sovereignty. Final affirmations. Repeat each slowly. I wake now, I rise now, I act now. The clock no longer commands me. I command myself. The time is now. The decision is mine. The future is waiting. I will not drift. I will not delay. I will not repeat the old life. I write the new story in action, not words. I finish. I persist. I am definite. And now is your final command. Stand up, move, begin the task you've avoided, open the page, write the aim, send the letter, make the call, cancel the delay. Start now, not because it is perfect, but because it is time. Because the clock has waited long enough, and so have you. Let me speak plainly. This is not about your comfort. This is not about your dreams. This is about your bloodline, your children, their children, and every name that will come after yours. Right now, in this very hour, you are deciding if your last name will be a banner of honor or a symbol of regret. You are deciding if your lineage will feast in freedom or beg under the weight of your hesitation. Do you believe your excuses won't echo into your children's lives? Do you believe your laziness, your drifting, your fear of sacrifice ends with you? It does not. It multiplies. Your decisions today will clothe your family in either strength or shame. You are the wall. You are the floodgate. Either poverty pours through you or greatness begins with you. If you don't rise, they won't eat. If you don't build, they won't have shelter. If you don't fight, they will be forced to. This speech is not entertainment. It is war. And if you will listen, not with pride, not with ego, but with the fire of sacred duty, then I promise you, this is the moment everything changes. Sacrifice now, so they never have to. You must awaken, not for your own sake, but for those who carry your name after you are gone. You are not just a man. You are a line. You are the hinge upon which generations swing open or shut. What you build, what you believe, what you repeat with discipline will echo into your bloodline. You are not alone. You are legacy in motion. You have no right to drift when your children will be forced to carry the weight of your indecision. You have no right to spend time foolishly when they will grow up without time to dream. You are the protector, the architect, the builder of a name. If you choose weakness, you are teaching it. If you choose power, you are multiplying it. Everything you do is inheritance. The world teaches you that inheritance is land and coins and letters on paper, but the deeper truth is this: inheritance is identity. It is belief. It is emotional response. It is confidence or cowardice. It is whether your children will rise and say, "I was built for this," or whether they will tremble under the shadow of your indecision. If you are not intentional, you are planting indecision. If you are not decisive, you are teaching doubt. If you are not definite, you are modeling drift. And drift is a disease that does not end in one generation. It spreads, it multiplies, and the only way to stop it is through radical purpose. The purpose you begin today. Your children are not waiting for your words. They are absorbing your patterns. Your silence is a lesson. Your habits are instruction. Your rituals are blueprints for their future. They will inherit your structure. Whether it was built for kings or built for slaves is entirely up to you. I've seen this firsthand. A father who never set a chief aim, who never disciplined his time, his tone, or his mind. He left behind no enemies, but no weapons either. His sons did not inherit poverty. They inherited indecision, and that poverty ran deeper than coin. It touched their marriages, their focus, their very manhood. You say you love your family, then do not tell me, show me. Love is not a feeling. It is the structure you leave behind. It is the internal fortress you construct through daily action and moral fire. To love your family is to become a man of spiritual governance. I teach the principle of the cosmic habit force, the invisible law that builds your life by the habits you repeat. But this law does not die with you. It continues through your line. The rhythm of your household becomes the rhythm of their minds. If you rise early, speak truth, and act in purpose, they will remember. If you complain, delay, and drift, they will also remember. Understand, the law is not broken. It is obeyed or disobeyed. But it does not stop. You may choose the rhythm. But once chosen, it repeats, unless you interrupt it. If you were born into fear, you must birth faith. If you were raised in drift, you must raise vision. If your father lived without aim, you must live with one so clear, so fiery, so definite, that it erases the curse from the bloodline forward. What is your definite chief aim? Is it written? Is it repeated daily? Is it spoken aloud as if it were law? For if it is not, then you are leading a family without a compass. And when the storm hits, they will be tossed not because of evil, but because of your silence. You may think your life is your own, but every child in your home is borrowing your belief system. They are living in the temple, or ruin, you are building. There is no neutral, there is only inheritance, there is only rhythm, there is only repetition, and it begins now. Let the words be etched into your soul. I am the guardian of my family's destiny. I will not betray them through weakness. I rise today so my children shall not fall tomorrow. I think in legacy. I build in purpose. I move in fire. You must live not for comfort, but for continuity. You must measure your actions not by their ease, but by their echo. The man who skips his discipline is robbing his future children. The man who resists sacrifice is handing his line over to slavery. Let every act become sacred. Let every repetition become structure. Let every sacrifice become a stone in the fortress you build for those who come next. And if you do this, if you rise today and tomorrow and the day after, your children will not rise in fear. They will rise in strength, not because the world changed, but because you did. Write this above your door, above your mirror, on your wall. If I do not rise with courage, my children will rise with chains. You are the hinge, the wall, the shield. Be the man your bloodline needed. Be the man history shall remember. Let us move forward, into the next law, into the next pillar, for the weight of legacy does not crush the faithful. It awakens the obedient. You must give up something. That is the law. You cannot rise while clinging to ease. You cannot serve your bloodline while serving your pleasures. Every man who built a legacy sacrificed more than sleep. He sacrificed comfort, entertainment, distraction, and he did it with joy. The poor man asks, how can I enjoy my day? The great man asks, how can I secure their future? One lives for the moment, the other lives for generations, and wealth, true wealth, only answers the latter. Sacrifice is not suffering. It is sacred trade. You give what is temporary. You gain what is eternal. You must learn this now. No man ever inherited power without first sacrificing pleasure. The man who cannot say no to himself will never command the respect of others. If you cannot govern your hand, your mouth, your thoughts, how can you expect to govern wealth, vision, or a family? Every fortune was built on hidden altars, not of stone, but of structure. Edison sacrificed time with friends to live in his laboratory. Carnegie gave up the easy wage to build a harder future. Ford gave up popularity to follow definiteness. Behind every mansion was a man who died to mediocrity. Sacrifice is not optional. It is law. And if you disobey the law, it enforces itself through failure, confusion, and regret. You are not avoiding sacrifice when you choose laziness. You are only transferring it to your wife, your children, your future. If you do not carry the burden now, they will later. You say you are tired. Your grandfather worked until his hands bled. You say you are overwhelmed. Your great-grandmother buried 2 children and still fed the rest. Your bloodline was not built for weakness. It was built to overcome. And that spirit is in you if you stop feeding the excuses. When you sleep in, you teach delay. When you break your word, you teach doubt. When you waste time, you teach neglect. These are not mistakes, they are seeds. And what you sow, they will harvest. Unless you choose to pay the price now, to lay down vanity and take up vision. Every evening you indulge in mindless entertainment is a contract with generational drift. Every dollar wasted on temporary satisfaction is an inheritance stolen. Your habits are not private. They are spiritual contracts with the future. You are always teaching, even in secret. Let this truth ring in your ears. I will give up what is easy so they may live free. The food you avoid today gives them health. The discipline you keep today gives them structure. The dream you protect today gives them permission to dream bigger tomorrow. Purpose must override preference. This is not your era of ease. It is your hour of obedience. Greatness is not built on feeling motivated. It is built on burning desire forged in decision. When you wake tired and act anyway, you build legacy. When you resist comfort and persist, you build structure. The average man trades purpose for pleasure and then complains that his children inherit pain. You must be different. You must trade the moment for the future. You must choose pain with meaning over pleasure with regret. That is what leaders do. That is what bloodline builders do. Sacrifice is not suffering. It is stewardship. It is the recognition that you are not living for applause, but for alignment. That you are not here to collect feelings, but to construct a fortress that will house your family's name long after your body returns to dust. Ask yourself now, what have I truly sacrificed? What do I still cling to? Are you willing to trade your vices for vision, your excuses for execution, your comfort for command? These questions define whether your children inherit excuses or dominion. When others sleep, rise. When others drift, decide. When others quit, persist. Not for pride, but for legacy. Let the cry of your bloodline ring in your ears. Do not let us fall. And let your answer be action. Let your answer be fire. Let your answer be discipline. Say it aloud and burn it into your soul. I am the sacrifice. I am the price. I give my ease so they may walk in strength. I do not serve comfort. I serve vision. I do not worship rest. I worship responsibility. You were not born to impress your peers. You were born to impact your descendants. And every act of discipline you keep, every temptation you reject, is a spiritual deposit into their future. Sacrifice is your savings account for legacy. Let your balance grow. Imagine your grandson saying, "Because of him, I know who I am." Or your daughter saying, "Because he worked, I can dream." That is worth every night of broken comfort. That is worth every hour of disciplined labor. That is what turns ordinary men into eternal founders. You must become the man who says, I will not eat until my children are fed. I will not rest until my vision is born. I will not entertain until my purpose is executed. You are the hinge. You are the line. If you break, the chain continues. If you burn, the chain ends. Sacrifice is the fire that purifies your line. Burn away the fear. Burn away the delay. Burn away the ego that says, this is unfair. It is not unfair. It is sacred. Do not confuse sacrifice with loss. You are not losing anything permanent. You are trading temporary pleasures for permanent freedom. You are exchanging fleshly ease for spiritual dominion. And one day, your descendants will rise and call your name with honor. Let the final word of this part ring in your ears like a command from heaven itself. Sacrifice now, or your family will sacrifice later. Choose. You are thinking too small and too fast. Your thoughts flicker like matches instead of burning like eternal torches. You think in days and wonder why nothing lasts. You think in feelings and wonder why your children suffer. You must stretch your vision across generations. The man who thinks about Friday's pleasure cannot see the chains of his bloodline. The man who plans only a year ahead cannot build a name that lasts a century. But the man who plants in centuries, he births an unbreakable foundation. That is the man you must become. Most men think about how to impress strangers. Great men think about how to free their descendants. The world teaches you to seek attention. Hill teaches you to seek alignment. You must not live for applause. You must live for inheritance, spiritual and eternal. Do not waste your days trying to be seen. Use your days to build what they will stand upon. You must think beyond your own grave. You must make decisions that your grandchildren will thank you for, even if they never know your name. That is greatness. That is manhood. Your calendar reveals your curse or your crown. Do you plan with emotion or with eternity? Are your thoughts governed by what the news says, or are they governed by what your lineage needs? Ask yourself, what decisions am I making today that will still bear fruit in 100 years? You are not late. You are simply underdeveloped in vision. The man who feels behind is the man who judged his progress by the world's noise, not by his own eternal rhythm. Start again, but this time build as though your bloodline depends on it, because it does. Hill said, "The man who cannot think in terms longer than a day will never rise beyond a wage." And I add this, the man who does not think in terms longer than his lifetime will never break the curses that bound his ancestors. This is not about progress. This is about permanence. Great men do not think, what do I want today? They ask, what will my descendants need tomorrow? They plant not just trees, but forests. They write not just goals, but legacies. They live not for comfort, but for continuity. You must become that man. Let us speak plainly. If your thoughts never stretch beyond your paycheck, your descendants will never stretch beyond your shadow. If your plans end with your own life, your children will inherit nothing but repetition. If your mind is short-term, your impact will be short-lived. The world teaches urgency based on fear. I teach urgency based on purpose. The world says, move fast or be replaced. I say, think eternal or be forgotten. There is no freedom in speed. There is only freedom in direction, and your direction must be centuries, not seconds. Let us now redefine wealth. True wealth is not what you spend. It is what survives you. It is not what fills your home. It is what outlives your name. And to build that kind of wealth, you must think in decades and act in discipline. You must leave behind a blueprint of belief. Rockefeller taught his children stewardship. Ford taught structure. Carnegie taught service, not just by words, but by systems. Their thoughts were organized, their aims were definite, and their calendars were altars where legacy was structured hour by hour. When you think in centuries, you will no longer be seduced by trivial offenses. You will not argue with fools. You will not waste days scrolling through meaningless noise, because your eyes are set on something sacred. You are not building popularity. You are building permanence. Think about your current problems. Do they matter in 20 years? If not, they are distractions. Do your current decisions benefit your future grandchildren? If not, they are drift. Begin filtering your entire life through this question. Will this bless my bloodline? It is time to introduce the concept of generational wealth thinking. This is not about stocks and gold. This is about philosophies passed down like sacred heirlooms. Teach your children principles. Show them systems. Give them more than instructions. Give them identity. When you invest, ask, will this teach them discipline? When you speak, ask, will this echo in their character? When you suffer, ask, will this produce endurance they can inherit? You are not living for self. You are living as the cornerstone of an unseen future. Begin writing your legacy ledger. What truths will you embed in them through daily repetition? What values will govern them when you are gone? What systems will sustain them when your hands can no longer hold theirs? Write it, repeat it, live it every single day. Do not just build businesses, build blueprints. Do not just build savings, build souls. Do not just pass down land, pass down law, the laws of focus, discipline, persistence, faith, and definiteness. These are the assets that can never be stolen, taxed, or lost. It is not too late. You can still become the man who transforms his family name from a burden into a banner. But you must stop thinking like a slave to your circumstances. You must start thinking like a founder of a dynasty. The mindset shift must be total. Affirmations to write, speak, and repeat with decision. I do not think in minutes. I build in centuries. My thoughts are not for pleasure. They are for inheritance. I plant oak trees, not weeds. My vision is eternal. When you speak, speak in echoes. When you move, move with memory in mind. When you rise, rise for more than today. Rise for the 1,000 tomorrows that carry your name. This is not motivation. This is succession. This is not inspiration. This is identity reconstruction. You are becoming the patriarch, the foundation, the beginning of a bloodline that will never beg again, and you do that by lengthening your thinking. You are now thinking like a king, not one who wears a crown, but one who builds a kingdom, not one who seeks pleasure, but one who structures peace for his descendants. And that kind of mind cannot be defeated. That kind of mind cannot drift. That kind of mind cannot be broken. Let the final declaration of this part enter your subconscious and become law. I think in centuries. I act in obedience. I build for those who are yet to be born. If you do not rise, they will repeat. If you do not build, they will beg. If you do not confront the curse, they will carry it. Weakness is not an accident. It is an inheritance. And if you do not end it with your life, it will continue in theirs. This is where it ends, with you. A fearful father raises a son who seeks safety. A lazy man raises a son who avoids pain. A drifting man raises a child who dreams but never decides. And none of this is spoken. It is passed through action, repetition, and tone. Weakness whispers louder than words. Let me say this without apology. If your bloodline is filled with poverty, fear, doubt, or failure, it is not your fault that it was handed to you, but it is your fault if you hand it to your children. Your excuses are not valid once you see the truth, and now you see it. The 6 ghosts of fear are not abstract. They are generational chains. The fear of poverty, criticism, ill health, loss of love, old age, and death are not only personal, they are inherited. Your children will fear what you fear unless you cast it out of your house by decision. Hill taught, faith is the antidote to fear. But I add this, action is the proof of that faith. You cannot say you believe in greatness while living like a slave to emotion. You cannot say you want to lead while cowering under comfort. Faith is not what you say. It is what you obey. Look at Abraham Lincoln. Born in a one-room log cabin, no formal education, no inheritance, no easy path. But he did not inherit weakness. He inherited obscurity. And he used that silence to build strength. He became the father of a nation because he first fathered his mind. If your grandfather was a coward and your father a dreamer, then you must be the doer. You must be the one who stops the bloodline from repeating its fear. You must be the one who says, "It ends with me. It does not pass me. It will not continue through me." Weak men explain. Strong men execute. Weak men cry about their fathers. Strong men become the fathers they wish they had. Weak men wait for the world to notice. Strong men create something the world cannot ignore. You must now choose. Will you be weak or will you become? We must introduce the breaker identity. This is the mindset of the man who shatters generational curses by force of will. He does not inherit identity. He builds it. He does not drift. He defines. He does not repeat. He rewrites. You must now become the breaker. The breaker does not ask for sympathy. He accepts the burden of transformation. He lives with a code. I will endure what my children must never face. And this is not said with pride, but with sacred duty. He understands. The man who breaks the chain must bear the weight of it. Ask yourself, what behaviors do I carry that would destroy my son? Answer it. Write it down. Now commit. Those behaviors die with you. They will not pass. They will not cross into the next life. You are the line. You are the wall. You are the sword. Let us be plain. If you cannot master your emotions, your children will be mastered by them. If you cannot endure discipline, your children will be ruled by chaos. If you cannot define your vision, your children will serve someone else's. You are their ceiling or their floor. To break the chain, you must first break your patterns. Wake early, plan daily, reject distraction, read truth, speak affirmations aloud, repeat your chief aim morning and night. These are not suggestions. These are bloodline rituals, daily, without negotiation. Affirmations to be spoken as law. I am the chain breaker. I carry the fire and I end the fear. I do not hand down excuses. I pass on strength, order, vision, and belief. I serve my descendants by mastering myself. Let us reflect on the deeper law, cosmic habit force. Whatever you repeat becomes permanent. If you repeat cowardice, it becomes culture. If you repeat faith, it becomes fortress. What you do daily becomes what your children do automatically. You must reprogram the rhythm. And do not confuse comfort with love. Comfort breeds stagnation. Discipline breeds strength. If you want to love your family, lead them. If you want to bless your children, train yourself. If you want to give them peace, first master your own mind. Now hear this. Every failure you refuse to confront today will multiply in your child tomorrow. Every fear you excuse today will echo in their life. Every weakness you justify today will become their identity. If you do not act with urgency, you are handing them a curse. Look at Thomas Edison. His mother was told he was mentally broken. She refused that belief. She trained his mind. He grew up and gave light to the world. One act of faith, one refusal to accept limitation. That's what it means to break the chain. You are not born weak. You are trained into weakness. But you can be retrained. You can build a new pattern. And when you do, everything changes. Not just for you, but for every unborn child who will carry your blood. They will inherit your decision or your delay. Choose now. This is not pressure. This is power. You are not burdened by this truth. You are blessed with it. You are no longer drifting. You are now on divine assignment. You are the one your bloodline has waited for. Rise, obey, break the curse. Let us repeat the sacred identity. I am the one who ends the cycle. I do not complain about the past. I command the future. I become the father of a new bloodline, one of discipline, one of power, one of victory. You are not the end. You are the beginning. You are not repeating. You are writing. You are not cursed. You are chosen. And now, by this decision, your name becomes sacred. Your habits become holy. Your identity becomes armor. And your legacy becomes eternal. Let the final command of this part settle deep into your subconscious. I am the end of fear and the beginning of faith. My children will never know the chains I break today. You say you want to change your family's future, but I ask you, do your actions declare that, or only your emotions? For what is a man's love for his children if it is not forged into discipline? What does a man truly hand down if not the evidence of his daily obedience to order? The destiny of your bloodline is not built in dreams. It is constructed in repetition, in the invisible rituals, in the thankless hours, in the early rising and the refusal to sleep before the duty is done. This is what builds a bloodline. Not luck, not inheritance, but discipline. The man who masters his day shapes his dynasty. The one who governs his calendar commands his name to rise. Your life is not random, it is rhythmic, and what you repeat becomes your family's religion. You cannot pass down discipline until you live as its servant. Let this be etched in your mind. Your calendar is your bloodline's will. Every hour you waste becomes a habit your children will inherit. Every goal you abandon becomes a limit they will never question. If you drift, they will drown. If you decide, they will dominate. You believe you love your family, then prove it. By the system you build, by the habits you master, by the focus you enforce. Do not hand down empty inspiration. Hand down a blueprint. Hand down a way of living so strong it outlives your body. Discipline is not restriction. It is multiplication. When a man becomes governed by purpose, everything expands. Wealth grows. Peace deepens. Power becomes automatic. You want to build freedom? Then become its most loyal servant through absolute daily order. What are your rituals? Do you rise early? Do you read truth aloud? Do you repeat your definite chief aim twice daily? Do you review your progress? Do you correct your drift? If not, why should your children live any different than you? Routines are not boring, they are sacred. A man's ritual is his character made visible. A man's schedule is his mind put on paper. If your children copied your current habits for the next 10 years, would they rise or would they collapse? Let me ask you plainly, if your descendants inherit your self-discipline, will it make them wealthy or worried? Will they walk with structure or beg for direction? Will they fear time or will they command it? Your habits are either an inheritance or a burden. You're not just building a business, a body, or a name. You're building a template that will be repeated. What you do in secret will become their standard. They will not rise higher than your current ceiling unless you shatter it. Discipline is not optional. It is spiritual law. The man who moves in decision must also persist in repetition. For a single act changes little, but repeated action in obedience to purpose moves mountains, breaks curses, and erects kingdoms that cannot be shaken. Do not give your children wealth they are not trained to govern. That is not love. It is a curse. Give them identity. Give them principles. Give them the structure that will protect their spirit and multiply their mission. That only comes through visible, practiced, enforced discipline. Every decision you delay trains your family to tolerate hesitation. Every compromise you make becomes a future addiction. Every day you do not lead becomes a day the enemy does. Either you control your habits or they control your bloodline. You were not born to live by impulse. You were born to master yourself through law. You are not to be ruled by fatigue, distraction, or mood. You are a vessel of command. And the man who commands himself earns the right to lead his family into greatness. Discipline is not a tool, it is a crown, and it is not given freely. It is earned in silence, in solitude, in sacrifice. It is polished through repetition. It is tested through delay. And once you wear it, your name becomes a fortress for generations. Henry Ford did not rise because of a single invention. He rose because of systematic mastery. He repeated excellence daily. His hands were never idle. His mind was fixed on definite action. He moved not when convenient, but when necessary. That is discipline. That is what builds dynasties. Do not confuse action with discipline. Many men act, but few move under law. Many are busy, but undirected. Many are emotional, but never obedient. Discipline is not scattered motion. It is focused fire. You burn a trail through history by doing the same thing daily in service to your purpose. The disciplined man does not wait to feel ready. He does not check his emotions before executing. He rises before the world stirs. He commands the day before it commands him. He repeats his affirmations. He tracks his work. He corrects his drift. That is the path. Walk it. Ask yourself again, if my descendants copied my day, would they win? If the answer is no, then change the day. Replace weakness with ritual. Replace guessing with planning. Replace emotion with execution. Replace silence with repeated self-command. Let these affirmations shape your being. I rise before the world because I serve a greater world to come. I am the architect of habit. I build routines that my children will one day stand upon. My discipline is my devotion. I show my love by my law. Discipline is not an inconvenience. It is the very essence of love for your family. When you delay your comfort, you accelerate their future. When you reject laziness, you inject certainty into your household. Your legacy is built in the hour no one sees, but everyone feels. Do not wait for your children to become adults to teach them structure. Teach them now by who you are. Let them see a man who does not negotiate with laziness. Let them watch a leader who obeys his plan. Let them rise not by chance, but by blueprint. There is a reason so few bloodlines rise. It is not because they are hated by God or cursed by fate. It is because discipline has been despised. But you were born to reverse the rhythm. You were called to live above mood. You were chosen to govern the mind with will. Let us affirm again, my routine is the weapon I wield against drift. I love my family enough to live by law, not emotion. My name will be a synonym for structure, power, and peace. Now let me say something that may sting, but it will free you. Your love means nothing without proof. And the greatest proof of love is discipline. Not promises, not tears, not declarations, but order, repeated, without fail, until it becomes identity. End with this sacred charge. You are not late. You are not lazy. You are simply untrained. But now, this day, you must train. You must build. You must wake before the sun and act before the world, because everything they inherit tomorrow depends on how you move today. And if you cannot remember what you did last Tuesday, they will forget your name next century. Build structure that speaks for you. Build habits that fight for them. Build a calendar that echoes long after your body turns to dust. Affirm again, I am the guardian of structure. I do not drift, I define. My children will walk in the discipline I live today. Your love must now become visible. Your identity must now become habit. Your bloodline is shaped not by dreams, but by repetition, by law, by schedule, by sacrifice. Let it begin before the sun rises tomorrow. You speak of legacy and think of houses, land, or banknotes. But wealth without principle is a curse in disguise. What good is silver if your soul is empty? What good is inheritance if your children cannot carry it with strength, clarity, and truth? Everything that can be stolen is not truly yours. You must build what cannot be burned. Character, integrity, identity, conviction. These are the riches that fire cannot touch. These are the treasures that do not rust. These are the gifts that pass through generations, untouched by war, depression, or decline. The man who builds only wealth leaves his family weak. But the man who builds belief, vision, and moral structure, he leaves them unconquerable. There are men who inherited millions and lost it all. There are men who inherited nothing but faith and built empires. Do not let your family inherit cash and confusion. Let them inherit clarity and courage. Let them be named among the righteous because their father chose to build inward first. Your power must not come from appearance. It must come from obedience to eternal law. You are not remembered for what you owned. You are remembered for what you stood for. And if your name becomes synonymous with discipline, generosity, and strength, your grandchildren will walk into rooms your feet never touched, and doors will open in your honor. Build your name like a temple, not a slogan, but a standard, not a feeling, but a frame. You were not born to be remembered for hobbies or luxuries. You were born to represent a principle, a law, a higher way of being. When your family speaks of you, let them speak with reverence. Begin with this question. If all your possessions were burned tomorrow, would your children still know how to rebuild? Would they have the internal tools, the belief system, the self-command? Or would they stand before the ashes and weep, having never been taught how to create? The fire always comes. The market will fall. The banks will close. The titles will vanish. But the man who trained his bloodline to rise, to believe, to obey inner law, he has built what cannot be burned. He has built eternity into his children. There are only two inheritances, what the world can give and what only the soul can pass on. Choose the greater treasure. Teach your sons how to command thought. Teach your daughters how to believe without fear. Teach your household how to speak vision into the silence. Begin writing your family's moral constitution, not in ink, but in ritual. Daily words of affirmation, repetition of identity, prayer before motion, truth before tasks. These are the things that carve strength into memory. These are the bricks of legacy. Let this become law in your household. Every child will grow under truth. Every morning will begin in command. Every evening will close in reflection. No one will drift. No one will guess. No one will fear the future, because the structure is fixed. Now understand this. Spiritual wealth requires your full obedience. You cannot pass down courage if you yourself live in fear. You cannot pass down faith if your habits contradict your words. The subconscious is always teaching. Your actions are sermons. So what are you building today that cannot be erased tomorrow? Not just buildings, but beliefs. Not just savings, but self-respect. Not just status, but moral strategy. Build an inheritance that outlives money. Let me tell you a story. A poor immigrant father, no education, no assets, gathers his sons and teaches them three things every day. Work with honor, speak with courage, serve with humility. That was all. And today, his lineage owns companies, churches, and communities. Why? Because the wealth was never money. It was philosophy. Do not envy those who build towers without foundations. They may rise quickly, but they fall in storms. You, however, are building roots. You are building a code. You are building strength that does not require applause. Your rewards will outlive you. Here is your intangible asset ledger. Record these daily. Courage. Did I act despite fear? Integrity. Did I speak and live in truth? Prayer. Did I connect to infinite intelligence before the world's noise? Resilience. Did I rise again when it would have been easier to drift? Service. Did I use my gifts to lift my family and others? These are the deposits. These are the things your children will not forget. These are the assets that cannot be taxed, stolen, or devalued. These are the materials that build dynasties of the spirit. Affirm this now and daily. I build what cannot burn. I create an invisible fortress. I pass on a code, not just currency. My name becomes their compass. My discipline becomes their inheritance. I rise in silence to shape a legacy that no fire can touch. Let every man hearing this understand, what you tolerate today will multiply in your children, and what you repeat today will be repeated by them tomorrow. You are not building a moment. You are writing history with every act of discipline. You must become the patriarch of principle, the man who did not chase trends, the man who did not bend to fear, the man who built a house with unseen bricks, belief, law, structure, courage, and devotion. That house will never fall. Do not mistake this message for metaphor. This is practical legacy. This is structure as inheritance. This is character passed down through example. The new world belongs to those who build unshakable internal economies. So I ask you, have you built something that cannot be burned? If you lost it all, would your children be rich in soul? If the world closed its gates, would your bloodline be fortified in mind? Would they thank you, not just for what you gave, but for who you became? You still have time. Begin today. You were not born to parade your earnings. You were not placed on this earth to impress the crowd. You were summoned here to build freedom, for your name, for your house, and for the generations who will one day carry your blood. The man who earns for status loses both peace and purpose. But the man who earns with vision, he multiplies not only riches, but righteousness. If your motive is applause, you are already poor. But if your motive is freedom, infinite intelligence shall align the heavens to support your rise. Wealth is not evil, vanity is. Riches are not shameful, misuse is. When wealth is the servant of purpose, it becomes sacred. When it is the master of the soul, it becomes slavery in disguise. You were called not to serve money, but to command it for sacred mission. Let me say it plainly. Your family does not need your cars, your gold, or your shoes. Your family needs your freedom. Freedom to decide. Freedom to say no. Freedom to say yes without begging permission from banks or bosses. This is the real reason to get rich, so your soul cannot be owned. Do not measure a man by what he spends. Measure him by what he has secured for those who depend upon him. The man who saves, the man who multiplies, the man who builds with vision, he is the builder of empires. He is the quiet king. He is the one whose children will never beg. So I ask you now, if your children inherit your habits with money, will they be free or will they be bound? If they spend like you, save like you, invest like you, will they build or will they break? Your relationship with wealth is not private, it is generational. You must begin thinking like a king, not for pride, but for permanence. Kings build fortresses, they store grain, they train heirs, they write laws, they defend against drift. So must you. You are not just a man, you are the beginning of a dynasty. Let us look to a man who understood this, Andrew Carnegie. He gave away millions not to boast, but to build the minds of future generations. Libraries, schools, institutions. His wealth did not buy applause, it bought eternity. Why? Because he served purpose, not pride. If you earn for status, you will spend for approval, and you will lose it all. But if you earn for mission, you will preserve, multiply, and transform. Your bank account is a report card of your discipline, your vision, and your ability to withstand foolish temptations. Now ask yourself, what would my wealth serve today if it grew tenfold tomorrow? Would it buy more distractions, or would it fund freedom? Would it multiply waste or multiply mission? The answer to that question determines if you are ready to receive more. Money multiplies the man. If the man is undisciplined, money magnifies his ruin. But if the man is governed by spiritual law, that wealth will become a weapon of legacy, a tool of transformation, and a shield for generations to come. We must reprogram the subconscious. No more associating wealth with pride. We must associate it with responsibility, with duty, with stewardship. Say this now. I do not earn to impress, I earn to secure. I do not seek applause, I seek dominion. I do not serve vanity, I serve vision. You are not meant to hide from wealth, nor are you meant to be owned by it. You are meant to master it through law, discipline, and clarity of aim. The poor man waits for wages. The rich man commands value through definiteness of service. Let me offer you practical command. Create a written savings plan. Begin investing with purpose. Teach your children about value, not spending. Associate money with mission, not indulgence. The man who teaches his children how to earn, how to save, how to serve, He gives them the keys to escape every system built to enslave them. You must become that man. Not tomorrow, today. Every dollar you save in discipline is a day your children will not be enslaved to debt. Every investment you make with vision is a door opened for your grandchildren. Every time you delay consumption for the sake of construction, you change the future. Wealth becomes holy when governed by purpose. It is no longer gold, it becomes seed. No longer status, it becomes structure. No longer noise, it becomes name. Your bloodline will not rise because of your jewelry. It will rise because of your judgment. Do not be seduced by the world's definition of success. Cars rust, applause fades, clothes rot. But freedom, when passed down, becomes generational force. When your children are free to dream, to serve, to build, it is because you bought them time through discipline. Let your life speak this truth. I earned not for myself, but for those I will never meet. I built not for applause, but for freedom. I sacrificed not for luxury, but for liberty. My family walks in light because I walked in fire. Let your wealth be structured around this vow. No child with my blood shall ever beg. No heir of mine shall bow to the world's poverty program. No soul born from my line shall drift. I build for them. I rise for them. I earn with discipline so they may live in dignity. This is your inheritance plan. Not only dollars, but decisions. Not only riches, but rituals. Not only cash, but character. If you obey the law daily, you will leave something more valuable than gold. You will leave a pattern of greatness. Affirm this: I do not buy freedom, I build it. My riches serve purpose, my purpose serves my people. I earn, I preserve, I multiply for them. Now take inventory. Every purchase, every budget, every expense. Ask, does this secure or seduce? Does this multiply or deplete? Does this serve my name or destroy my seed? Become ruthless in stewardship. Become righteous in structure. Let your wealth be so governed by law that it cannot help but increase. Let it be so filled with faith that no man can shake your peace. Let it be so rooted in clarity that even in drought your family thrives. You are the beginning of a new financial bloodline, not because of how much you earn, but because of how wisely you govern. Remember, the riches you do not respect will flee, but the riches you structure under law, they become your legacy. A moment will come when your children will either thank your name or curse it. That moment is not in their future. It is now. The decision rests not with them, but with you. You are the link. You are the hinge. You are the pivot on which the destiny of your bloodline turns. You must understand this. The soul of your lineage waits on your choice. You are the living declaration of what is permitted to continue and what ends with you. The drift, the poverty, the silence, the excuses, all of it can end here. But only if you decide it must. You are not just breaking your own limitations, you are rebuilding your family's name. Every repetition, every sacrifice, every disciplined act, it rewrites the story. It plants new patterns in the soil of your bloodline. Your habits are holy. Your words are prophetic. Your decisions are eternal. If you fail, your children will carry your fears. If you delay, they will inherit your doubts. If you quit, they will mimic that too. But if you rise, if you speak purpose, if you obey the law, you give them the permission to win before the world ever sees them. This is not just about you, this is about them, and the ones who will never meet you, but will walk in the freedom your sacrifice built. Now I ask you plainly, do you remember the laws? Have you written them down? Have you spoken them aloud? Or have you let them fade back into the fog of your former self? Answer this. What is your definite chief aim? What is the law of cosmic habit force? Who are your invisible counselors? What is the enemy of all progress? If you do not know, listen again. and again, until the answers rise from your mouth unshaken, until they are engraved upon your mind like Scripture. This speech is not meant to inspire, it is meant to reprogram. Let me remind you, your definite chief aim is the purpose you were born to fulfill. If you do not write it, you drift. If you do not speak it, you forget. If you do not act on it, you disobey. The law of cosmic habit force is the rhythm of the universe. It rewards repetition. It multiplies what is repeated. Poverty is repeated fear. Wealth is repeated obedience. Discipline is not temporary. It is eternal law. Your invisible counselors are the great minds whose wisdom you channel by focused imagination. Use them. Do not walk alone. You must train your mind to think with greatness daily. And the enemy of all progress? Indecision. Indecision kills more dreams than failure. It leaves a man stuck between thoughts, paralyzed by imaginary opinions, and bound by fear of movement. I now demand this of you. Study this daily. Read your aim aloud. Speak your affirmations without apology. Act with purpose, and never allow one more generation to inherit your hesitation. Let me tell you of a boy. He grew up with nothing but a father's faith. He had no inheritance, no name, no mentor, but belief. But that boy became a leader of nations because one man, his father, chose to think differently, to live differently, and the son never forgot. You are that father, you are that mother, you are that link. Let your line begin again with strength. I do not say this to flatter you. I say this to commission you. You are the founder of a new dynasty. You are not a man of the past. You are not a woman of regret. You are the first stone of the new foundation. Say these words aloud, slowly, one line at a time, with belief in your bones. I will not drift. I command my thoughts. I serve purpose, not pleasure. I build for bloodline. I break the chain. These are not slogans. These are spiritual commands. Speak them until they echo through your subconscious. Repeat them until they override fear, delay, and distraction. Let them govern you. Let them discipline you. You will be remembered not for how you felt, but for what you built. Not for your comfort, but for your courage. Not for your ease, but for your example. Let your children say, he began it. She broke it, they rose, and we now walk free. Do not wait for approval. Do not wait for ease. Do not wait for more signs. You are the sign. You are the proof that a name can change, a destiny can be rewritten, and a future can be rebuilt from ashes into fortresses. You are not late. You are right on time for them. You are not small. You are their answer to prayers they haven't yet spoken. You are not unqualified. You are the one trained in fire to rise in power. And now I leave you with this command. Build, speak, decide, persist, protect, sacrifice, lead. This is your call. This is your commission. This is your moment. And from this moment forward, your children will not wonder what you believed. They will live inside your decision. Begin.